I need to go on YouTube and
Make sure
handle
that
that. All right, we should be live for real now. Let's see if it's coming in hot. Let me know if you get the notification. Do you see a notification?
see it. Yeah. Facebook.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, it's on there.
It is. All right. Hello, everyone. It's PinTech Live Day. We were testing some. These aren't them. We were testing some meta glasses. We're trying to get some advanced technology in with our CIA agents to work on pinball machines, build pinball machines, all the things, and you know, always struggle with getting camera angles to capture the essence of pinball repair. So Ernie had this great idea of using the meta glasses to do it. It just looks so ridiculous, dude.
And Ernie did not do enough research because apparently the Gen 1 of the Meta glasses will allow you to live stream, and the Gen 2 does not. So the newer ones are dumber.
Yeah, it's wild. Technology, it's great stuff. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna order a pair of Gen 1s and we'll try again. And then if it's something that does work out, we'll all get pairs of Gen 1s, and when we go to shows and do PinTech Live and other stuff like that, maybe we can create some new fascinating pinball content. Um, but since we're not going to do some testing today, we're going to let Ernie go, and we are going to watch the Texas Pinball Seminars because those just got posted. And we did a lot of great content, tech repair content, the homebrew, making pinball, making friends. And yeah, it's exciting. For those that are going to Midwest Gaming Classic this weekend, definitely check out the homebrew section up there. Jobber Christopher Wells Graham is going to be hosting. I think they have 6 or 7 games up there, Ernie. So let's see if I can get this. Subhumans will be there. All the dumpster stuff that Christopher makes. Um, yeah, there's more. But wait, there's more. Hold on, let me pull up my list. I was excited for Subhumans. There's also, do you know any?
Subhuman, I know Subhumans is the art on that is awesome. The black and white.
Yeah, I've seen it at MGC a few times. Oh yeah, of course, Ghost in the Shell, which is a staple up in that area with Ed Owens. We all love Ed. Um, there will be a new retheme game that is a retheme of Liberty Bell. I think that's the old EM into Captain America.
I seen
So
that
that's
on
pretty cool.
Facebook the other day.
Matt Wagner's game. Ryan McQuaid will be bringing his Sonic Spinball. Scott Miller's trucking up his Cuphead pinball machine. And then Tanner Petch is going to have his Trashland and House of Flesh and Blood little mini cabs that are always fun. I always think those games are going to like come alive at night and just like start attacking people, like start walking on those weird legs and stuff. Um, but yeah, all right, Ernie, sign off. What do you have going on? What's going on with you and Trident and
Um,
home brewing, making, getting ready for Pinball Expo in 6 months,
yeah,
something like that.
actively shipping kits. So we'll be shipping a couple this weekend. So
Nice.
hopefully by sometime next year or maybe even Expo, we'll have some more games that people bring. And then myself, I am waiting on a direct print for Monsters Inc. And then we'll swap that over to the final playfield
Nice.
and have that ready hopefully by Southern Fried, but it could be Pinball Expo, just
Oh
depending on
yeah,
how
that's
the
true. We need to do a big push for games coming to Southern Fried, which is our hometown in Atlanta, Georgia. So if you are in the southeast area or want to come hang out with us at the end of July, we'll have a big PinDevCon homebrew section there too. We need a game project to build while we're at the show. I
yeah,
always like that feature, so
yeah,
think of what we can get.
yeah. I have
Um,
a good one, maybe.
okay, sweet. Ernie, Ernie's on it.
Oh, bootleggers will be at Southern Fried too.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
We'll
who
have
else is coming to Southern Fried that you know so far? Let's see.
I know Nate, aka Man Bear Pig, with Tiki Tapu is coming. Mr. Big, aka Mike, is bringing Jekyll and Hyde. I will be bringing a couple games myself, and then I think Jamie might be bringing Minecraft.
Come
So
on,
Jamie,
Jamie. Yep.
yeah, keep pushing them too. And I think at the moment, Bluey. So Lance will be bringing, hopefully, be bringing a version of. It'll be a earlier version of his Bluey pinball machine,
Very rad.
and we're pushing to get some more people. So hopefully,
Yep, and
we'll have,
Aaron from Fast Pinball will be traveling all the way across the country to join us.
yeah, flying, not driving like he normally does, but
Yeah. Okay.
still be joining us.
Still
Awesome.
a trek, but all right. Well, thank you, Ernie. Sorry our awesome tech idea didn't work this time around, but
We'll get it next time.
we'll get it next time. Yeah, you should get a Meta one as well too. If they're not gonna do the Meta 2 release soon for AI
Yeah,
streaming, I mean live streaming. That's just so wild.
it is. It's dumb. But all right.
Missed. All right.
Adios.
Thanks so much. See you next time. And everyone else, let's check out these seminars. We are gonna start at the top. I think this one is owning your first pinball machine. And then after that, we'll jump into one of my favorite seminars of the weekend, which was the troubleshooting, how to troubleshoot your game with Matthew Talley from Linz Arcade and Eugene Mosh from 1984 Arcade. And then following that will be the cool tech Q&A where we had more legends sitting up there answering any tech questions folks had. So we had Todd Tuckey and Frank from TNT Amusements, Nick Shell from the Roanoke Pinball Museum, Brian Haskell up from St. Louis, and Eugene Mosh. So that was a really cool experience too to have all of those guys up there answering questions for us. So thank you guys for doing that.
Good.
Let's see. Oh, there's me. We're gonna start with me, y'all.
Good. Happy Saturday at Texas Pinball Festival.
Alrighty, let's see.
So I am
Here, all
Emoto.
right.
I'm the director of
We had some
marketing
nice
with
morning
Marco
crowd
Specialties.
folk
Please
coming to
come
hang
check out our
with me
booth. We're
that
showcasing
morning.
all the homebrew games this year.
All right, I'll let
There's
y'all-
14 homebrew games at Texas Pinball Festival this year, which is huge. And they'll be doing a seminar talking about all their games later today at 1:30. And last year we had 6 games, just for an example of how much the homebrew stuff is growing. But we're not going to talk about building games. That's later on. What we're going to talk about today is owning your first pinball machine. We'll have Craig Hassel from Fun. He's our Texas dealer who sells pinball machines of every era and including all the new modern games you see on the floor. So he'll be a great asset to you if you're local to the area. But just a row of hands, like how many of y'all already own a pinball machine? Okay, sweet. Lots of y'all. And then how many of y'all are looking to buy your first pinball machine? Yeah, awesome. Well, so pinball is super special. You guys are all here, so that means like-minded, we're in love with this beautiful box of kinetic art. And unlike some other things, it takes love and care to keep running. You know, they're very complicated machines. I think the older games, like the Dolly Parton has over a mile of wiring, tons of solenoids and switches and all sorts of electronical stuff. If you come by our booth, you can see we have some electromechanical games which don't have any computer boards in them. And then now the modern with the LCD screen, it looks way different too. They have less wiring, they're a little bit lighter, but they all kind of have different elements of kind of expertise or knowledge you need to have to work on these games and to keep them maintained. So we're just gonna kind of go over some basic stuff, very basic things, as for example, like say you wanna buy a new Stern pinball machine, the on switch is right here in the head. This is a pretty modern thing they're doing. It allows them to have all the power right up here. But on these older games, you always find the power switch down here. It's usually on the right side of the cabinet, underneath the shooter rod. They fire up. Sometimes with the electromechanical machines and stuff, you'll have to like hit the start button to really see the lights turn on and to get it fired up. But that's kind of the first basic step. We always recommend when you're plugging in your game. Ooh, I haven't played Pokemon yet. Have you guys played Pokemon yet? Awesome. No? We have plenty of time today to get some games in. I think at 3 o'clock too, Tanya Kleiss and Steve Bowden will do a walkthrough on how to play the game, how to do all the rules and stuff on it. And they have this fun little contraption here that we can really see the ball paths and stuff. That'll be really exciting. But as we're going on, we're gonna do the first thing. You turn the game on, you wanna start a game, you hit the start button. These are already set to free play. Some games you will have to set that in the menu system, so we'll kind of show you how to access that as well too. And then I'm gonna show you kind of, if you need to get into the game, let's see. This is a little trick for the Stern games. If you ever need to turn it off, you hit the left button and the start and hold it down and it'll reset the game. So if someone comes over and starts a game, it doesn't finish it, especially on the show floor here this weekend, just hold down the left and then hold down the start together, a couple seconds, resets, you can start a new game. So say you're playing a game, you get your brand new pinball machine, you have it all set up. There's several things you want to do, level it, make sure you have clean balls in it and everything. But to do that, you're going to have to take the glass off. And it's actually, if you never owned a pinball machine, kind of scary to take the glass off for your first time, kind of scary to lift the playfield for the first time. So I'm going to show y'all how I do it. I'm 5 foot tall, I'm small, I'm not very strong. Physically, mentally, maybe a little stronger. But if I can do it, y'all can do it too. So it's just kind of like, don't be scared to get into your game, because much like a car, pinball machines need lots of maintenance. They need lots of love. It's not something you just turn it on and forget and never do anything on it. You have to clean it. You have to keep your balls clean and everything. Playfield clean, rubbers clean. So with the new Stern games, they have the lockdown bar and the latches. So the latches are on both opposite sides of the cabinet. You just kind of, it's a latching system, you flick it up and then you pull the little hook off, and then that allows you to lift the lockdown bar off. The glass is pretty tight, but be careful when you pull this off, because sometimes the glass will slide out really fast, and you don't want that to happen. Also, on some of those games where the glass is kind of loose, when you have the lockdown bar on, you kind of like push up on the glass a little bit and then grab the lockdown bar. One big thing I always recommend for everyone is glass corner protectors. This is tempered glass. Setting it directly on the floor, you're risking breaking it. Even on this carpet out in the show floor, if there's one little piece of gravel or something that you can't see on the floor and you set the glass down on it, it's gonna shatter into a bajillion pieces, and that's a puzzle game that you don't wanna piece together. Also, an interesting too is heat. Heat will affect the tempered glass. So say you have your game in your garage and you have really cold concrete floors, but your hands are really warm, the heat's running and stuff. You take that glass with your warm hands and the heat and then set it on that cold concrete, that risks popping it too. So things like this, these corner protectors that we have on our website will do wonders. These are like less than $10 and saves you several hundred, and agony of finding glass shards in your game for the next 50 years. If you don't have these and you're in a clutch, you can put a towel down. I know a lot of folks that use pool noodles and then just cut a slit and put that down. That works great too. Whatever you gotta do, just don't put the glass directly on the floor. So we'll take the glass off, and I'll show you this in Dolly too. All the different eras of games are all slightly different. But once you get the hang of it, it's mostly easy to figure out what's going on. I'm gonna put it over there because we're gonna lift the playfield up. And one little trick I like to do too, because you might be working on your game by yourself, you know where everything is, but then you have a friend or family member being like, hey, what's going on? Let me check it out. And then they just fall over your glass. So I always like to put a towel or something to make it more obvious that there's a glass sitting there. So anytime you lift the playfield up, you're gonna always wanna take the balls out. Because if you don't take the balls out, they're gonna fall down, possibly break some plastics and stuff. It's really freaky, hearing like the go. But right underneath, and I'm sorry I don't have a camera over here, but afterwards, if y'all wanna come by the booth or something and see kind of more up close, we can show you these demos too. But there's a little plunger here connected to the trough that holds the balls. You just grab it underneath it, and then you flick it up really hard. The camera's already put there. And then you just keep pushing it up to pop the balls out, and you can just grab them all like that. You let it go, you hear the ball resetting. The mic will pick it up. And then they just come out. So this game has 6 balls. Most games on the lockdown bar will tell you how many balls to install. That's actually pretty important because sometimes you may be like, oh, the game's not working, what's going on? And then this needs 6 balls and you have only 5 in the game. Or it needs 4 balls and you have 6 in the game and it's doing lots of weird stuff. So always make sure you have the exact amount of balls you need for your game. I'm gonna put these here. All right, so lifting playfield, I grab it by the apron and kind of lift up, and then you pull out. They're on kind of like a metal track that allows you to do that. So there's a couple different service modes, so to speak, of where your playfield can go. So you can come all the way out here, rest on these brackets. The stern brackets are cool. They have little rubbers down here, sits on the lockdown bar or lockdown channel really easily. And this is a good position if you need to like get in and do a quick flipper rebuild or check out what's going here and stuff like that. So, but from here, if you want to raise your game all the way up, say you're looking for a broken wire or something that's very common, or you need to make some switch adjustments, change a bulb, you just pull it out all the way like this, and then I slowly walk up with it while holding onto it. So, machine's way taller than me. Again, I'm super small, but I can still lift it up on my own with confidence. Coming back down is the same thing. I kind of grab it with one hand, and I like walk around on my tiptoes to here so I can get it, and just kind of work my hands down to here, and then you can shove it in. This motion right here, when you do it first, is very kind of scary. You think you're gonna break the game or something, but it's on that metal channel, and it has a hump that you have to get it up and over so you can close it back and get it all back into position. Right, Craig? Yeah. So Craig just came in. We'll do a quick little introduction of who Craig is and all the awesome stuff he provides, and then he's gonna help me show you guys, continue to show you guys the kind of basics of owning your first game. So hey, there's Craig Hassel, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Yay.
Well, I guess one question I'll just ask you guys, if y'all are there, we can go on and on. I could be diarrhea of the mouth with pinball, but is there any questions you might have as a new pinball owner, something you don't know that I can answer for you? I'm more than happy to, if anybody has a question, but.
Yeah, there's one right there.
What you got? Waxing the playfield? That's a good question, and it's all really my spiel I'll give people when they're buying a machine on keeping. The one thing with pinball maintenance, you want to keep the playfield clean, because honestly, there are so many things you can buy that, you know, depreciate in value a lot, but a pinball holds value very well, and you want to keep it clean. The one I use a lot the most is Novus 2, and it's a playfield cleaner and a polish. Now, in home use, you're not going to need it as often as somebody on a route location, but my kind of thing that I kind of tell people to look for, you don't have to do it every time you play, but the one thing I notice is these games just naturally sitting on the electronics, especially when they're getting played, the electronic solenoids emit this black carbon dust. It starts accumulating on the playfield, and the ball will pick it up and track it all over the place. Not to mention you've got the rubber rings that over time are going to dry rot. They're going to break down. They're going to need to be replaced eventually. But that dirt accumulates on the playfield, and it's good to wipe that off. Now, my kind of just visual, even for mine in my home, because they're not getting played as often as one would in an arcade, is you can always look in what is called, referred to here as the in lanes. It's the 2 lanes that the ball always goes down and returns to the flippers. You will start noticing this thin little black line accumulating, because the ball's picking it up and the ball goes in the exact same spot every time. When you see that, that's kind of an idea of time, hey, I'm gonna take the glass off, and just wipe down whatever you can. You can squirt a little bit of this on the playfield or on a towel like she's doing. It looks like the consistency of butterscotch pudding. Just squeeze a little bit of it on, wipe it on with a towel. It'll quickly dry to a haze, and then wipe it back off.
So like
in home ownership, I say you might get 2 to 3 years before it's really termed the time to be what they call shopping out the machine, which is where you really take everything off the playfield, the ramps, the plastics. You really clean in between all the nooks and crannies, put new rubber rings on it. Rubber ring kit for most any pinball machine doesn't cost more than maybe 25 bucks. It's the labor of how long it's going to take. You have a weekend project ahead of you of, taking everything off, because it all kind of comes off systematically in a certain order. You cannot get to this back here until this ramp is off.
With the one thing with the rubber ring kits, we try on our website marcopinball.com to have game-specific ring kits. So you can buy like a bulk assortment if you like, but if you're partial to a particular color or you just want it simplified for you, you can get the Pokemon Premium ring kit.
And theirs comes with a map, and it'll show you where every one of them goes.
So with the Novus 2 cleaning and the Novus 1, or even with wax, you kind of, like Craig was saying, you put a little bit on your rag. Make sure your rag is clean. If like this is like an old shop rag and this has some little dirt or hard something follicles on it, and you start wiping it on your playfield, you're gonna scratch your clear coat.
And the same thing what I just did, I'll sometimes do that with my hand off, and if I see black on my fingers, it's not really noticeable, but that's when I kind of feel it's time to clean it.
And it's just buff in and buff off. So like I wiped that Novus 2 all on it. I'm getting a nice dry side, and then I'm going through and like wiping it all off. And you would do the same thing for wax. So for these modern, no, this is not wax. This is just a cleaner, and this will help kind of like buff out some scratches and your clear coat and everything. This is, if you're keeping your game maintained, you really only need the Novus 2 and then really the Novus 1, which is basically more of a liquid type of thing.
There are 3 different Novuses. So there's Novus 1. I don't know which one.
That's 3, and this is the 1. This is like for playfield plastics. Yeah, it's like a spray as well too, so just super liquidy.
Now, do not use 3 on the playfield. It's like pumice. It would be more for like polishing metal. It's real gritty feeling.
Or 3 is good for cleaning your car lights, your headlights. You know how it gets all like foggy and stuff? Get some 3 and buff it out.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So if you're buying a brand new machine, like say you get a new in box Pokemon from Craig, A lot of times they'll have like in these mechs that are gonna be moving around in packaging, they'll have like zip ties and foam in it. So you'll wanna take the glass off, do a full inspection, cut off any of those zip ties that are obvious there for packing to hold the thing straight. Sometimes underneath too. So you'll wanna lift up the play field and check all there and make sure it's all good to go.
And when cleaning them too, if you had to take a ramp off, you're gonna have to lift the play field. There's probably 2 or 3 plugs that are going to that ramp, and they're keyed. You usually can't screw it up and plug it in incorrectly. Now, we do offer the service of shopping out somebody's machine locally here. You have to bring the game to us or we have to pick it up. We do not do that as a service call in the house. Because our rate, if we were to go to your house and do a repair, is $99 an hour plus trip charge. It's not economical. So we do in-house into our store, shop out. It's a flat $250. That would be us replacing all the rubber rings, really giving it a good cleaning, any bulbs it may need replaced, and the balls. Anything else beyond that, we charge $69. It's our hourly shop rate in the store, plus parts, if it needs other repairs. There's typically when you start shopping a game, you find stuff. The metal yokes are typically broke on the pop bumpers. They just wear out over time. It's common parts that seem to wear out, just like maintenance on your car, but less often in home ownership. Once again, I keep saying my spiel because I've sold so many of these games to people, but you in home ownership might put up to 500 plays on your game in a year, depending upon, you're gonna wean off of it over time, but in an arcade, 500 plays a week possibly, depending upon the busyness of the arcade. So you're not like the Uber driver driving the car, so it's kind of like that.
Going back to using wax, a lot of people will use carnauba wax, especially on older games where they don't have like the hard clear coat. It's just the exposed wood. That wax will give a little bit of juice back into the wood. It helps the wood not crack and stuff over time. But a lot of these modern games, like especially if you're getting it new in box, you don't even have to go that far. The Novus 1 and 2 will do the trick for you. Cleaning the rubbers, you can use the Novus 1, or we have like a Wildcat rubber cleaner, and you just put a little bit on a shop towel or rag, and then you just kind of like wipe down all of them. A common thing with new games that I always see sometimes is like when you turn it on, the sling will be machine gunning. Like you're not playing anything and it's like ba 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 ba, and you're like, man, what's wrong with my game? It's brand new. It's just like this. Can you see? Yeah, this sling rubber will be too tight, pushing these leaf switches in a bit. So you just kind of like give it more slack by like grabbing it by the edge of the posts and then bringing it in, and that should usually fix your problem.
Because your slingshots there's a rubber ring around them, and there's 2 blade switches. So whenever the rubber impacts it from the balls, do that. But if it's stuck closed, it thinks the switch is constantly shut. Any other questions by chance we can answer for somebody? What you got?
Yeah, as far as like system tests in the menu. So Stern just made a new menu system, but they're all pretty similar. This is the Spike 3, sorry. Quick adjustments now they have right on this front page. And this is also where you can set the game to free play. Let's see if we're using that. Oh, we're not using that.
But yes,
sorry.
there is diagnostics to do with switch test. And
yeah,
coil
how many
test,
balls.
and specific mechanisms. I guarantee probably on this one there's
so device tests.
Yep. Mouth, whatever that.
Yeah, we can do a mouth test. So when you're like, oh, I want to test my mouth, but it has this 48 volt disabled sort of thing. You'll see this on a lot of like modern and DMD games. There's actually an interlock switch that protects the power. So whenever you open the coin door, the 48 volts turns off as a safety feature. But if you're testing, all you do is grab this white switch on the inside and pull it out, and then you're good to go. It sends the 50 volts back into the game, and then you can kind of do all your your tests. So
What you
I've
got?
never tested.
What you got, man?
It goes up.
Say that again. I mean, in really high traffic areas, well, on new Stern machines or most of the new manufactured games, they've already kind of figured out which of the areas that kind of need those spots, like around the pop bumpers or near a scoop hole. They'll have stuff like that. I mean, the clear coat they have on them is really good now, and it depends. If you're doing it in home ownership, it's just my opinion, I think the playfield protectors are overkill in a home environment. I mean, you're not putting that much play in it. Now, if you put it out on location, yes, it would help the longevity of the protection of the playfield. But in home ownership, I think it's a little excessive, in my opinion.
Yeah, unless you're just playing it over and over and over again. But if you are concerned about, which is a valid concern, because we want these games to last forever, what I do when I get a new game is I play it, I see how all the ball paths go, and like Craig said, where the ball is going to be hitting or going to a certain place constantly, I'll just cut out a little piece of Mylar. Like, we sell rolls of the Mylar. We have custom shapes, or you can just make it yourself, and I'll like cut a shape and be like, okay, a good one, like my James Bond, the ball comes here on this wire form, it drops down, and it keeps hitting James Bond like right on the head right there.
And
so
Mylar,
I put the little Mylar plastic, and see, this one already has it, right? On this Stern one, you put the little Mylar sticky on there, make sure you clean it and stuff before you adhese it down, and then that will help protect the playfield.
And what Mylar is, just if any of y'all don't know, it's just like a clear sticker that's just kind of protecting the wood surface that's on the game. One thing I want to ask y'all, being if any of y'all haven't bought a pinball yet or are new pinball owners, because this is one that has thrown a curveball for me many times. I had to make a YouTube video to explain it to customers. Do y'all know what the match feature is on a game? Okay. Some people don't. And on a new Stern game, I cannot tell you how many times we've sold a new game to somebody. Hey, we need you to come out and fix our game. I'm like, what's wrong with it? They go, man, it makes this loud knock every once in a while from the speakers. There's like something wrong with it. I go, it's supposed to do that. No, I think there's something wrong with the sound on the game. And what it is on these newer games, unlike Dolly Parton, which actually has a physical knocker that hits the cabinet whenever you win a new game, the new ones, it's this loud squelch sound that comes from the speakers. And a lot of people just don't know what match is. And match is because pinball, forever from time, has given the player the opportunity to win a free game. And when you win a free game, they intentionally make it as a loud sound. So, hey, look at me, I won a free game. I either matched at the end of the game or I hit the replay score, which is a certain score threshold of where it would give an award out. But the match feature, for those in here that might not know what that is at the end of the game, your score, blah, 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 something million points, it ends in blah, 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 5-0. The last tens digit. At the end of the game, when the game is over, it randomly generates a 10-digit number, whether it be 00, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And if that number matches the last two digits of your score or anybody else who's playing, you hear it make a loud knock sound. And it's supposed to do that. Now, you can disable it, but a lot of people don't know what that means. So I'm just saying it's normal for it to do that sound.
Your tip on that reminded me one thing that made my dad completely heartbroken. I want to show this real quick with the high score to date. So a lot of the solid state machines have this, and you know, you're playing your game, you get that grand champ, and you're like, yeah, I have the grand champ of the family, and everyone keeps coming over and trying to beat it and stuff. And then all of a sudden, one day, just randomly, maybe a few years down the line, where did my grand champ score go? It happened to my dad, and he was so heartbroken because he was whipping my butt on Stranger Things. So in any of your solid states, to find the menu, look for this HSTD. That stands for high score to date. Very important. Stock, it's always resets because you want to be like, oh, chase a new high score. But for us, we want to have that street cred until someone we know breaks it. So you just go and you reset it all the way till it's basically off. That way, whatever that high score is, 10 years from now, if you're still at the top, you'll still be at the top. Now, say you have some kids coming over and you don't need to save your high score grand champ, it's cool to reset it because then, you know, everyone remembers the first time they got a grand champ on a game, right? Like, especially if you're on your location or stuff. So it's fun to sometimes do reset it in order to engage with folks and get them just as passionate about pinball as we are, so.
I was gonna, can I do something?
Yeah, go in. Here, get out of that part. While Craig's doing that, I'm gonna open up Dolly too, just so we can see a little bit different how they look different eras.
That is the sound.
Oh yeah,
It should make that sound.
Free
That's
game.
normal. There is nothing wrong with the speakers.
Oh, as I'm opening this, I will say too that when you buy a new game, it's always nice to have all your games have the same lock and key. That makes it simple. So like this is my master lock that works on all my games. That way I can always open the coin door and I'm not fumbling through different keys. And then the key that goes here, and then, oh no, the key that will open your back box will
There's
always
typically-
be in here.
Typically 2 sets of keys with a game. The back box
Yep.
a lot of times is typically keyed differently. There is a hook on the inside of the door on most newer games, even back to the 90s and 80s and stuff. There's a hook there, and that's typically where you keep the key that opens up the back box. And I suggest please keep it there so you don't lose it, because it's mandatory sometimes to get on the inside of the game.
So this is what a modern Stern looks like. It's all powered by this one main computer here. Thanks. Everyone's like, oh, why, Moto? And then a bunch of other node boards underneath. So that's how you'll get into if you need to, say, add your Ethernet cable for your Insider Connected or do something like that up in the game. And then you just do the complete opposite to get it back in. So Translite goes in first, if I can find the hole. I'll have my sign.
What you got, man?
If you're in the market to buy a new game, you go to
And
somebody's
this goes
house,
straight back in.
do you have a mental or physical checklist that you're going down the list of to say,
Huh?
I'm looking for these physical things to make sure I'm not buying a piece of junk or a lemon or something I'm going to buy a nightmare to go, you know, I want nothing to do with that machine. I'm going to power it up, I'm going to play it. I'm going to look for physical things that are, this is a pretty good one to start with. I know I'm going to be at least in good shape to fix it up and you know I'm going to have a good playable machine, or to know what you're going to have a good starting place. Some kind of a checklist that you use. You're obviously very good at it. Me not owning any pinball machines, I know nothing about it, so I'm
Yeah.
I trust somebody to say, oh, it's great, I'm going to get home and it's going to be a nightmare.
Well, obviously, I would look through the machine and see, you know, look under the play field, look up in the back box, look at the board, see if there's any hack
Always put this
repairs with
back.
electrical tape. You know, also, here's one, because you don't know where you got the game from and the history or where that person got the game. One of my really good friends in here who's now, he's got a huge pinball collection, but one of his first games he ever bought, he bought it on eBay. And he had me go in to shop it and clean it for him. I brought it back to my store, and when I checked it out at his place and I lifted the play field for the very first time, and he didn't even know this, but I lifted the play field, and it looked fine from the outside, but there was a watermark about this far up on it, and the inside transformer was rusted. I was like, man, your game was in a flood. He was like, how do you know? I go, look inside. You can see the water line, and there was just dried silt on the inside of the cabinet. And you can see sometimes, because the bottom of the you know, it would be sagging, because a lot of times they have press board for the bottom. So that's one thing to look for. The most obvious one that you can see on most any game that's a bit more newer than Dolly Parton, we're talking like mid-'80s they started doing it. The games all have in them now an internal test. The game is testing itself, and it can tell within 30 games, in a 30-game range, if something has not changed. Either a switch has never closed or a switch is never opened. And the most obvious way you can see it a lot of times on a game, if it's a newer one where it'll say credits or it'll say free play up here, but if you see a period after it, the period is referred to as the credit dot. That is an operator alert for them to go inside of the door and go into the test menu, and it'll tell you if something's not working right. So that's something to look. That might be something worth checking into. And it doesn't necessarily mean something is really physically wrong, but it's definitely something to inspect and look at on that game. I fixed up a guy's, I'm just giving you a quick story here, No Good Gophers pinball. And I brought it to his house, and he was like, what's the credit switch? And I was like, well, let's go check it out and look. Well, all it was, there's a really hard shot on the game No Good Gophers. It's called the 19th hole. Literally, the ball has to go airborne and jump and land in this little hole. Well, it went 30 games of me even, play testing it, cleaning his game, and I never hit it. And I just showed him, I go, look, we put it into switch test, and the error went away immediately because the game had just there was a 30 game range that there was no change. So any game, you could even walk around when you're out in the showroom. I guarantee there's probably some out there, especially these games are getting played hard this weekend. Look where you see it says free play. If you see a period behind it, something's not working. You're not going to get that electrical.
No, you're just going to have to see it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then with electromechanical games, learning how to read schematics is going to be your best source to keeping that game maintained. And in a few minutes here, let's see what we're at. We have about 15 more minutes, but after that, we're going to have Ask a Tech Anything Q&A, and we'll have some master techs that are help keeping these games on the show floor running this weekend up here on the stage just to take any sort of y'all's questions about fixing games, etc. like that too.
In electromechanical games, I'll just say, if something usually is not working and broke on those, a lot of times it's just a switch contact needs to be cleaned, or maybe a coil. Very little amount on expense on parts to repairing an electromechanical game. It's labor. Reading a schematic and finding out which switch stack needs to be adjusted, what contact needs to be burnished. It's more into the electronic games where it could possibly be an actual component or something that has failed on it. Not so much on electromechanicals. Yeah. Any other questions by chance? Anybody have anything else?
For wear and tear on the machine, is it better to keep it on for longer periods or power it up and shut it down?
If you're not playing it, I wouldn't leave it on
Yeah,
all
just
the
keep
time.
it on. Just like turning the
It's just
lights
like your
off at your
TV.
house.
Would you leave it on all the time? Everything with electronic has a certain lifespan. So if you're not, I don't leave mine on all the time. I mean, just if you're not playing it, turn it off.
Yeah, like it's not gonna hurt it to have, like, these games are on for 16 hours through the day with a lot of people playing on it. It's fine. If you forget it, nothing's gonna happen. But like Craig said, any electronic, you don't leave your TV on all day long or your car running. Just turn it off.
And the other thing too, they're not fragile. If you think about it, they're meant to get used and abused in an arcade, so they should hold up, That's the goal with them. What you got?
I know we're a long ways from paper books. For like a new machine, I'm assuming the unpacking instructions on the computer, all that stuff is online, right? You gotta download a PDF and read it all. That stuff's available.
Of course, yeah. For all the
Manuals and
games,
stuff? Yeah.
the manuals pretty much, I will say too, I get this question a lot. People ask me, they're like, so does the manual tell me how to play the game? I'm like, no, not at all. The manual pretty much might have a few basic rules in it, but the manual is pretty much parts, is what it is, in basic settings of how to set the game up. But most games should come with the manual, or the manufacturer might have it available online on their website. I know all of the Stern manuals are on their website, although they do come with them inside of the game. But as far as gameplay goes too, the best thing to do
Watch
is
YouTube
watch
videos.
people play. Like
Yeah.
my son is really good at playing, and if I don't understand a game, me and him will collaborate on, well, how did you do that? Or better yet, when I'm watching him play, I'm reading the screen because he can't look at it, and it helps me to learn what the heck you're supposed to do.
You had mentioned zip ties and all. When the box comes to your house,
Yeah.
it'll walk you through the procedure of turning it into the machine, right? All the setup and all that.
There's with a Stern game, if you crack open the top of the box, they have a printout right there inside that shows you step by step
What
how
you're
to
supposed to
set
take
it
off.
up.
Yeah.
Really, for a Stern game, the only tools you need is a 2-wheel hand truck to bring the box into your house, a 5/8" socket wrench, and a box cutter to get into it. But most everything else, I mean, it'd just be on a case-by-case basis. They also have a really good video on their YouTube channel.
Yeah, how to unbox,
Because
yeah.
we've sold some out of state, and people ask that question, how do I set it up? And I'll send them the YouTube video from Stern. It shows step by step how to do it. It's really
And like
really
the taking
easy.
the stuff off of the packaging, it'll be really obvious. Like, I bet when this Mewtwo or Meowth came, it had giant gray foam around it and strapped down. That's like what my dragon looked like in Dungeons and Dragons. So you'll know what needs to come off. If you lift the playfield up, there's tons of zip ties holding wire cabling and stuff together.
Some of
Don't
it
take
right
those
here.
off.
Yeah.
Don't take those off. If you're buying an older game, we do have most of every manual online on our website that you can get. You can also source a lot online if you are cool with the PDF copy. I find like reading schematics for the older games, it's nice having like that
Yeah,
big
have a
printout that
physical
you can
copy.
trace it because it's all about like following the wire path and stuff like
A
that.
really good website out there too, ipdb.org, stands for the Internet Pinball Database. And you can type in there any pinball machine you're looking for, and there's pictures of it and production numbers and who designed it, who's the artist, and a lot of times there'll be the owner's manual for it on there too, for most games. What's up? Well, it would depend on what part of the country you're in, and I think a lot of us in the pinball world, that do this day in and day out, we have a lot of connections in other cities and stuff that we could find somebody to definitely help you out with.
Yeah, if you're a DIYer and you want to fix it yourself, you're ready to get into the game, there's so much resources from pinwiki.com
I was gonna
and
say that,
Pinside, different groups on Facebook even, pinball repair groups where people will help you, or you just kind of type in your issue and look on Google and you can find other threads. The pinball community is awesome, so when people do fix some weird oddball issue with their game, a lot of times they're documenting it and reporting it so others that come across that issue will be able to fix their game as well too.
Yeah.
And then if you don't feel confident and you need to find a tech in your area, again, you can call us at marcopin.com. We have our website, and we have a PinTech database with technicians from all over the world. So we are constantly adding more master techs to that. So tell us, what city, state you live in, and we can kind of give you a few names and be like, yeah, try Eugene, if you're over in Springfield, Missouri area or something.
And I was going to say too, YouTube is wonders too. Like literally myself, I learned something new this week. I had a customer who bought one of these Pokemon show games, and he wants to put a dollar bill acceptor on it. Well, I knew that we needed to get this other wiring harness because they're not ready for a 115 volt dollar bill acceptor. They're wired up for a 12 volt. It's what goes on this plate here. And so I had to get them the harness, and I got the harness, and I can see where it plugs in on this side, but I had no idea where the other end of it goes. So thank God for YouTube. It basically told me to get inside of here, and you had to take the cover off the power supply, and right inside of there was where the other end of it was plugged into.
Yeah. If I learned a trick from Andrew Barney that to do the dollar bill acceptor for the Stern games, if you leave the head down, you can access that cover to fish that cable in through a lot easier without having to go through the rigmarole of taking that whole metal plate off. So
Oh, really?
I just posted a video about that recently, and it's like, oh my God, that's such a time saver.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So little tips and tricks like that are all spread across YouTube and on the internet and stuff as well too. Yeah, so I guess like free play, we saw how to set, especially if this isn't a home environment and you want to set to free play, you don't want to worry about the coin drop. You saw on the Stern menu, it's like in the very basic quick adjustments. I'm not sure if it starts on free play or if you have to put it on
you
free
have to
play.
set it on free
Okay,
play.
so otherwise it's going to ask for coins. You just come into there, it's the very first one right there. You hit black to toggle through, and then the red buttons, the volume buttons to set yes or no, and then you're good. For older games, I think there's like dip switches.
Well,
Or depending on...
there is a way you
or-
can make it on that one on free play. There's
Yeah.
two ways. If you got the new Alltech board, there is definitely
Right.
a dip switch which is a new modern MPU board for those old games, because the original MPU board on a Bally, they used the same MPU board from 1977 to 1985. That same board is interchangeable from all of their pinballs in that era, beside the ROM chips that is game specific. But there was back then no way of setting the game on free play if you had the original board. Now, if you have the new one she's talking about in here, there is a dip switch on the Ultimate MPU board that you flip it and it's on free play. But there is still a kind of a hack way to make, if it had, or any of the really old Gottlieb, Williams, Bally games, Stern games of this old era, how to make them on free play. And what you do, and I'm saying it's a hack, but you're not actually changing anything on it, is what you do, there is on, I'm gonna take it off for just a second here, just to show it. I don't know where you can see this. So there is this card that shows what the replay scores are. And that means that when it hits one of these scores you get, pop, you're gonna get a free game. Now, what you could do, second, not on it. But what you could do with the older game, because that's a setting in the menu, is to set what the replay scores are. Now that card there has 2 scores on it. Most classic games allow 3 replay scores. So what I would do if that was my game and I was to put it here in the show, and I don't want to have to keep going over there and put credits in it, I'm going to set the first replay score at 10,000 points. As soon as you almost hit something, pop, it's going to give a replay. So I'll load it with 40 credits. Somebody's going to just barely hit anything on the play field, and it'll just kind of keep maintaining 40 in there the whole time.
Yeah, and then the most analog version, if you're not changing dip switches, doing that hacks, installing a new credit switch button, is you open the coin door and you can kind of like fill your finger in and fill this like little lever, and it's like tiny, almost like a paper clip, and you just pull it down.
It's the micro switch that basically,
like if the coin
mechanism
down,
there, when the quarter goes down, it goes through this coin mechanism and it registers that it's either a quarter or it's going to reject it. But when it goes down, all it is the quarter just drops on a micro switch, and just that's what's tripping the credits on them.
Yeah. Awesome. I think we can take one last question and then we're going to wrap up, but stick around because we're about to introduce some more techs onto the table for any of those kind of deeper tech questions stuck on a game repair or something like that.
Anybody? What's up? Yeah. I've done it enough I could do it by myself.
I always recommend having a buddy.
Yeah.
It's more fun anyway.
But what I do, if I'm doing one by myself, the hardest part is getting the 2 back legs on. So if I had a brand new machine in the box, it's going to come and it's folded up to where, they ship on the back side here is the bottom of it. There's little feet how they ship upwards like this with the coin, with the back box folded up. I'll roll it in with the 2-wheel hand truck dolly where I want to put it in the house, cut it out of the box, kind of position it where I want, put the 2 front legs on, set it down. So now this is sitting up and the back end is still down here. If you can get somebody to help you, that'd be great. A lot of times I'm lifting it and I got my other foot and I got a bar stool and I'll kick it under the back end and I'll get the 2 back legs on that way. Yeah. But if you can get somebody to help get that bar stool.
He's a beast. That's a great way to injure yourself. But yeah, the bar stool trick definitely helps. But you should have someone there with you. It's the safest bet.
Yeah,
then
2
they can
people,
lift it up.
But I don't always have somebody there, and I'm excited to open the game up, so I want to get playing. Yeah. Pizza and beer works wonders for getting friends to help you. Yeah.
It's what keeps us going in pinball. So again, you take your glass off, you're cleaning the game and stuff. Don't forget to put your balls in. You got to put the balls back in. You always wipe them down, too.
Yes.
These just came out.
Yeah, the new ones, when you get a new game, they have this oily substance on them to keep them lubricated and not rust in transit. So always clean them off before you put them in the game. And also too, when you are cleaning a game and you're going to shop a game out, like I said, and you're going to replace all the rubber rings, replace the balls. Balls
Yes.
over time, they will get pitted, they will get little rust spots. All of this is about just maintaining it. The better you can take care of this machine, the better it will hold its value. Because
Yeah.
they hold value. I mean, there are, I know, better things to invest in, but they definitely hold more value than your couch or your wife's wedding ring. I know that. So I'm just saying, you know,
Ooh.
I tell people usually on average, you know, when we're giving somebody something in trade, 65 to 75% return on investment is what I'm typically giving in trade, and sometimes more. Sometimes I'll give you what you paid for it if it's worth more now. I mean, you got a Tron limited edition, I'll be happy to give you more than probably what you paid for it. Yeah.
Awesome.
Any other questions before we wrap it up?
Sweet. Well, thank you
Okay,
guys
well,
so
I guess
much.
I
We
think we're good.
appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in, y'all.
For those who haven't bought your first pinball machine yet, I hope you get it, and it's awesome. We are here. Can you put the Gerald, the QR code, or Richard, the QR code up on there just for a little bit? That's just like a quick basic how to get to our website. Goes to like one of our wish lists. Oh, I saw it for a sec.
And also, if anybody's looking for a new Stern machine, Chicago Gaming, American Pinball, all the major manufacturers, I'm back there selling them. I'm our local dealer that handles that.
Yeah.
We do ship across the U.S.
And then Tex, you guys can come
yeah.
up.
What's
Go
up?
ahead and come up.
And Turner. I'm now a Turner
Oh,
dealer, so if you want
Turner
a
too.
Yukon
Yeah,
Yeti, we could definitely
Yukon
get you one of
Yeti.
those too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Matthew's passing around our In Pinball We Trust keychains for everyone for hanging out with us today. But yeah, enjoy your first game. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Craig. And then we're going to go ahead and get set up for the Ask a Tech Anything Q&A. So if my techs want to come up to the front and get comfy. That was great, Craig.
Oh, we're a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and turn on the troubleshooting. Hey. Alright.
Glass off, and now this is like the next step of keeping your game working,
There we
how to diagnose an issue.
Back in business.
It's going to be really reliant on one of your most important tools, which is a multimeter, and go from there, and you'll learn some great tips and tricks on hopefully how to get some of y'all's games working if you have any issues. Tomorrow, we are going to be doing an intro to pinball ownership class, so if y'all have any friends or family that are here at the show and that are hesitant to buy their first pinball machine or just bought their first pinball machine and haven't learned how to do the basic things like taking off the glass or how to clean the game, then have them come over tomorrow afternoon. That class will be for them. They'll get inspired, join us in the pinball collector hobby that we all love. And then right after that, we'll be doing Ask a Tech Anything. And so it's going to be a Q&A panel with like 5 or 6 of the master techs here at TPF. They're going to all be sitting here, and everyone will just kind of go in a row and be like, hey, I have these issues. My hard body sound isn't firing up. What kind of next step should I do? And then, you know, between all the groups of guys that are up here, hopefully we'll give you guys something to take home and work on your games next. So start thinking about what those questions are that you want to ask them. Yeah, try to stump Eugene. That's really going to be the...
No, hard body.
MO.
Oh, geez.
I know. Yeah, I won't ask that question. I already know the answer. But yeah, we're almost set up with our handheld. That way we can jump really close up, and in the screen over here, you'll be able to kind of go back and forth and see those close shots of, I'm like, where is the camera? Oh, the camera's over here. Hi, everybody on the internet. Thanks for joining us. We miss you. we're gonna figure
Is
out
that me?
to.
Squiggly? Oh,
I can also just use the webcam. Okay. We're getting our awesome new tech. We have a cool monitor. Thanks to the TPF seminar
not?
team, we are ready to go. Is what we're gonna say.
he says the new monitor's not working.
Yeah. It's all good. We don't need it. All right.
All right. So today, I'm Matthew Talley, by the way. This is Eugene Marsh.
Marsh, I am Eugene Mosh on the groups, and on pin side, I am Pinball_Eugene, which I'm not on very much, but that's
Yeah. I've been working with Eugene a lot over the last few years, actually, like hitting him up and getting a bunch of tips. So this is a real fun blessing for me to be able to hang out with you and learn a bunch. And we're going to kind of walk through a bunch of stuff that everyone should know on troubleshooting a pinball machine. Different eras. We were going to bring 3 eras in here, but we only can fit 2, so this will still be good. Good diagnostics and how to figure out what's wrong and where to start and going from there, man. There's a lot to cover, so I think we're just going to jump right into it. A lot of the topics we got, we're going to be going through like test modes, so like showing you the different test modes on the different eras of games on how to go through and basic, light test, solenoid test, kind of diagnose, see if everything's working that way, and then we're going to get deeper into that by getting into the multimeter, how to use that, and then a lot of common issues of like testing voltage points, test points up in the boards, and where to find that and how to do that safely so you don't short out anything else and damage your game even more. So Eugene is getting his multimeter together here, and we'll kind of.
Will that be able to go on the big screen?
Oh yeah, there we go. We're up there. We're not necessarily going to go straight in this order, but we're going to kind of dance around a little bit in it and try to get all these points hit. So, starting off, the multimeter. Multimeter is your best friend when you are diagnosing games, and so I'll let Eugene kind of go through the different settings and stuff like that, what you're looking to be using and where and how.
So, like I said, my name is Eugene, and we're going to go over a lot of the basic functions of a pinball: display, sounds, music, switches, lamps, coils. And all that stuff kind of relates to if the game even boots up and turns on. So if the game does not boot up and turn on, where do I start? My game is not booting up. Well, one of the first things would be, we always say, ASAP, always start with power.
I like that. ASAP.
ASAP, always start with power. So a multimeter has 2 functions. It has DC and AC voltage. I always say it like this because if you say DC AC, then people aren't thinking you're referring to the rock band right off the bat. So there is, we have to go a little bit closer here. So in every game, now on new Stern pinball machines, I'll go that a little bit too when we talk about coils. Stern pinball machines, man, they obviously play. You got flippers, coils, ramps, and all that stuff. But man, there is only like 4 things in a new Stern. You have 1 power supply, you have 1 main computer board, and then everything else is an I/O related board and the node board, we call the node board, that drives your coils. So there is not much. If 1 switch goes bad, if 1 coil goes bad, it's only a couple different things.
It's not too hard to diagnose on a new Stern.
New Stern, man, is, we had a problem with the KISS that it froze on the Stern screen. And we replaced it with the SD card and uploaded the new code, and bam, it worked. It's been working since. We have not had a node board problem at all, and I haven't had any cable problems. I've had a broken switch in my Ghostbusters about every 4 to 6 months. We have a premium, when it goes down the thing, it must just hit so hard. We have those on hand all the time because that switch, when it goes into the sewer, breaks frequently. That's some very Thankful for that because our games are played a lot. Got some of my local people here. I run 2 arcades in Marshfield, the Retro Zone Arcade of Marshfield. We got 20 pins, and 1984 Arcade in Springfield is about 19 pins. But nevertheless, this game has a big, giant transformer that puts out step-down AC voltages, and they get broken down. And this particular game has about 6 voltages. You got your 15, your 5, your coil voltage, audio voltage, and then you have plus and minus for high voltage. So one of the first things you want to do, if it's dead, to see if you actually, is your MPU even booting up, things like that. If we have 12 volts, first thing we want to check if we have 12 volts. And in this case we do, and then if we have 5 volts, and we do. So I actually have some parts and some pictures of games that might not have 5 volts. If you don't have 5 volts, it's the one with the leaky caps. Let's say you don't have 12 volts, or you do have 12 volts and no 5 volts. This particular picture is from a Daddy East machine. Now, Daddy East, unfortunately, we have a special guest in the crowd here, Mr. Todd Tuckey might know that Daddy used very cheap capacitors, craptacitors as he calls them. And Williams did not actually have that problem like Daddy East. Daddy East, man, it is leaky cap after another. And so if you have no 5 volts generated from the power supply, you will not get your MPU to boot up. So in that picture, you can see there's actually two of them up there that are actually real bad.
Top right, you can see all that black mess that has the capacitor leaking has now destroyed
Destroyed a trace.
Destroyed a trace, top left.
And then
top
that other
right.
one. So, Williams is actually a little more better. They use better fuse clips too. We'll talk about that too. So, and then we have 5 volts, and if we have that, and then, if you have 5 volts and 12 volts at the MPU board and it's not booting, there's lots of factors that could cause your MPU board not to boot up. Program, processor, things like that. We actually have another picture of a processor that's green, the corroded socket, and so, that could be that. So I get that in the groups. My game is not booting up, Eugene. What do I do? And the first thing I asked him is pictures of the boards, and I get pictures of the boards, and lo and behold, I get one, and then the guy, they're oblivious. A lot of people don't even know there's batteries in the game. Gosh, Eugene, I didn't even know there was batteries in the game. And yes, sometimes I almost want to think that was like a engineering ploy to
continue
buying boards or, But these games, when they came out back in the day, now Grand Lizard was, gosh darn it, I want to think it was 87, I think. It was definitely mid-'80s. Games were only really around to last about 5 years on routes and on locations. They made their money in everywhere, laundromats and Chuck E. Cheese and movie theaters, and everywhere were out to make money. And then usually when 5 years are up, they got rid of the game and they got the new, latest, greatest game. As pinball people know, some new games were not the latest and greatest, but nevertheless, this is the age of the pinball resurgence, which is about maybe 15 years ago. It's been slowly happening, and every year it's getting bigger, bigger, and better and better. Obviously, if you go out there, you see all homebrews. Homebrews, 10 years ago, there might have been 1 or 2, and now there's a whole homebrew section, which is very neat that you're getting these young entrepreneurs, anybody is just so fascinated by wanting to make their own design. So you have original titles and newer titles. But nevertheless, we get into the point where the MPU is booting up. So, okay, Eugene, man, my MPU boots up. Now what do I do? So, but I got no displays. Say it's running. You can obviously see in here it's running. This is running. Let's say you didn't have any displays. So the next thing you want to ask them is if you have high voltage. Do you have any high voltage at the board? Things like that. So this particular game uses old, we'll say original, before I blow myself up here. We have original displays in this Grand Lizard. This game is donated from Maxwell Harrison. He's a local Texas person and has original displays.
So when you're setting up your multimeter, you've got one lead going to ground, correct?
Yes, one lead is ground. This particular game has a braid that goes to the whole game, which is ground, so I got it clipped on ground. Every screw hole, though, so I always tell people this, where's ground, where's ground? I mean, every screw hole, because this whole back panel is a ground, so if this game hits by lightning, you are probably looking at a biggest paperweight. But nevertheless, screw hole is ground. We can actually even test that theory to show you people that. So we got ground here, and then we should have a negative. Oh, that's ground. There we go. Oh my gosh, what's going on here? Ah, shoot. I do have a huge hum in this game, so I am not sure. Did my meter come out? Well, nevertheless, ground is ground. Actually, there is a ground in the middle here. There actually is a ground test point. Did I just lose my meter? Oh, I'm on AC. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, there we go.
See, the difference between you have AC voltage and DC voltage. So the AC voltage comes out of the transformer, goes into the power supply, and gets converted into DC. That's a perfect example of AC and DC voltage. So here's a ground screw. Should have 120 volts. Bam. All right, and then we should have negative up here. That's ground. Negative. Bam. So these particular displays run on plus or minus 100 volts. So if there's no displays, I tell the people there's an orange glow. You can actually look in here on the side, and they actually emit a orange glow if there's high voltage. If there's not, then master glass could be dead or no high voltage. Another thing with these games, we call it a blanking signal. Blanking signal is actually enabled about, I don't know, half a second after the game comes on, and then everything turns on. Lamps, displays, coils, and all that gets enabled. So I had a recent case recently. Eugene, that's how it usually starts. Hey, Eugene.
Yeah. Always.
Hey, I just got my boards back from repair. What's going on? My Black Knight is not, I have no displays. Well, you have orange glow? I have orange glow. I have high voltage, everything. What's going on? He actually showed me a picture of what's going on. He showed me a picture of all his boards. This happens to be a System 11, but he showed me a System 7 pictures. And as soon as I said, I go, oh, your blanking signal is not connected. And he goes, what? And I circled the area, and then he goes, oh man, the connector was tucked behind the board. Hey, we're all good now. So, you know, there's things like that where
You gave me that too. I sent you a photo when I was working on a Simpsons pinball party, and I was like, there's no displays, and you're like, your connector's in the wrong spot. I was like, oh my God. So taking photos when you're taking apart your boards is also a very good plan. So always take photos before you unplug everything, and make sure you can get everything back in the right spot, because even, you know, we do the same thing.
Do the same thing. Cases where your display, you got a master display ribbon, here's sound, but you have a master display ribbon cable that comes out of this board and goes to this board and is obviously divides out. I've had people, Eugene, I got my game back and I got, I don't know, pixelated garbage and stuff that's not on the screen and it's moving, and I'm like, show me a picture, and he actually had the thing reversed, so pin 1. So if you notice on all these cables in these games, we had a dolly part and we did not bring, but that game has the same thing. But all these cables have a red stripe, and I always tell people that pin 1, red stripe, pin 1, the red stripe, pin 1. So I think, oh, Eugene, it was on backwards. Okay, we're all good, great. I'm not going to show some of those examples now, but this, like I said, this is not my game. I will show some of the other examples. So, okay, great, we got displays. Eugene, I have no sound in my game. Oh. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this game. It's got a sound test button. Oh, okay. Eugene, I'm getting no sound when I start my game. Same concept. Is your ribbon cable's incorrectly, pin 1 to pin 1, and this particular board runs on plus and minus 15 or plus and minus 12 and 5 volts. So had the same thing recently. Eugene, this was in a Cyclone. Got my boards back. I got now a Cyclone game has speech and sounds generated on both boards. So a System 11 board, you got speech and sounds generated here, and it has a different soundboard. Speech and sounds are generated on the separate soundboard. And his particular game wasn't producing, I don't know, some certain speech, right? And I'm like, oh, well, I actually had an idea what was wrong with it. And he tells me my connectors are all connected incorrectly, my interconnector, my volume pot's in its right spot, okay, ribbon cable's brand new, okay. I got my voltages, and I go, are you sure you have your voltages? And he goes, yeah, well, the game's on. I got my, well, this game does not need negative 15 to boot up, but it does need negative 15 for the DAC signals to work. So he measures his meter, and down at the power connector, he goes, oh my gosh, I don't have my negative 15. Now, these are called IDE connectors, and the wire actually came out halfway. I don't know if you want me to get in here and look at that, but
Yeah, get close.
so these are IDE connectors. There's actually a big giant crimping machine at the factory, and they just go down the line, ka-chink, 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 when they make these. So obviously this game is, I don't know, 1987, 40 years old, and we got plus 12, we got negative 15. This particular wire was not in its spot. Even though it looked like it was not. So he did the old locations just wanted it fixed, and the operator didn't care how. He did not repin it correctly and put a screwdriver and shoved the wire back in. So he did that. So we had Tech Day on Wednesday. This guy, let's see what we got back here. Here we go. So we had Tech Day on Wednesday, and about 10 technicians and from all over. Todd brought Frank. Chuck was here walking around, and other people. Me, Matthew was here. Brian was there, and people just brought in different things. We had a Dolly Parton and just a F-14 and this and that. So I was working on an F-14 for a guy, and he had, now this particular connector is repinned, which is great. So as I'm working on, his only problem he mentioned was a pop bumper, and as we circle around this game, it had multiple things. Todd is going to show a video of that later on in his channel, but nevertheless, the switch connector was green. This one's actually been repinned and all this craziness. And we get to the power supply because it was original. I go, let me recap this, because we want this game to work all weekend. And then when you go home too. So I get to it, and a bunch of wires were actually soldered to the GI section. Here is half of the connector. You can see how burnt it is. The other one was just crispy cream, and it broke apart. But this is half of it, and I ended up using the other, reprinting with brand new pins and everything like that. So another example of no sound, volume pot. These volume pots are, 40 years old, and you can actually hear the static in them when you turn them up and down. I don't know if you can hear that or not. The volume pot's right here in the coin door. But there's static. So when the volume pot sits in the exact same place for many, many, many years, the carbon in the wipe will burn a spot in that. And so sometimes Eugene, I just got my boards back in my Lethal Weapon 3. Got everything working great. I got no sound. Now, again, Todd, I keep referencing Todd because he might know this because he's been as old as dinosaurs, but nevertheless, we love you, Todd. We love you, Todd. So he gets the game, and I get a lot of people that ask me this when they send me boards, and in this case, Data East. When they made it from the factory, they actually put a 330 ohm resistor in line with the volume pot. And that way it would never turn down all the way. Eugene, this game is in my house. My wife is driving me crazy. She says, this is too loud, please. I don't mind the game being here, but I got Joe Pesci going, hey, all the time, and I can't, this is driving me crazy. When you bolt for my boards, can you please do something with the volume? Absolutely, I know exactly what's wrong. The 330 ohm will not let it go down all the way, so I put a 47 in it, and what happens is that makes that wipe, in a different value. So when he got his boards back, the volume was all the way down, because he had his pot all the way down.
We said the sound wasn't working.
Sound wasn't working, and I'm like, what's going, I would think, so I go, look, I'm getting ready for Texas. I got to go here. So everything's connected, and he finally texted me and said, hey, Eugene, I got it working. The volume was all the way down. But nevertheless, you get to the point where you got you got everything working, and you might have a soundboard problem. Processor, program, buffer, PI, you never know. So, there's some things to check, certain things to check, and the book and manual. A lot of these games are very detailed. Eugene, I can't find this and that, I have been doing this for X amount of years, multiple decades, and so I know how to read books and prints very well. So the books and prints tell you, they give you pictures of the board, and they actually give you pictures of what the voltages are actually supposed to be in relative to ground. So if you know how to use a meter, and you have a meter, know how to use it. So I help people on the phone quite often about where to put ground and how to check test points of things like that. So, that's kind of it on display. So now let's say our game is working and we're going to go to, what do you want to go to? Do you want to go to lamps and switches? Because
yeah, let's do lamps.
Coils might take a little bit of time. So
let's check out this burnt lamp
transistor.
Okay,
so let's go to lamps. So we had a Dolly Parton here. Dolly Parton was part of Tech Day, and was actually the first game. They just go to a game. So everybody went to a game, and so I get to a game, and this was a Dolly Parton. I think it was yours and some that that you got it from. So it's been in this full circle.
Yeah, it was Nick Shell sold it to us.
Oh, that's right.
Ago, yeah, so
yep.
Pretty neat to bring back to Texas.
Yep. So another thing with pinball repair, hands on to Nick Shell. He is a EM genius. Him and Wyatt are here, helping with everybody that has EM machines. I am not an EM tech. I don't. I just, it's something I was not trained on. My guys from Marshfield that are here in the back, they've been sticking with Nick and Wyatt this whole time and learning about EM repair. So that is so wonderful because I get a lot of calls on that. And I don't know. I go, I don't know, man. I'm so sorry. They've actually passed away. I've known people that were EM geniuses. Kerry Wing's father was just an EM genius, and Richard Hammond from St. Louis, just an EM genius, and they've passed. And I just don't know anybody. But our kids are going to be learning this, and that's going to be wonderful. But anyways, back to Dolly. The lights, the controlled lamps. This is called controlled lamps. In the book in Dolly, they call it switched illuminated. I'm not sure why, but nevertheless, controlled lamps is controlled from the computer, and this particular case, it came on there very dim. And if you actually put it in test mode,
they would light back up again.
They would virtually disappear when they would all come on. And so I had all new Marco boards in it, which was cool. And it had
all new All-Tech boards.
All-Tech boards that we can get from Marco Specialties. And it actually even had a new rectifier board in it. So I was like, man, it's got a rectifier board. It's obviously voltage. So had to take the whole thing off, the Bally game, the transformer. It was, turn this down. Never mind, it's okay. The transformer, a Dolly game has a rectifier board attached to it, and it's all soldered wires to the single board. So you cannot really get to it very well, and you kind of maneuver it a little bit. So I actually maneuvered it off, put a bunch of bubble wrap behind it, and turned it on. And it's very careful. And looking at the book and manual, it had its correct AC voltage going in. It had about 7.5 volts going in. Okay, switched my meter to DC and measured it, and had 3 volts coming out of it. I go, okay, it's not a shorted bridge. It has an open diode in a bridge. So a bridge has 4 diodes in one bridge. And what it does, it rectifies AC into half-wave DC. And then if you put capacitors on it and things like that, you can get it into solid DC. So in Dolly, it uses unregulated DC for the lamps. I have a bridge. I bought everything I can think of I can bring for board repair, and I brought a new bridge, desoldered it, put a new bridge in, bam, worked great.
Full power.
Full power, super bright.
So again, always start with power.
So, I don't know, we never got that video? I don't know where this is going to work with the...
Yeah, she can zoom in on it.
You can zoom in? So here's a short video I was shopping at a Blackout game, and I had it all on, did all the boards and everything, and turned it on, and the Blackout game had lamps. It had lamps that were fading out. So if you look real close, you see how they dimmed out. Dimmed out. See that? So I was thinking to myself, well, I just rebuilt the boards. The boards work great on my bench, right? You know, before I take the board back out, let's measure the capacitor voltage right there. So there's a big giant cap in the back of the game. And I measured it. 12 volts, Todd. 12. Supposed to be 18. Okay? Switch it to AC to check the ripple. Oh my gosh, we got 6 and 7 volts of AC ripple. So what I did was replace the cap. Let's see if I got another video of that. It's 27 seconds. Here it is. So I replaced the cap. I actually didn't install it. It did clip leads. And if you look real close, you can see how bright it is. The lights are actually going off and on instantaneous like they're supposed to. And let's see if I got video of the voltage. Oh, my meter wasn't hooked up. Darn it. So he measures the meter. Bam, 17 volts solid. And then I flipped over to AC ripple to make sure. We had very low AC ripple. Oh, I did not show the AC ripple. So it was.
Explain AC ripple some more.
So AC ripple on pinball machines, going back to the very beginning where there's a transformer. Transformer is AC. We call it AC. It's full wave. It's Tesla invented it. No, he didn't invent it, but he was able to figure out how to use it. And going back to the dolly where the lamps used half wave. So when you put it into a bridge, it comes out half wave. So it's full AC. It's a sine wave. The bridge brings it into half wave. We call that. So it's half of the AC. And then capacitors bring it into a solid line, straight DC. So when capacitors are weak and capacitors go bad, you actually get that AC ripple, we call AC ripple, into the DC. And if you can listen to this, you can hear hum. But that's actually because this game is so old and, you know, he's got caps in it and everything, so this game probably had a louder hum.
Louder hum.
But nevertheless, that particular cap, this cap right here, in this game, actually, all these older games have them. Can you see it? That one right there. So all these older games, System 11, Systems 3 through 11, all have a big cap on the back. Now we get to No Fear. I'll show you. No Fear has it on the power driver board. They actually don't have the big cap. They do have a big cap, but it's on the power driver board. So, man, that is a rare case, actually, to have those older caps go bad. I've had to replace, I don't know, I had one that was actually physically leaking material in a Black Knight. That was about maybe 10, 15 years ago. And then recently, besides that Blackout I just showed you, I had one in a space shuttle. And same thing. That was very ripple. Man, he had maybe 2 volts of DC, and oh, it was crazy. Yes, sir. Yes. 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 Right. So going back to what Matthew asked me about what is DC or AC and DC is that the cap gets rectified by capacitor. Here is the rectifier for a bridge. Now Harrison Maxwell actually put brand new bridges, and they're actually fused. Because some of these older games were not fused. And if your game has the wrong fuses, which I've seen many times where people will put anything in here, and these are supposed to be certain values, 1/2 amp, 8 amp. This has magnets, so that's 20 amp, and then coils are 2.5. And they blow a fuse, and people will put anything in it. So if your game is not fused correctly and you got some sort of lamp problem, people talk about horror stories. I have never had that case where the game catches on fire, you know, instead of blowing the fuse because it's so overfused. But nevertheless, Harris has it in here, and Todd was talking about that the bridges actually have lugs on them, and A lot of times in the factory, they actually get soldered on the lugs because of vibration. People playing the game, tournament people will shake, nudge, and things get loose. And that's what happened sometimes in those games where the power lugs on the bridges would come off. So this particular case, this is actually a great thing to have your wires soldered directly to the circuit board of this bridge. And it's actually mounted to the back box, which is actually also conducts as a heat sink. So we're actually going to take this to the hood here and show you some examples of lamps. So,
Going underneath.
So, hey, Eugene.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about the transistors.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We're going to go back to that.
Yeah.
So, in this particular case, hey, Eugene, I got my game running and everything, but man, I got like this. The lamps matrix is an 8x8 grid. There's 8 rows and 8 columns. So you got 64 lamps. Some games don't use them all. Some games use more than 64, and you might see an auxiliary board on the side, like what can I think of? KISS. KISS is a good example. It has a lot more lights, things like that. So that auxiliary board, comes from something like that. But hey, Eugene, man, my lamps are running great, but I got 8 lights on here that are halfway on. They're halfway stuck on, and they're kind of fading as they're working. I'm not sure what's going on. And I go, well, he sent me the board for repair, and that's the front of the board. If you look at the front of the board, if you look at that picture of my X-Acto knife is, you can actually see a bead of silicon coming out of that transistor, actually overheated. And then here's the back side of it. You can see it got extra hot, so that transistor was bad. So I actually took a picture of that. I normally don't I just normally don't do that, but I know this was coming up the last couple months, so I wanted to get a couple pictures and videos.
I don't think I've ever seen anything leaking out of the front like that either.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you took that.
You know what? Actually, on transistors on special solenoids, you could see that when those special solenoid circuits lock on. I've seen that too. So we'll get into that when we get into coils. So that guy happened to send me the board. I changed the transistor for him, and it's got super bright stuff. So let's shut this because we don't want the play field to touch anything in the GI and blow Harrison's game out. So this is what we call under the hood. So we got 8x8 matrix, 8 rows and 8 columns. And I'm going to show you something else here in a second here in the back box, but we're going to show you something first. So let's take a light. Take any light. And we're just going to short the diode. So, hey, Eugene. Did the diode come off? I got one light that's actually extra bright. It stays on all the time. I don't know if you can see that or not. Unfortunately, this game is not going into test mode, which bums me out because I really wanted to show you that. So, switches, we'll get into switches, but switches also have diodes in the 8x8 matrix. So, lamps, the computer senses timing within the lamp drive. We call it lamp drive, well, lamp row, whatever it is. And it's microscopically clock waves. And they're spaced out, and each one has its own timing. The computer knows which timing is what. That's why we can get all these different lights on in all different times because there's so much, the timing is just going crazy rapid eye movement. It's just going crazy. That's how we get individual lights to come on or multiple at one time when other ones are not coming on. That's how they invented the 8x8 matrix. Dolly Parton in those early games did not do that. Dolly Parton in those early Bally games had individual transistors for each individual light. So I could not short the diode on actually don't even have diodes because they're individually turned on. If I touch the lamp together, it's going to blow the transistor, and the guy's going to be extremely mad, and I don't want that to happen. So on a matrix, hey, Eugene, I got one light that just seems to be staying all the time. Or I have 2 lights that are not coming on. So since this is an 8x8 matrix grid, if you have only 2 lights not working or one that's staying on bright like that, the diode is shorted, which I showed you, and if 2 lights are not coming on, you have something that all like a broken looped wire. If you look real close, you see that an 8x8 matrix grid, 8 of them are tied together. So 2 are not coming on, and you could have a broken, seen it many, many times. 1 broken wire that goes to this bulb, to that bulb, to that bulb, could be broken, and some are coming on and some are not coming on. If you have an open diode, it will also not come on. So an easy way to check if it's your socket, bad sockets too will do that. These games are 40 years old. Marco Specialty sells a cleaning socket. What the heck's that thing
the socket
called?
cleaner, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a giant pencil, and I don't know, it's the size of a socket bulb, a bayonet, and I put them on my drill when the game is all apart and all the bulbs are out, and I just go boop, 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 clean them all at the same time. That's what I do.
And
So-
being able to find, so if you have multiple lights off, so going to the matrix in your manual,
Yep.
checking to find what is in that line and kind of do some detective work and figure out where that one wire might be broken off.
Right. So if you do have all 8 bulbs out, Eugene, I have 8 bulbs that are not working. So this is what you can try. This is what not try to do. This is what you can do is you can take off. Well, that's switches. Shoot. This is actually a little bit difficult up in the top here. Nevertheless, you can take the whole connector off, and you can actually plug in 1 pin at a time. So if you look, certain lights came on. And you can just go down the row, down the row. So since this is red, whatever it is, red, brown, you just touch them all, dink, dink, dink. And oh man, number 7 is not coming on. Oh my gosh. So that would be a board problem. If they all come on, you're not making continuity from the board connector to the play field. So in this particular game, connectors are so old, man. But nevertheless, that's how you can check if you have a board problem. And then you can either use your meter and find the transistor, could be a buffer. And you can also do that same example with the column, the yellow wires. So great thing about Williams games, and actually even Data East happened to, that's how Data East actually started, was the system of their Revision 1 board. I forget what game they took it from, but nevertheless, every game from Williams System 3, even through WPC 95, every colored wire is the same. Red and yellow is your lamp matrix. White and green is your switches. Purple and gray is coils. Solid gray is power. Black is ground. Black and white is negative. Or gray yellows, positive. The book all explains that. Lamp power. You got your violet that comes off the bridge, goes into the power supply, goes to the fuse, comes out. Black is ground, solid blue is your lamp matrix, goes over here. Hey, Eugene, man, none of my lights work. What is going on here? I have voltage at the fuse, but I don't have it, let's say you don't have it over here at the board. So there's actually a choke on the board that sometimes can break at the seam, or let's say you don't have it at the fuse, I have it at the bridge. So you just have to do your detective work like Matthew mentioned about, you just got to backtrack. If I don't have, if I have 18 volts at my cap, and I have it at obviously the bridge, maybe you got a broken wire at your connector or your fuse holder.
I got you.
Is burnt. Oh, you get the little bag? Okay. So this was, oh boy, look at this. Can you see that? So this was a game we were working on at Tech Day. It was Jungle Lord. And we fixed his coil, and he's playing it, and GI went out right in front of us. And I went, oh, looking at it, and I went, oh man, look at that stuff. Touched with the screwdriver, boop, came back on. Untouched it, went out. Boop. I go, this is so burnt and charred. He goes, oh yeah, what do? I go, I'll get you some new fuse cups. and get you new thing you're thinking about.
Yeah, and then on the screen we also are showing one where it's just broken open, where like they pushed
So,
the fuse in too hard and it just popped open, so now it's not making any contact whatsoever.
Not to talk bad about Daddy East, but Daddy East, because they are Stern now, Daddy East was bought by Stern, used the cheapest caps and the cheapest fuse clips. And when you get that back in there, oh, it's on the wall? Yeah. So if you look in this picture here, you can see it actually has the fuses in it, but you can actually look and see the fuse clips are broken over. So how the easiest way to test fuse clips is take the fuse out and squeeze it with a pair of needle nose, and they spring back. Man, that's great. If they go and break, they will not solder back in place. I've seen many people try to solder the fuse to the broken fuse clip that's broken at the seam, and it's just, it actually makes it worse to desolder because now I got all this
I've
tape
tried
on
it.
solder. It's what the?
I've tried it.
It's terrible.
It didn't work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on
it
the
didn't
field.
work.
No,
So I had
no.
to get a new fuse clip and put that in there, but I definitely tried.
So we're going to go into switches because lamp matrix 8x8 grid switches, gosh, I wish this thing went to test. We'll do that on that, no fear. But nevertheless, switches work on the same way. Since this game does not go into test, we are going to go move over to this. So this thing's not working? Okay. So switches, same thing, work on an 8x8 grid. And same concept. If you have one or two switches are not working, it is not the board. Because all 8 switches, all 8 switches work. If 2 are not working on the board, you have a broken looped wire or usually it's a broken diode. So unlike lamps that run a higher voltage through the lamps, switch diodes rarely go bad. And just rarely go bad, they just never do. They do break away from the switch contact. I've seen that many times. The game vibrates, the thing, shaker motors, roadshow, there's lots of games that have shaker motors. The game shakes. I mean, eventually stuff is going to come loose.
So the difference between lamp voltage and switch voltage.
Yep.
So lamp voltage is
18,
18, and
which
then
gets dumbed down to high current bulbs. Obviously, it's 6.5 volts, but that's still, I don't know, it's a lot more. And then switch matrix is about 4.5 as it gets dumbed down. Yep, because it goes through resistors and stuff like that. So unless you are, now this particular game, I mean, I'm getting a big echo right here. Let me move over. This particular game has a safety switch in it where it kills the 50 volts and it kills the 22 volts. So, Eugene, my game was working great. It was working great, and I was putting LEDs in it with the power on. And now I don't have any switches working. Well, you probably accidentally touched the lamp socket to a green or white stripe, and then blows the transistor on the board. So this particular game has a safety switch that kills the high voltage and coil voltage. So you actually can do that. Sometimes I actually don't recommend that unless you have done that many times before, because you just want to try to do stuff with the power off. But as someone that likes to do LEDs with the power on to make sure it's the right angle, the right spot, and the right sometimes I
color
don't really,
temperature and
color temperature. I'm not a fan of colored bulbs and lenses because it washes out. But sometimes you have yellow and off-white, things like that, and I might put a red into a yellow to maybe make it a little different on like whirlwind and stuff like that. So on switches, let's see if we can do this here, since we have this in test. So same concept of doing the angle. This game has opto, so everything came on. So in test mode, this is a little different with the thing down, but it actually has the same concept. Let's see if I can do this with the jumper cable. Let's see if I can do that here, Mr. Tolly and Miss Emoto.
no, hold that.
Before I blow anything up here. We don't want to do that. Actually, this is a great example. This is a great example of people, switches are not working. So shows the grid on this. This particular game does not use all the switches. In fact, it uses a lot of optos in this game, which is very cool. I actually own a No Fear. The kids in the back there, they love it. Shout out to the Cannons that are here. Oh, Caden? Caden's here. So what you can do is I tell people this. We'll do the switch step. How do you do that? Now, I don't use a diode when I do this. Some people want to use a diode. There's a diode in all the switches, goes one way. I don't use a diode. It's a low-level electronics. They're doing this hundreds of thousands of years. I might be older than dinosaurs if you want to think about it compared to Todd. So let's do this. So you touch one wire, and only one number comes up. You see that? If I can get there close. One comes up. So Eugene, I touched one wire, and they all go ding, 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 like that. I'm touching one, and they all do that. I go, oh, your board's bad. But if you do that to every one number only comes up. So if you look at the switch matrix grid, you touch one switch, one color, you only get one come up because this works on the same exact concept of timing. It's strobing microscopically timing signals. Some are 0.001, next one might be 0.002, 3. So the computer knows the timing of the switch matrix. So if you do 1 to 1 and multiple switches comes up, then you know you have a bad board. All right, does everybody
when you say bad board, is it multiple things in the board, or is it whittled down into one?
WPC games have a transistor grid array chip, and usually it's that chip that gets blown out. Sometimes it's just a time, but usually it's when you're working on games. Also, I've seen this case where there's a coil or a flasher lamp that is very close. If you look at some of these games, you get like Twilight Zone, Addams Family, F-14. There is so much underneath the hood, and stuff is so close. And you got these players, man, want to slap save. They want to be number one with IFPA. You're killing my game. Knock it off. So you're right. And a lamp or flasher might touch a switch wire. I'm actually guilty of this. We had a tournament one time on a Road Kings, and Eugene, the flipper, there's something wrong with it. It's acting up. And I go, okay, we'll get into this when we get the coils. But the EOS switch, if people play Road Kings, it actually has a lane change up top. So you have your EOS switch and you have a lane change switch that's stacked on top of that. And me was adjusting the EOS switch with the power on with my steel adjuster tool, and next thing you know, the whole row of switches went out. And it was right in the middle of the tournament. We were doing King of the Road Kings. You played one game and you won, you moved on, and what are you gonna do, Eugene? Just give me a second here, give me a second. So we started another round. I might have opted out of that round, and I went to go fix the board, take it out, lo and behold, transistor shorted. Psst, oh no. So Landon actually helped me out on that. Got out his Heiko, swapped it, took about 7-10 minutes, put it back in, it was working great. So there's an example of trying to adjust something with power on and blowing my board up. But nevertheless, I know better. I should know better to not do that. But stuff happens, and Vin was actually able to fix it. So I think anything else on switches? Just not much.
You want to do like leaf versus micro and talk about those?
Which one?
Leaf switches versus micro switches.
Okay. So, are all the balls out of this?
No.
Williams games do not have a safety feature like is it Gottlieb? Is it Gottlieb, Todd?
The safety feature?
Safety feature for the balls when you lift the playfield up? Is it Gottlieb? Oh, okay. Oh, Pinball 2000. That's right. Now, this particular game does have the safety. I actually forgot about that. Now, Matthew actually put in something very cool. Is this also available at Marco?
It was a friend of mine that owned it before me, and he put in this neat little...
This particular game actually had the whole trough bracket modified to have the safety switch put in, which is very cool. So what that means, safety switch is when you lift the playfield up like that, and the pinballs don't go chunk, 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 and then they're in the back of the game. So
Breaking plastics all the way down.
all the way down. So in reflex, I always take them out. So Matthew mentioned about between leaf and regular. So here are micro switches. Here's a micro switch here. So all a micro switch is when the ball lands on a switch, it actually has internal micro switch, like an arcade game, like Mortal Kombat. They have all micro switches in your joysticks. Back in the early 80s, the early joysticks actually had leaf switches. Now leaf switches are actually in the picture. And this particular game, like most games, have leaf switches for your slingshots. So what that means is when you barely touch the rubber to the leaf switch, computer sees the switch, activates the sling, throws it. So this game actually has both micro, and it also has opto-sensor switches. Opto-sensors are infrared that are on the, here's one right here. On the habit trail, gosh darn it, Brian, what's this called? No, this thing. Subway. When this one has subway, so when the ball crosses, now switches are normally open. Optos are normally closed because it's always emitting a beam. So when you cross the beam, it opens. So the computer actually senses the opposite. So when it lands on a micro switch, normally open, normally closed. A beam is normally closed. When it crosses it, it's actually normally open. Hey, Eugene, my subway trough is not working. So back in the day, I learned this at a distributorship. I used to work at a couple of distributors. And before I actually did machine repair, I actually only did circuit board repair. And I probably didn't learn on machines until the late 90s. And so I've probably been working on circuit boards for 10 years maybe. So that actually probably helped me a lot to work on the machines, to work on the boards first. Nevertheless, I worked at a distributorship and they used to show us how to tell if a emitter is shining and it was on your camera phone. Back then, camera phones were just being invented back in the 90s, 2000s, and you can shine your camera into the emitter and you can actually see a pinhole light. Oh wow, so the emitter is beaming out the light.
I think you have to put it in like the selfie mode and then hold it up to it, and then you can see the actual purple light from the emitter coming into your phone.
Right.
Yes.
So optos, these homebrews, I actually don't know much. I'm sure they would probably do both optos and switches all through it. So a emitter opto shines a beam of light all the time. It uses a gray wire and your ground, so it's always beaming out light. And then the receiver is actually your switch. That's part of your opto board. Here's the opto board. So all the optos go into your opto board, which get converted into your low-level logic and goes back into your MPU board. So when did I buy that whitewater? I bought a whitewater from a guy. It was earlier this year. He's getting, God rest his soul, he did not pass away, but he's getting older. He's like, get me my games. Eugene gave me the first option on his whitewater. And that works, mostly works. Like I got some optos out. He replaced some optos, and after going through it, I realized that all of the optos were burned out. So optos, like I said, run on voltage in the back. We'll get that in a minute. And after going through the boards and stuff, the opto voltage was 18 volts. It's too much. And it's supposed to be about 14 and a half. So all of the optos burned out, and he was actually putting new ones in without knowing this. And so when I got the game and I'm going through it going, why are all these optos either finicky, in test mode, they're like flickering. I'm like, what is going on? So realizing that the higher voltage after measuring voltage, because the game did boot up, and I was going to go through the boards and I measured the voltage and it was like 18 and a half. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's why I killed it. Rebuilt the boards, changed all the opto transmitters, all the optos instantaneously worked. So that was very nice to do that. So these games are getting up there. I mean, this is 1995, I think. Yeah, about 95.
Yeah, right around there.
So we got 95. See, my math is right. 05, 15, 25. So we're getting to 31, 32 years old on a no fear. And this happens to be one of those games they say is, and I guess in tournaments would be a medium grade, Ryan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
because
so
then
this
the
would be medium.
LCDs are now modern.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this is like your mid-modern.
Yeah, mid-modern. So,
D&D.
my particular arcades I help run, we have very few Sterns. All our games are early stuff, Lucky 7, Black Pyramid, Space Shuttle, Space Station, We do have a Godzilla, we have an AIQ, I have a Superman, and, so having some older games, tournaments can run pretty fast. So, but I do have a no fear, which is very, very cool. What
The
else?
other thing with
switches,
optos is like
optos.
they are like eyeballs. So all that dust, coil dust and stuff can also block that beam from
Yes.
getting in there and cleaning it with like a Q-tip. I heard Todd during our tech session saying the flipper opto boards. So you got flipper opto boards down here that work the flippers. So if your flippers you're noticing they're being like sluggish and it's just not really getting up those ramps, if you actually take a Q-tip and clean these little eyeballs inside behind your interrupter there, that'll help get fresh power as soon as
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
We did the same. We were at Golden State Pinball Festival, and I took Stranger Things, and we had it underneath a black tent. And it's out there, and they're like, left ramp's not working at all. And I was like, okay. So I'm like hitting the left ramp. I'm going, I'm doing it. I'm like, that's so weird. Lift the playfield up. Now it's working. And I'm like, you're kidding me. I was like, it'll work. It's fine. I was like, okay, put it back down. Doesn't work anymore. And I'm like, what is going on? And then someone stood right here and blocked the sun. And it wasn't direct sunlight either. It's just UV from around. And then I go and I hit it and it works. So I cut out a big piece of cardboard, capped the top of it right over the opto, and then it worked fine. Then it happened again to Mike Moretti. He had a James Bond Dr. No outside underneath the tent. He's like, the opto's not working. I was like, watch this. And I covered it. I was like, try it now. And he's like, are you kidding? I'm like, no, it's just happened to me too. So the optos are definitely like, keep them away from windows.
So back to your mention about dirty optos, I've had this too, where you can actually see it in test mode. So they're supposed to be solid, and if they're not, if one of the optos is flickering, like that, but it wouldn't even make the noise. Sometimes it didn't make the noise. It's just flickering. That's a bad opto. Or if it's dead completely. So then your flipper switch is not even working. So the computer's not even going to know it's supposed to do flippers.
One thing that I would really like you to touch on is whether it is a board problem or a playfield problem. Oh, misaligned.
Yeah. So the trough actually has pinholes in the trough. So if you put this trough on, or if you get some of the wrong ones or something like that, most of the ones that brand new trough boards should be aligned. I have had the case where, this may be many years ago, I put a trough opto board on someone's game, and like 3 of them worked, but the 4th one did not. And if you looked at it really close, man, it was like half steel. I'm like, oh my gosh. So we actually drilled into the hole to make the hole bigger, and then now the trough was actually working. So back to making it, if it's a board problem or if it's a playfield problem, like I said, if you have it's an 8x8 grid, and if 2 switches are not working, it's a playfield problem. If all 8 are not working, you can actually test. There's ways to test. I was showing you how to do the jumper test.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
To test if it's a computer. If they all dink, then you're back to the playfield, broken looped wire. Many years ago, I had a switch problem in the fishtails, and I don't even know how this happened. And it was shorting 2 of them together, and I ended up completely cutting the wire here and here, and running a wire, and it worked, and we actually took the wire out of the loom, and somehow it was frayed. It had about an inch of fray in it. So it must have been rubbing on something inside that black tubing to fray it. And oh man, that was not fun to find that. But anyways, we did find it, and that was.
Well, then let's go into the one that we've always wanted to go into is coils.
Coils. Okay. So, gosh, I wish this could go into test mode. We are going to. I guess we're going to have to do this then. Okay. Where did I put it? One other little baggie.
Oh, right here. That one?
No.
Put it inside.
Oh, here's. So this is something I made. I don't like to really show this, but I'm going to show it for you guys. So don't tell anybody. Copyrighted EM production. So this is just testing the play field and the board again. Oh. And we're going to go over flippers and coils since we only got about 25 minutes left. So this has a safety feature. Kills the voltage. Number one is the popper. Yep, pull it out. So number one, if you look in the book, if you want to put the grid up on that,
Matrix.
just the grid. So if you got coil problems, that's the other thing about these games. Really, really important to have appropriate manuals, your wiring diagram. There's actually handbooks, that gives you a little synopsis of the grids and all those kind of features of lamp matrix, switch matrix, coil drives, adjustments on these, you have adjustments. It really is like my first game I ever fixed, my first board was an asteroids board, first one I ever fixed, and it was beeping, beep, give me 3 tones or whatever it was. And in the book, it tells you 3 tones is a certain RAM. If you look at Battleship, it gives you 1 through 8, and then A through Z. And I looked at that location of that RAM, I changed it, and bam, it worked. So same thing with these books. This book has lots of detail of error codes, bongs, diagnostics, this thing right here, if it's flashing so many times, if it's bonging so many times, the book and manual tells you the coil grid is hugely important. So there's a couple of different ways. I have this thing. So, oh my gosh, Eugene, my coil is locked on. Well, I would use this thing to see if it's the board. Am I putting on 18 volts here? Why am I not working here? Oh, there it is. So my LED blinks. You see it blinking? Okay. The reason I have a 9-pin, because that way I can put it in any connector that has, everything's a 9-pin. Even though they use 8 wires, they're all keyed. There's 8 wires into a 9-pin. So my particular thing, so it's working there. You can see it working. Oh my gosh, it's locked on. So if I had this hooked up, it would be locked on. To know if it's a board problem. If it's not a board problem, if it's blinking, this is how we checked Jungle Lord. So on Tech Day, the customer brought it in. The customer actually had a replacement board that has actually a safety feature within the board if he has a shorted coil or diode. It's a very cool feature. And we're looking at it, and oh man, I go, look, let me get my thing out. Let's see if it's the board. I doubt if it's the board. It's a brand new board. We put this on it. The reset coil is flat.
Yeah, we're getting the pulse.
Get the pulse. I go, it's not the board. Guarantee it's not the board. And I'm doing something else. I was trying to work on that F14. So
I went over and I swapped out the coil. I tried to ohm out the coil to see if it had the correct ohms, and it was ohming at like 0.4, which is nothing. Like there's no resistance whatsoever. It's supposed to be reading at 4.0, and it was like way off. So I figured it was the coil. He had another coil pulled the coil out of the board or out of the game, put a new coil in it, wired it the same way, tested it before I put it in, and it was 4.0. After I put it in, it's 0.4. And I'm like, what is happening? So Eugene walks over, and what do you say?
Oh, your coil voltage is in the wrong spot.
Yeah, had the wire on the wrong side of the
Yeah, so this particular
diode.
board had a safety feature. If the coil was either reversed or the diode shorted, it just doesn't work. Also, when we were in test mode, we did notice that the lights were only dimming barely when it was trying to, I'm like, oh, something's wrong here. Oh yeah, so if we have an original board set, so let's say this was an original jungle lord with an original board, and that coil reversed, the transistor would go explode. If it's overfused, it actually smoke, and then you might have crazy.
So we got really lucky twice,
Yeah.
3 times almost. And then Eugene came up, and I didn't realize that those coils, it doesn't matter what way you put the diode, as long as you wire it correctly.
The power on the banded side.
Yeah.
So
That's what I learned.
here's another example of that. Gosh, Eugene, I just got my Roadshow back from you for repair. The coil fried again. So this guy sends me a board for repair. He's actually using it in a couple different games and sent it to me for transistor repair. And then I actually fixed it. And on my actual test bench, I actually have coils with diodes on them. So a coil with a diode, you have power on one side of the coil, and then you're in ground, they're enable on the other side. The diode, wired correctly, only produces voltage on one side.
See if we got one.
Yeah, you can do the flipper coil. So what happens is that it pulses. I don't know, what is it, a half a second maybe, Brian? You know, you can see the pulse. It's not even half a second. And what that does is it energizes that coil as a magnet, pulls the plunger in. That's exactly how a coil works. So if you have the diode reversed and you have the ground on the banded side and the hot on that's going to go through the transistor, drive transistor, and blow it up. So, the quick way to know the hot is the banded side of the diode.
No, the actual
Oh,
wire.
the wire, it's usually the thicker wire. The thicker wire, usually it's red, and then again, back to the book and manual, tells you coil wires are either red, white, daddy east is either yellow, white, things of that nature. Not yellow, white, yellow, violet. But the book and manual tells you, but these older games, this is all red. This particular game is red and black. You know, it's all up here, all your coil, and gets loomed into everything. So this particular case, this guy sent me a WCP board, and my test bench has coils for firing. They all worked. And then he gets it back, Eugene, right away, the transistor blew. And go, oh my gosh, oh, something's in your cabinet. Okay, sends it back to me. I replace it, send it back to him, and he puts it in a different game, Roadshow. And as soon as I did the eye test, smokes, got black, now Ted's all black face. He's like, oh my gosh, what is going on? So I'm telling her, something with the board. This thing worked, your board, so gives me the board back. I'm staring at it in the light, going, what is going on? Because I changed the transistor and I'm working on it, it's working. Look at it in the light, and the very first time the transistor burnt, it burnt the trace because on WPC boards, there's no coils, diodes on these coils. The diode is on the board, and it burnt the trace that went to the banded side of the diode. So there was no diode on that particular coil for that output. So my mistake on that, and he thought that was the funniest thing. So I told him I was going to bring him up. He is actually running really late. That was Wichita Pinball Repair. He's got a company up in Wichita. You probably know him, John Elmore, great guy. So he's just thankful we found it out, because he's like, you got this great board and it's not working. What's going on? So the diodes so these games do not have diodes on the boards. So on these homebrews, I don't know. And then if you got New Stern node boards have diodes on their node boards. So this particular case, that was the problem in that. So what else do we want to talk about? So like you can see my little cool device as it runs along. blinks every one. It's a good thing to have. You can make these in singles. I have this for the road because it's this. If you made a single with one wire and one diode, it's good to have. Certain, I don't think Marco has anything like this, right? So can I mention somebody there? Okay, so Siegecraft. Siegecraft sells test stuff, and they actually sell something like this, a little more professional than B. So, you know, if you wanted to get something for your coils to test if it's a board or a playfield problem. So let's go back to number 1. So if you don't have one of these and want to get one, there's also another way you can test this. So like I said, coil number 1 fires, right? So if you want to test a different coil in this, you could do the same concept of tilting your lamp matrix wire. So number 7 doesn't have anything on it. Let's do number 2. So you can have the right popper now and auto plunger. So now where's number 1? I forget. Right popper. So I'm checking the right popper with the auto plunger. So you can actually do the same concept to see if your game is a board problem or a playfield problem by tilting the connector. Number 3. So my right magnet is now the popper. So you can do that along the line. I think I told you about that when you were working on the Adams family about that.
Yeah, and that's
You
what
found out it was a board problem.
I thought it was a board problem, and it wasn't. It was a connector at the bottom.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, but that showed me, using that test, that very test is what told me it wasn't a board problem, and I was able to diagnose further and go down the line, and it was just a flaky connector underneath.
Do we have anything else on coil? What do we want to talk about coils?
How to ohm them out, how to...
Oh, yeah.
Sir? So he's actually taking the connector,
I'm physically turning the connector.
like pulling it out and turning it, and then sticking the pin 1 in there to see if that is pulsing.
So, yep.
Yes.
So what that does is the computer actually fires a ground to your enable. So there's always voltage at the coil. There's always voltage at the coil. If you actually want to put up that diagram of the flippers, there's always voltage at the coil. And the computer fires a low-level logic enable signal through pre-transistor, your drive transistor, out to the coil. And that's how it fires. So by turning this, we can go down the line to, I don't know what you want to try. We'll go to 7, knocker. So knocker is now the popper. So you can actually do some things to that. So let's take this off because that is very loud. Let's do this. Let's put this back in. So that is the same, that diagram is a general theory of flippers. There's always voltage to the coil. In this particular, say Grand Lizard, when you start a game, it actually clicks your relay enable to turn your grounds on. And your grounds from the relay enable is at the very bottom. So the relay is actually not on the screen, it's those orange wires, orange violet, orange gray. So what comes out of the relay is ground and goes to those 2 orange wires. Those orange wires go to your flipper switch, which go through up to your coil. So you always have live power at the coil. It's always explained to people. Coil's a straight wire winding. You should have voltage on both sides. So let's shut this. I'll show you guys that. Where's that long jumper at? Over there. So new Sterns, I don't know if new Sterns have a grounding braid. Do they? I don't know. I have not.
They're in the cabinet, the ground braid. Yeah, they do have a ground braid. Yeah.
Okay. So, like we mentioned before, games are only supposed to last about 5 years. So coils and things like that. So things didn't fail much. Back in the late 70s and early 80s when I started, games were fairly new and did not fail much. So once in a while we had, I don't know, knocker coil might have, because of the privet technology, knocker coil is the most common on these games, especially solenoids. Maybe a spoon switch got stuck and one of the pop-uppers locked on, burned the board up, things like that. But relatively, you did not have any acid damage back in the day, things like that to keep booting up. You want to show burnt connectors?
Yeah, we got corroded connectors.
So that's from a game that's been on location for many, many years. Generally, that doesn't keep a game from booting, but it definitely will make it reset and also give you audio hum like crazy. Ah. That's the last thing I want to do is blow anything up of score bit stuff. That would be bad. So No Fear doesn't pull out like other games do. Ugh. So we are live, right? Are we Memorex or are we live here? Okay. So coils are straight wire winding. Coils always have voltage. So if you put your wire on the hot and you put it on the ground, you're going to get the same voltage. Eugene, I only got voltage on one side. Well, your coil's open then. So I don't have every coil memorized, but generally coils are relatively between, 5.5 to 10 ohms, depending how large they are. So same with a coil, or a flipper. Flippers are straight wire windings, 65, and you might have a little difference between the hold winding. Not much on that. So flipper coils have two windings in one coil. Now this happens to be Fliptronic driven. So EOS switches do not operate normally like a EOS switch in this game. So this particular game, the high voltage actually goes through a EOS switch that when it flips, it actually opens and cuts to high winding coil power. It puts it to a low level winding, and that's how it holds. If you left it on holding too long, it will burn up still, but it should hold, pretty long. But nevertheless, these games are Fliptronic driven, so they're normally open. Mostly these switches are just to tell the computer that the flipper did fire. But that's on that. So you can also barely ground a coil. So which do we got here? I hate to blow anything up here. Let's do this one. Okay, you really don't want to hold that very long. So I'm actually grounding it. You just barely want to touch it. So I don't know if that's really the best way to do it. I like using my little thing or metering, to meter the voltage if it's. But sometimes, it's not. Hey, my board is pulsing. Like Jungle Lord, for example. Right. And we actually did that. Actually, before we did that, did you guys?
We tried to do it on Jungle Lord and it didn't fire.
Right, because that's why it was backwards, and that board had that safety feature. Okay, so yeah, that is another way to check about continuity and to make sure that you got continuity from your logic board. I've actually seen that before. In the middle of a tournament, we had a junkyard that I can't remember what was not working. I think it might have been auto fire, and the auto fire just stopped working, and headers. So the auto fire stopped working, and we're looking at it, and we're, the things in the middle of the game as we have the door open and everything, and Hirimoto. So the game had like eroded pins on the connectors. This happens to be one of the GI connectors that was burnt, so you're going to have really dim GI or faded. Semi-hour, but this happens to be a coil. No, that was the switch connector. Okay, but I have seen. I got pictures of ones from coils where alkaline damage. People hate to say it's acid damage, but I mean, that's what it is. It's acid. Alkaline damage is a spore, and you might, oh, Eugene was only in the battery area. How did alkaline damage get either in my header or like that? It's a spore. It will travel in the game and attaches itself to steel. So I've had many cases where alkaline battery damage got into these switch headers. I've seen that many times where people get their boards back, or they had to get, this case, they had to get a new board, you know. So they got a new board, and I go, look, your board had green in these headers. You're going to have them. I guarantee you're going to have it in your harness. You're going to have to repin this. So I've seen many cases of that where switches aren't working. I think we got
battery holder too.
Dennis here or Leon here. I'm working on one of the Rocky and Bullwinkles. Same thing. All the alkaline damage went down and dripped into the coil connector headers. So those harnesses are going to be needed to be repinned as well. So that is also an example of that. Going back to Dolly Parton, where a long time ago, this happens to be displays, we had a KISS game that when it warmed up, the digit actually worked. So I call those older games, they're strobe signals. You look in the book of the manual, they say ST0, ST1, strobe, that's what it means. So one of the, I don't know, tens or hundreds was not working like in our KISS. And this is back in the day when boards, it was cheaper to fix instead of buying new ones. Yeah. Now they're so readily available and so cheap. But nevertheless, my buddy was determined. We put an All-Tech board to test it in, worked great, flexed it, everything's great, harness was repinned, works great. Put the old board back in, the 10, I think it was the 10s digit was flickering. I'm gonna fix this. So he popped off the PIA chip, and one little pin on the 40-pin PIA chip had, put that socket up if you got the 40-pin socket, had erosion on the pin, so the KISS board, the strobe signals come out of the PIA chips into your boards, but this happens to be a major case of it. But one little pin had green on it, and it was not making contact, making the 10s digit go in and out. Flicker, yeah. So, you know, there's lots of cases of, could go on for stories and stories of what I've seen and done. Say with Matthew, I know we're going to wrap up here. I don't know if we did want to take a question or not, or what do you think, Emoto? This is your... Yeah, you come to the tech area. The Pinball Medic, we're calling it the Pinball Therapy Couch because there's a big couch there. You can, Scott Martin actually coined that phrase because he came in with his Batman woes, and I'm working on a board, and he came with his Batman woes, and Eugene, please help me. So by the big giant Marco banner up in the, you can just see the giant Marco banner. I am right there, the Pinball Medic tent. And I'm working on boards and NV ramming things and bridge rectifiers. And
we have a plethora of techs all hanging out
yeah,
there.
and I think we're doing a fireside Q&A. Noon tomorrow, doing a fireside Q&A about, oh, in here? Okay, so I'll be part of that. If you want to come in and talk about pinball, questions and problems and things. I hope this was informative, maybe even for you, Todd, that if you got anything out of this, you can relay this to your guys. But I really, really appreciate you guys coming out. We got another seminar coming up. It was just all day throughout the weekend. There's different seminars. But really, thank you to Matthew and Emoto, our camera girl, the AV tech crew in the back.
Thank you, guys.
Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But yeah, we got to get the games out of here and get this cleaned up. But I hope this was somewhat informative, and we're going to have this edited somewhere in the future to go back and reference this on for the public in the future. All right? Are we good?
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Come hang out with us over at the Homebrew tent.
Thanks, Brian. Was it good? Very good.
All right. Now we are jumping to the Ask a Tech Anything. This is a, oh, let's get it on in
It's gonna
somewhere around here. See what? See how it goes.
Somebody runs this. A motor must run this.
All right,
No,
we're ready.
no. I'm just gonna introduce these lovely gentlemen. Do we have everyone? We were gonna have Sean Palmer here, but I think he's fixing games.
Oh, I guess I can use this one.
So all these awesome techs from all across the country. I'm gonna actually let you guys go down the line and introduce yourself, but they came Wednesday for Tech Day, where we did hands-on repair. We also had Chuck and a few others that helped out. We had about 10, 15 techs here working with you on your games. So if you're interested, sign up for next year. You bring your game in early. We'll teach you how to do the pop bumper rebuild and adjust switches so they don't explode on the game during the show floor
And
or catch
VRAM.
on fire. Yeah, how to do NVRAM, flipper rebuilds.
Or
how
my
to-
battery boards, which I know Eugene hates.
Or if you have electromechanical, like with Nick Show, it'll teach you how to read schematics and how to troubleshoot to get to the exact issue that you're looking for. So take it away, guys. For y'all asking questions, you can come up to the mic. That would be better for the camera and everything like that. If you want to shout it really loud, please kind of repeat their question in y'all's answer. You know what I mean? Just so we can kind of get the audio, because we are live streaming this. This will eventually go on our Marco Pinball YouTube. Yes.
Who won last year for most creative booth?
I don't know who won. Oh.
Hey-o.
You guys. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a cool trophy.
Yeah, look at that.
It's got
Definitely.
lenses on it and everything.
Thank you, Paul. Last year we presented Dungeons and Dragons with Stern Pinball, and we were all running around in costumes, chasing an owl bear, trying to take him out, and had big flame lanterns that are now over here in this area. This year, please take a moment and come to our area. It's the Homebrew Village, like AKA the tent city over there. We have 14 homebrew games, one of a kind made by all these awesome creators. So much innovation there, so please take time to come and play those games too. All right, gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, are we talking about our personal history? No.
Yeah, introduce yourself. How
No,
you got
Nick
a
Shell.
pinball?
Yeah, Nick
Your
Shell.
Specialties.
I guess I can't lift that out of there, can I? I'd like
Comes
to.
out.
I'd like to, but I'm going to just do it like this. Nick Shell, Roanoke Pinball Museum. I was in Dallas for most of my life, but then past 8 years I've been building Pinball Disneyland in little Roanoke, Virginia. So when people see this T-shirt and they see Roanoke, they're like, "Where?" I'm like, "No, it's 1,000 miles east. It's not this Roanoke, Texas." But anyway, that's what we're doing out there. We're making like a Pinball Disneyland kind of thing come true. And
That's it?
And this is, well, what else should I say?
Well, you could tell them that
Stock
you're
market
a
is at
master
50,000.
mechanic.
Anyway, what was it?
Master mechanical mechanic.
Oh, that's right. I can talk about what I do.
Thank you.
Electromechanical is kind of my thing. And yeah, any EM questions, I can pretty much answer them. So, yeah.
I'm Todd Tuckey, TNT Amusements. A lot of you probably saw our videos. And I can fix stuff. Maybe not the best. He's better than me with mechanicals. But mechanical games are interesting because you have to change your thought into a mechanical frame of mind and realize everything's a progression. Sort of like reading an old outline. So if you have a problem at one place with the schematic, which you desperately need, if you have a mechanical game, you should try to buy a new schematic that unfolds without the tears and rips. And you start where the problem is, and then you trace the schematic. And then at some point, your brain switches gears, and it starts to figure out things. I can't explain it. But watching this guy, you could see it switching, and he progressed. We have a video showing him how he went from one part to the next one to check the switch, and the schematic tells you the next switch to check and the next. And sure enough, there was 2 switches that were the problem on that one game. The first one got it half working, and when he found the second switch, that was the second. And then the game works. Basically, any mechanical pinball out there will absolutely be fixable, in many cases without parts, unless a coil's fried, if the main motor is running. With the main motors running, you have a 95% chance of fixing it by yourself with some time to find that nasty switch. And it's really neat. I prefer the digital ones, but they're even easier. So digital games are easy to solve. And that's my story.
I think we're just supposed to introduce ourselves.
Yeah. Oh. Well, the mechanical man.
My name's Brian Haskell, and I talk too much, so I've already lost my voice. So I apologize. I'll try to go really close to the mic here. I work for Player One Amusement Group, and on the weekends I help out at Solid State Pinball Supply in Kansas City, fixing their games. Nick Greenup owns that place, and he's been a great mentor for me. I consider myself an expert on the newer Spike system games, but I've learned so much in the 2 years I've worked with him on the older games. And just a couple days ago, he diagnosed a game I was working on. I turned it on, and he was sitting like 100 feet away across the room, and he immediately, like, I know what's wrong with your game. Didn't even have to be next to the game. That's how smart this guy is. And I've already learned several things from him that blow my mind. So I'm honored to be in the presence of you guys.
Hey, thanks, Brian. Hi, everybody. I'm Eugene Marsh. I am too starting to lose my voice, not completely yet, but I am Eugene Marsh on Facebook, and I live in Springfield, Missouri. I have 2 arcades that I help run with multiple arcade games and 20 plus pinball machines. I specialize in all eras of Williams, Bally, Stern, Sega, Data East, White Star systems. I help repair boards for people over the country, and I troubleshoot over the phone a lot with people. And really, it's a great honor to be here with Frank and Todd. I've talked to these people through Messenger, and to meet them for the first time is such an honor. And I've known Nick quite a long time. One thing about Nick told me about EM machines is that you can be walking totally normal, and all of a sudden one of the switches go out, and all of a sudden your arm does this, and then you got to learn and find out where the switch is to make your arm go back to this. And I went, oh, that's a very interesting analogy. So it's like having walking straight, and all of a sudden you have a limp, and one switch on an EM can cause it to just completely malfunction. But nevertheless, really it is nice to be up here and do whatever we do this whole weekend. It's literally pinball heaven. My friend in Wisconsin, I was telling him, what are you doing today? What are you doing today? And I sent him a picture. I have a little bench over there by the Marco booth, and I've been fixing boards and all weekend, and I showed him a picture of what I'm doing. And so it's very fun to keep these things going for people, because people that come, they want to play working games, and so it's nice to keep people with smiles on their face, keep the games running. So I'm gonna turn it over to Frank here.
Hi, I'm Frank Lindemuth. I work with Todd Tuckey. We've been working together for upwards of 30 years now. And I bought my first game, and I wanted to get it fixed, and I went in to talk to Todd about it, and then I bought a couple more games and wanted some parts, and I just asked for a job, and then here I am. And it's great to be here, because despite having been doing it for so long, you're always learning. And I've learned a lot just from these guys. We all learn from each other. Like Nick's the EM guy, I don't go near them. I do a lot of home repairs, and when people call me for them, I farm them out. But yeah, like Gene said about making people happy, I mean, when you go into somebody's house and you fix their pinball machine, they're thrilled, because a lot of times they've had it for weeks, months, or years and couldn't find anybody to fix it. And it's not like fixing their dishwasher. You can call anybody to do that, but a pinball machine is a very unique thing, and most people don't know anything about it, so they give up hope. And then when you see how happy they are when their game lights up and it plays that familiar jingle, that's really what it's all about. And that's why we're here. And we want to, if you need help fixing your games, whether it's some tips or repairs, that's what we're here for.
Question time. Anybody want to step up, ask a technical question? Anything about pinball? Just, all right.
Our first.
I have 2 questions, but I'll start with the question, right? So it's a softball, all right? And so on an EM game, let's say that the game says ball count 0 on a Switch.
In the microphone?
Yeah.
I thought I was close. Am I not close enough?
You're too tall.
Okay. So I wish it would go up a little bit. So the EM game, let's say that a Switch says ball count 0, right? And it shows that it's open. So like a Gottlieb schematic, I think, it's an older game. I think that they're done with the power off on the game. Plus, I think that the ball has been fed on ball 1. Plus, they turn the machine off. Is that your impression also? Because it's sort of odd. If you look at something that says this switch should be off, what condition is the game in? Where is the game? As far as am I on ball 1? Am I on ball 5? Whatever.
That's a good question. To paraphrase, when you're looking at a Gottlieb schematic and you see all of the switches, some of them are shown as normally closed, some of them are shown as normally open, and that depends on the state of the game. When you start the game, is it the same as the schematic, or is it when you first turn the game on, before you start a game? Is that the state of the schematic? I have generally found that when you turn on the game and it's just sitting there before you start the game, that seems to be, that's a good question. I mean,
it would be what's in the schematic.
Because Steve Young has said you start the game, ball 1, the ball's in the shooter lane, and that's what the schematic is written based on, but I'm not so sure because some of those start relays.
I think the game has been fed and turned off because even like the what's the relay that says that that the power is on, that's shown open, right? And it's like, oh well, that clearly would not be open, right? That game would have to be closed. So I'm just curious if like all those old Gottliebs are sort of how to As you look at the schematic, you need to know the state of the machine in order to be able to say, how do I read this, So.
That is a good question. As he's talking about the hold relay, like if that's not holding, then there's no power and then nothing can be turned on. So I've always, I don't have a definitive yes or no on that. From my experience, it just from memory, it seems that it's when it's plugged in and turned on, but not starting a game.
Okay.
That's
right.
What I have encountered. And is that true for all of them? I don't know, but that's a good question.
All right, fair.
It may be different on different brands.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like a
This is
Williams
specifically
versus
Gottlieb is where I was thinking of, but yeah.
So you're just asking in general, or was there an actual situation that you're trying to fix and look at the
Well, I
schematic?
have a machine that I've looked at that just said, hey, I want to walk through this, trying to help somebody online too, and it's just like, okay, send me the schematic, or send me a piece of it or whatever it is. Let's see if we can figure it out. And it's sort of, okay, what condition is it in? Where they have. So that's where I get that from. I had a second one for y'all, which is from the Twilight Zone. So I don't know if you want to talk about specific games, but the clock gives me fits. And so I look at the clock, and the clock will be in test mode. It'll say 3, 6, 9, 12, whatever it is, right? Works fine. In gameplay, it gets lost, and it resets back to 12 while it's using the clock. I've cleaned the optos, worked better, but it still has gone back to this. When you're playing it in the game, all of a sudden the clock just spins back to 12 and gives up on you. Any thoughts?
Well, I own a Twilight Zone. Man, it is one of my favorite games. I have a new clock board in my particular game. So this is an original with original optos.
Yeah.
It could be one of two things. So you're saying in clock test, it actually recognizes 3, 6, 9 perfectly?
Yeah.
That's very interesting. So it either could be still a flaky opto, so it's not seeing home position correctly. Is that right? Probably not seeing home position correctly, or you still have flaky opto, or it could be something floating within the opto board itself. Everything else works perfectly in the game? Every other switch?
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be one of those two things, opto, the clock optos, or the opto board, driver board.
Add to that?
Yeah.
If you have the original board with the original lamps, they got really, really hot.
Yeah.
Somebody drilled them.
Get the LED set for it.
Oh, okay.
I would just add a preventive maintenance, peace of mind. Let's just eliminate everything else, because the optic itself could be okay, but let's just say that you have a situation where you turn the game on, it finds home and it's fine. You're playing for a while, heat is building up, and heat's going to create resistance. And if that board's been cooking for the last 20 some years, and those trace, it could be a trace, it could be a solder joint, it's getting hot, that's when things are going to go wrong.
Yeah.
So if you have a temperature, like if it's time related, I'd look at temperature. Like a capacitor, if something is on for a long time, it might be fine when it's cold, but as that cap gets heated up, resistance builds up, it's getting dried out over the years, and then you have problems, and then you shut it off and cools down and it's fine again, I would replace that with a new LED board.
When we were operating Twilight Zones, we drilled holes in the top of the clock in the
this
back.
one is drilled. Yeah.
And that was, I guess, 25 years ago when we were operating them. And you could feel the heat coming out of the clock. But the connectors in there, the little Molex connectors, would also get hot, or cold, cold. So we reheated them too. We took the boards apart and put them back together, cleaned it, and it would work, but it was just always hazy. We also had one Twilight Zone where the hand had warped. It had bent out a little bit. So it would work and test, and then sometimes it would lose track in counting because the little arm was not hitting the optic correctly.
Yeah.
So we had that happen. But in every Twilight Zone we've been selling in the last 10 years, we just put a brand new board in, which are almost trouble-free. They're not perfect. Nothing's perfect, it seems. Okay. Now, I could also suggest you write a strongly worded letter to Williams screaming about the design and see what happens, too.
Here's a little tidbit about that clock. It was supposed to be first used on Funhouse, but they couldn't get it ironed out. That's why the clock is the lights on the playfield. You can read about that on IPDB, I think.
Yeah, I have a Funhouse, too.
Yeah.
But, those are both good, fun games, yeah. Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Sir, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
I have a 97 DMD era White Star. What would you say might be the problem if I've got an X-Files, it's got a magnet thing that grabs during multi-ball, holds it, except it doesn't hold it, it just goes up. The opto triggers, I've tested in test mode, triggers, it just wobbles and then drops.
What game?
X-Files.
Oh, X-Files.
The White Star. You said White Star X-Files,
White
right?
Star.
So that's almost the same thing. So does everything else work in that? And if you got into a switch test and actually test that opto and it works or not works?
Works.
It works. So what is it actually missing or what's it doing?
So what it's supposed to do is when the ball goes up, it's supposed to apply voltage and hold the ball there for 5 seconds and then drop it. It just goes up, wobbles a little bit and drops.
So I wonder if the opto is working, but is it a magnet up there?
Yeah, I'm thinking it might be the magnet.
Yeah, so the magnet is weak. So the drive transistor that drives the magnet could be weak, or the magnet itself will be weak. So if the opto's working, it's knowing that it's kind of up there, but it's not holding like it's supposed to, which is a different function.
Does that have a metal bar through the play field? Does that have a height adjustment or something, maybe?
Yes, that's one of the ones where it's like a clamp twist where you push it up higher and higher.
I mean, you could check that.
Yeah, I've tried adjusting it. I've tried, making it as flush as possible without breaking the playing field, but it does the same thing.
I mean, you could try ohming out the coil.
Yeah, I even tried replacing the fuse that goes to the magnet. Nothing.
Yeah, it could be magnet. Could be magnet or drive transistor maybe.
Yeah.
Something's weak. Because I think the opto's working, but the magnet's not holding either as strongly or as long as it's supposed to.
You did wipe off the optic, though, right?
Yeah, I even replaced the optos, so they're fresh.
Okay. Yeah, we had a couple optics where they developed a cold connection, too. But if you reheat them, you have to reheat one side of the LED first and let it cool, and then do the second side. Otherwise, it'll fall off the board. Then you're scrambling to find it.
Hello. I have two questions. Stern or Jersey Jack? Which one first?
Go Stern.
Stern. It's a limited edition Rush. It's gone to 4 home meets and worked perfect. On the 5th home meet, the left flipper stopped working.
Which game is this?
Rush, LE. If you tap the cabinet 3/4 way up, it might work the flipper. Okay, now I have swapped node board in at 8, 9. I have done a continuous test from the top of the board to the flipper. Works perfect, but it still won't flip switches.
So make sure I'm hearing you correctly. So when you're hitting the flipper button, you're saying it's not flipping, but
Not
when
flipping, won't
you
flip.
check continuity on the wires and you're saying it's all
And
good.
it's perfect.
And in test, it flips up.
It doesn't do anything in test.
It doesn't work in the test either. Okay. So first thing I'd be checking is on the switch test, is it showing up that you're pushing the flipper button?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is reading the flipper button and it's not flipping at all. So a great thing on the Spike games is those node boards. There's a node 8 and 9.
Yes.
And you can swap those boards.
I've swapped 5 of them.
You've swapped into the same problem?
It's not the node board, 100%.
Okay.
It's not the switch, 100%.
Well,
it's
when
not
you
the
swapped
wire
them-
from the node board to the flipper.
So when you swapped them though, did you check the dip switches to make sure
Switches,
it's
yeah.
back to, okay.
40 years as an engineer.
Always got to make sure you never know who knows what, so.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. And
It's a brick at the moment.
obviously you know the coil works.
Yeah.
Because in the test, it's hitting.
Brand new machine.
That's an interesting one.
It's had less than 100 games.
End of stroke switch normally closed on them?
The end of strokes are normally open.
They're normally open,
Yeah.
okay.
And those Spike 2 games, Spike 1, 3 games, none of them need that end of stroke, to be honest with you. But
Someone at
what-
Stern had done previous work to it because
sorry?
they singled out that someone at Stern had done work to that particular machine because it had tagged the left flipper. Yeah. Yeah.
Had this issue before.
Yeah, and
Why?
they fixed it at the factory and then sent it out.
One thing to check, and this caught me a couple times, is change the Ethernet cable. Just take another loose piece of cable and change them out. I chased around a node board problem for 2 months on a Star Wars comic. The game played, but the buttons wouldn't always work. They wouldn't light up the lockdown and the start button. And I did an update, and then it wouldn't update the node board. And I called Stern, and they wanted me to buy a new node board. I said, there's nothing wrong with this node board. I swapped it into another game. It took an update. It was fine. So after, this was a customer's game, and I'm going back and forth over the course of a couple months. Finally, I just ripped the cable out, put a new Ethernet cable in, and everything was fine.
Okay, try that.
So I actually posted, you can get them on Amazon, they're $9, a network cable tester, and just keep it in your toolbox.
Okay. Okay.
For now, you need them with the games that use these cables.
Yeah.
We just had the Alien that had the bad
Yeah,
Ethernet cable.
it's a long shot, but
Brand new cable.
Don't overlook it.
Okay. Second one is a Jersey Jack. It's a Toy Story 4. Battery went dead. The usual fix, CN1, hit the pins 15 and 16 to restart the PC. Doesn't work. Pins 4 and 5 on the connector. And that boots the PC and the power supply. All voltages are correct, but it doesn't go into BIOS.
So, I apologize, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay.
Did you change the battery on the PC?
I changed the battery.
Okay, and you were able to get it to boot by jumping the power button on the motherboard, those 2 pins?
And not the 2 pins, the edge connector, where you use the pin 4 and 5, and then that'll boot the power supply and the CPU fan.
Okay.
But it doesn't go into BIOS where you can do the keyboard.
So you don't get anything on the screen at all?
No, not on the screen.
Okay.
But you're jumping the power supply connector?
Yeah.
That's not
So-
going to start the motherboard. That's only going to get the power supply. So you have to, on the header pin where you would connect your cabinet connections.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
That doesn't, you might have a bad motherboard. Didn't we have one fail?
Just one.
One, I mean, it's rare, but.
Dozens and dozens of them.
You can't just write it off. You have to try to verify it. If you can't jumpstart it, you might have to look into getting another motherboard.
Are you doing the right pins to jumpstart it?
Yes.
Okay.
Did this game work and then was moved and didn't work after being moved, or did this?
It was working in an arcade and I brought it home to do a full restore.
Okay. So the reason why I ask is I just a few weeks ago worked on a Wizard of Oz, and after it was transported, it also didn't boot. And what ended up happening is a screw from the, I think it was the power board, not the power supply, but the power board, distribution board, whatever, when it was upright, the screw had come off and fell under the motherboard. I had to take the motherboard off, and I found a screw underneath.
Okay.
And it was shorting out some 5 volts. Luckily enough, when I took that screw out and remounted it, it booted. Okay. So if that had been shorting something more sensitive, it would not have booted. But the other thing is, again, I want to make sure I'm hearing you right. So you jumpered the power supply's green wire to one of the browns, basically.
Mm.
Yeah. So if a motherboard doesn't turn on, it's because of something like that, or it can be because of something shorted out, like a screw underneath. And it's its own safety feature to not turn on. And what you did is you bypassed the safety feature to make the power supply come on. So I always recommend to not, you can do that with disconnecting it from the motherboard. And I always disconnect the power supply from everything. And then I short the black to one of, the green to one of the black wires and test the power supply not connected to anything. Because again, it doesn't want to turn on sometimes because there's something wrong. So it's like on a fire, it's feeling a hot door, it doesn't want to open the hot door, and you just open the door.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot more digging to do, but it could, like I said, you could end up finding something, especially when it was after a move. I have a feeling you might find something that's come loose under the motherboard.
Okay, thank you.
Weird that I just had that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Screw, man.
I have a Big Lebowski pinball machine.
Congratulations.
And, I don't know all the technical names, but like I think it's like the vertical up kicker, the mechanism that kicks the ball from the lower up to the top. It keeps firing over and over and over. And it will stop after maybe 5 or 10 times, but then it will just randomly stop doing it even when the ball's not going up there. Is that just a switch or a
stuck switch? I don't remember if that has an opto.
Yeah, I don't know if that says an opto or not, but what the computer is seeing that thinks there's a ball there.
Right.
And it thinks there's a ball there, so it wants to keep kicking out, kicking out, kicking out. And there's actually a safety feature within the program. If it does it so many times, it will stop. So you need to, Big Lebowski has a great diagnostics feature in it. And, you just need to go in a test and, actually put a ball in there to make sure that that's activating, not activating, lift the hood up and then see if there's either a broken wire. I don't know, like Brian said, I don't remember if that is a switch, a physical fork switch or an opto. Because I remember back in the day, those things are built like Williams a little bit, so I don't know. But it's one of those two things. It's either a fork switch that the ball lands on, so that means it's stuck down, needs to be adjusted, or one of the optos, wire or opto's bad.
A lot of times it won't start till you send the first ball up there.
Yep.
Once you do that, then it'll start just randomly doing it.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. It's once you plunge the ball, then it's starting to react to the switches.
Okay. And then
I believe it's a rare opportunity to work on those games, but I believe the diagnostic screen will actually tell you if the switch is an opto on that game.
The only other thing I had is I'm a little hard of hearing, so I missed where everybody's from. Do any of you guys do local repairs around here?
I know Harrison is not here in our panel, but Harrison Maxwell is a Texas guy.
Okay.
And then the Mike McKenna, he's one of our other techs that's working around. He's also a local guy.
Okay.
There's actually quite a few that are around here. We can, if you want to come by the pinball medic area and leave your information, I can get that to someone that can get your information to someone that's locally around here.
And the great thing is, Marcos has a system where techs can sign up to be registered techs, and then you can go there and find Marco Specialties.
Okay.
Some of the Marcos guys, that's still active, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually on there, and I've had a few people call me from that, so you can find somebody.
So, in my opinion, that's the best place to find a local tech. For anybody, you can go to Marco's Specialties. I don't remember the name of the link, but you'll see it on the menu. Something like Find a Tech or something like
It's
that.
at the top of the screen, like the top right, like on the header. Yeah, it's pretty easy to find.
It applies to anybody, wherever you are. Speaking of Marco.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Mikey J.
So I have an Elvin G Mystery Castle, and it's at somebody else's location right now, so I haven't had a chance to troubleshoot it or anything. But when it's turned on for too long, it freezes up and then makes like a high-pitched sound.
Power supply.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I haven't had a chance.
That runs hot.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually two connectors, if I remember right, that are really close together up on the right-hand side, and they get real hot.
Okay.
So, like, one of them gets real hot, which creates everything in that area to get real hot. So I'm sure it's headers and pins.
Could have dried out caps too.
Is that the same power supply as pistol poker?
Yes.
All right, so my friends have a pistol poker, and they would say they turn it on and they play it, and then it shuts down, and I put my meter on, and I'm watching the 5 volts drop. So, well, they live in Ohio, I live in Pennsylvania, so I didn't have the stuff to fix it, but the 5-volt bridge is really tiny, and that was getting really hot. So I took it's ugly, I don't like doing it, but I took a regular bridge, took some wires, mounted it. It was still doing the same thing. I already paired the connectors. I think the 5-volt regulator's bad. I ordered a new one. I haven't had a chance to put it in and test it yet.
Okay.
But I would look at, like these guys are saying connectors.
Okay.
I mean, you can probably just drop the right bridge in there. It'll probably be okay. But if you're vending it, you might want to wire in something beefier.
Okay.
But get that 5-volt regulator. And it's a weird number. It's not like a regular 7805 or something.
Alvin G.
It's adjustable. So, yeah.
Sweet, thanks.
I would just do those things, and that'll probably fix it.
And there is something valuable with an Alvin G power supply. If you bring a skillet, you can cook some eggs. And, you might as well eat while you're fixing it.
Raise your hand if you own a pinball machine. If you own more than 3, 5, 10, 20. Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got...
Who is 10? How many 10s? 1, 2, 15? 3, 4, 15. Yeah, Chuck has how many?
40. 40? Okay.
Who had 40?
I was just making that number up because Chuck kept his hand. You got 40, Mikey J?
Yeah, that's right, he does.
Oh, wow. Mikey J's got a lot.
Oh.
Okay.
Now raise your hand if you own an EM pinball machine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you have one? You don't have one, do you? Do you? Yeah. It's not an EM. That's all I'm saying.
They did make mechanical Mount
That's
Horace,
true.
but
That's true. That'd be pretty special.
it's close to a mechanical, but a lot more reliable.
Now raise your hand if you want to own an EM pinball machine. Okay, never mind.
There were some bargains out in the lot today.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Well,
All right.
while we're waiting, got any more questions?
Here comes one. Any good?
All right.
Again, an EM question.
Okay.
Right. So, a stepper motor, right? Let's say you have a stepper motor in an old Gottlieb machine that the wiper disc is sort of I don't know. It's been sort of ruined by the wipers walking across it. Have you ever rebuilt them?
Every day? I don't know. Yes. Yes, many.
Remove the rivets, sand down the disc, replace the
No,
rivets?
do not sand the disc. No. And don't sand circuit boards either. There's a lot of videos online about how to clean rivets and circuit boards with either a Scotch-Brite pad. It's not terrible, but you really shouldn't sand things. You should think in terms of polishing things. So.
Well, it's got a deep rut in
That's the other thing. Yes, if you have those little grooves that are worn in the steppers, yes, you do have to. You can either clinch it with if you have a rivet press, you could actually put a new rivet in there, which is the best solution.
Yeah.
But in the wild in general, I have a Dremel tool that I use, and there's a little sanding flap wheel that you can get, and I will individually contour those rivets so that they're as smooth as possible. Because if they're flat, if you sand them flat, it may be an issue of when those rivets are traveling around that there's not enough, because there's supposed to be two circular surfaces touching each other. If one is flat, it may not have the surface contact that you can get. But yes, faced between having a rivet with that's worn through, that can act like a brake, and certainly can be a problem. So yes, I say smooth it out as best you can. I wouldn't just block sand the whole thing, just those individual rivets that have that wear in them. And if you have a precise tool like a Dremel with a sanding flap wheel, then you can more easily contour those without just taking them all the way down. But yeah, that's pretty much all you can do at that point.
Okay, thank you.
I'm very new to working on EMs. I've had service calls where I have to figure it out, and I've come across some where it feels almost, I know it's not, but it feels almost like a Vaseline that is on there. What is that chemical? What is it that people put on there?
I mean,
is it like a conductive material or something?
The old EMs had white lithium grease on a lot of parts. You got to remove all that. By now, it's just gunked up. Generally, cleaning an EM is 95% of maintaining it. So just removing all the dirt. Like when people bring in pinball machines to the Texas Pinball Festival, and they do it to get their free exhibitor pass, I understand, but a lot of the times it's really a project machine. It's not really gonna work. And we spend our time just troubleshooting dirt. And if you had just cleaned it first, then we wouldn't have to do that. But removing that grease is definitely pretty important. And I don't really use hardly any, like lube is generally no, except if it's metal on metal, or you can use PBR grease, which is the dielectric, a very, very thin, extremely thin layer across rivets. That's generally about it.
A lot of people don't know that Williams actually packed a tube of grease with a lot of their earlier electronic machines. And they said to help with the drop targets, to make those pink drop targets slide easily. But they suggested greasing them.
That's why I've had to clean that crap off of so many drop targets. Now I know why.
Yeah, well, Williams gave him the grease.
And it turns into like cement.
Yeah.
Because back then, operators would just throw them in the trash when they were done with them. Like, that machine doesn't make any more money, throw it in the garbage. So I guess it's good for 5 years, but not for, 25, 35?
Well, that's what I say. As Todd was telling me, they build these games for 5 years. Yeah. They don't expect 20 years later, they didn't plan on that grease turning into concrete later. 20 years from now, that game's going to be in the trash, surely. But we've been keeping these alive, all of us here, so.
Well, if you think about it, all the commercial things made out there, commercial dishwashers, coffee makers, whatever, they don't have a second life. Once the life is finished, they get tossed and you replace it with a new one. So we're taking this stuff out of the trash and putting them in our houses, basically. And these companies never in their wildest dreams thought this would happen.
Have you noticed the circuit boardification of everything? That is a problem. I like EMs because they don't have a circuit board in them. It's just like Christmas lights. You can just plug them in and they work. But now even lawnmowers. There are some lawnmowers they're coming out with that have a circuit board in them that maintain things. And it won't work if the circuit board goes out. And you're like,
my toaster has a circuit board in it.
Yeah. So we got any more questions?
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
Sorry, I came in later, so if you already answered something like this,
no problem.
Yeah.
I have a brand new machine. It's a Jersey Jack. It's my first one, and I've had it for about 2 years. So I'm just wanting to maintain it, so I don't ever want to get rid of it. So is it okay if two questions. What's the best way I'm seeing ball track on the metal parts. What's the best way to clean that and make that new?
He just taught me something.
Okay, this is not my invention, but we had my oldest employee, he passed away at 89, he was still working, 89 years old. In the 60s, he started using a product you can buy at the auto parts store. It's called Gojo, G-O-J-O. The original formula, please. Do not buy the other. You can buy a can of it. It's red and white can. And we've had people say, oh, it's water-based. Well, we've been using it for years. You clean your playfield with this. And when you're done cleaning your playfield and you clean off everything and everything's nice and clean, your hands don't have all this mess on them because it's lanolin. It's like lotion. And the mechanics use this to clean the grease off their hands before they go home. It smells nice, and your hands aren't all cracked and peeling, too. And it does a great job cleaning it. Now,
Is that the board or just the metal parts?
everything. The Gojo cleans everything. You can even clean the posts if you want. Now, obviously, you have to clean off the stuff, but it's not going to hurt your fingers. It's certainly going to do its job. You won't believe the dirt it takes off. And we have been using it at TNT for over 40 years. And it
Just
hasn't
applying
affected.
it and wiping it off?
Just wipe it off. Now, when you're done, you need to wax the play field, because you've got it cleaned and everything. You can use traditional waxes like mill wax or whatever, but we find that Lemon Pledge is perfect. And you can clean your play field with it, and then you can clean your furniture too if you want. But the Lemon Pledge cleans, and it also leaves a coat of wax. We use it also on shuffle alleys, on the bed where you slide the puck. And it does a great job. After you wipe it once, then wipe it again.
With Lemon Pledge?
That's what we use, but we still do mill wax sometimes, that we like to use that too. There's other pinball cleaners too, but in a pinch, you can use Lemon Pledge.
If you ask a dozen
like a good I'm sorry, guy. I was gonna say like a Carnauba wax, or just make sure it's not a compound.
Well, what's the one they sell a lot of around here that's in two different, it's...
Novus.
Probably Novus 2.
No.
Novus 1 and Novus 2.
Good or bad for new machines?
Use Novus to clean
Novus 1.
plexiglass. We buff Chex hockey bubble domes with Novus.
It's a
And
plastic
It's
polish.
great. It's a plastic polish, that's what it is.
But not necessarily for playing fields.
You can ask a dozen techs these questions, and you get a dozen
different answers.
As to what they clean with, what they polish, what they don't wax, what they do wax.
The most important thing is make sure it's not abrasive.
Yes.
The Gojo can't be the pumice. It has to not be
The
any kind
original,
of a
it says on the can, original
also
formula.
remove paint. So, yeah, he's right. 50 people will give you 50 different answers. Just make sure it's not abrasive. That's the main thing.
And that's for the metal and the play field?
Everything,
yeah.
Now, if you want to go traditional, like a lot of other techs, if you want, this is not as good for your hands. You kind of have to use I use a little glove, a little microfiber towel with it, but it's naphtha. It smells like lighter fluid, but it does also.
Were you the one that showed me your fingers?
No, that's me. So
Okay.
naphtha is
That's
a good
what it
cleaner,
does to your
but
fingers.
It's probably hard to see, but I've got cracks all across all my fingertips, and they end up getting grease in them, and it hurts, it sucks. And I was showing him, and that's where he recommended the Gojo. The naphtha does work pretty good on rubbers too. I personally have seen people have cleaned their rubbers with alcohol and ends up drying them up really bad.
Yeah.
And people would think naphtha would do the same thing, but it doesn't. The naphtha seems to work pretty good on rubbers. Like I said, you'll still get anything involving cleaning, all different opinions.
You're only risking $10 to buy a can of this. Actually, it's less. But,
And this is as basic, this is as stupid basic as get, but I have problems with it. Cleaning your glass playfield. I know I should know how to wash windows, but it's still streaky to me.
You're talking about just your glass.
Yeah, just the glass. I know that's
Windex.
Even that, you'll get different answers. I personally like the foaming alcohol-free glass.
Spray away.
Yeah.
And I'll even
microfiber towel.
Yeah.
You know what? I prefer
Yeah.
paper towel. I'll take a whole length arm over, wad it all up. Because if you fold it up, you're gonna get streaks. But I just wad it up in paper towel and I go back and forth until it evaporates.
But if you have
then you get streaks that evaporate. But then my boss hates that because it leaves like little paper dust. So he prefers to use the microfiber. But the microfiber, I found, you've got to really keep going until you see no streaks as you're wiping. Because if as it dries off, then it dries off, leaving the streaks.
Yeah.
And again, I bet you every guy here has a different way.
Yeah.
They even clean
I'm
the
even
glass.
that bad. I can't even get the glass to look good, but thank you.
Is it an Invisiglass? You
Yeah.
just make sure it's an ammonia-free cleaner, whatever you use.
Yeah. It's the I just the stuff at Costco I've seen. It says ammonia free on.
Yeah,
the
just
can.
make sure it's ammonia-free.
If it's
to be safe.
Invisiglass,
Yeah.
ammonia-free.
And that's why I do it
wipe
Windex
into the
also
glass.
makes it too.
'Cause you
The
don't-
vinegar cleaner.
Ammonia-free Windex is what you're saying.
Yep.
You were gonna, do you have a question down there, sir? I saw you with your hand up.
Well, the pumice is good if you want to take the paint off your playfield.
It's a 2-year-old brand new machine. I don't want to do that.
Which one was it? I know you said Jersey Jack. Which game?
Elton John.
Elton John. Great game.
Yeah. It's not even here. They're out.
Yeah, we have 2 left in the box in Philadelphia.
But I'm not planning on reselling it.
Then we're done. Then we'll have no more.
What? Sold out.
Sold out, yeah. I hope not outlawed.
Regarding naphtha, I keep going online, I can't get a straight answer. I know it can clean a lot of different surfaces, different materials, but does it harm glass? Would it harm glass if I used it for glass? Just the normal glass, not the Invisiglass.
I wouldn't use it on glass, but unless it's Invisiglass, I can't foresee it harming it, but.
There's better products.
Yeah, there's just better products. I don't use it on plastics. I haven't experienced it myself because I'm just avoiding it, but my understanding is over time, it'll cloud plastics.
Okay.
So, works great on rubbers, works good on play fields, horrible on your fingertips.
Okay.
Wear gloves.
Thanks.
Or your fingers will get to be like that.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for some more questions, you're talking about wanting to just keep your game in good shape. There's certain things that I'll do, just open up a game that's working fine, just check a few things out. I'm not going to describe this very well, but the way I check coil stops personally, I will, on the flipper coil, I will push the actual shaft in, the plunger, and put my finger on the back of the coil stop and push back and forth, and there should be no movement on the coil stop there. I also wiggle the bracket, make sure those coil stop screws aren't loose. Catching them loose before they break is incredibly important because when they break off, if you're really lucky, you can take the whole playfield bracket off and then grab with vice grips on the other end for the rest of that bolt and go all the way through. But sometimes those bolts aren't far enough to be able to grab once they break off. You have to try to drill it out and not damage the threads or end up replacing the whole plate. So checking for loose screws, especially coil stops and stuff like that, very important. But any loose screw. And it's kind of the joke when we open up an old game, how many screws can you find in the back of the cabinet? And you never know if, and that's the problem, you want to try to find where that screw came from. Well, a previous tech may have dropped it and given up and just grabbed another one out of his box. It may not find where it goes. But then again, you might end up finding out it's the last screw holding on a mech. And, or I'm sorry, that you find where it's missing and there's only one screw left. And the game plays completely fine until you get down that one last screw that breaks off or falls off.
Yeah.
So we got some new people coming in. We're taking tech questions. So if anybody's got any,
we're good.
anybody's got any tech questions, please come up to the mic. Yeah, what you
I
got?
think the guy in the back with the hat on had a question with the 19 games.
Yeah, we're done. Thank you, guys.
You didn't want to know why Gottlieb has triple stripe wire in their games and why Atari has only 2 colored wires throughout the whole game now? Okay.
So we're going to be at a tech booth over by the Marco tents. Well, maybe Marco tents, we'll see. We might have to take the tops off. But anyways, we're going to be working on Yopsicle install on My Frontier. So we're going to be working on that on and off all weekend. Come find us, chat with us. There's no question too small.
Yep.
If you think like, oh, it's going to sound so dumb asking this question, no.
You got a couch over there. It's by the giant Marco sign. You can't miss it in the sky. We're over that area.
Also consider next year at the next year's Texas Pinball Festival that they're thinking of having people that don't want to bring a game but want to just attend and watch and listen. And we're going to do that probably. So that way you can come a day early, come on Wednesday, if it happens again. I'm sure it will.
That's our tech day. We're
Then
talking about
you can wander and listen, just listen, and take notes if you want.
Yep. Take
But
notes
that
from
would
this
be
guy.
fun. Good.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
But wait, there's more. We are going to now learn a little bit about how to set up your leaderboards. This is with Brian Haskell from Player One and Solid State Supply. You just saw him in this Q&A tech thing. Sorry, I was hearing my echo and it threw me off. We're going to watch this guy and then, yeah, just hang out. Oops, that was me. All right, y'all.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another year at Texas Pinball Festival. We will be starting off with Player One, and I'll let them go ahead and start to introduce themselves.
Could you guys hear what he was saying? We couldn't hear you very well out here. How do I sound? We're the first seminar, so you're also
Yeah, go ahead and bring the master mic up. The master mic. The master mic. There you go. There. Okay. Go ahead. You can get started.
All righty. So I work for Player One Amusement Group during the days, and on the weekends I work as an arcade tech around Kansas City. And I started noticing that there was a lot of operators with Insider Connected games without leaderboards. And the hang up was that, can you get is it turned on? The sharing? The hang up is people thought that it was too complicated, it was too expensive to get the equipment. Stern officially recommends Yodec, which is great, but you get one free Yodec device with Yodec, and once you want to do two for a second location, you have to pay for that device. And what I mean by free, to have it set up, like to have it running monthly. There's no monthly fee if you're only doing one screen, one device. If you want to do a second screen, you have to pay for that. So if you've got more than one arcade or you want to have multiple screens. I started using Pi Signage, and they let us do two screens for free. Both of those systems use a Raspberry Pi computer. You download an image file, and you have to put that on an SD card, and you have to do it the right way, and it can be kind of complicated, and then you have to set up the device. Then I discovered AbleSign, which is 100% free for as many devices as you want, and it works on a $19.88 device from every Walmart, the on-TV 4K device. Now they do sell a HD stick that has less horsepower, basically. And I'll tell people to get the 4K one, and then they end up calling me, telling me they've had troubles with it. And it turns out they got the cheaper stick that's $14.99. For that $5 more, you're getting more power. And they tell me, well, I didn't get 4K because my TV's not 4K. It doesn't matter what your TV is. The 4K is for having better power to run this stuff better. So you're spending $20 at this. Then you need to mount a TV. And I go to thrift stores or find, TV laying around that no one's using. I don't buy brand new TVs unless we really want to do a really fancy big display. But almost every thrift store has some larger screens. You get 10, 20, 30 bucks. On a wall at a venue above pinball machines, you'd probably want 50 inches or bigger. But I have one out on the floor that's a 32-inch mounted above a Spike 2 home game, but any Spike 2 or 3 game, even Spike 1, has a hole in the top that's for running cables to a topper. You pop that hole off, and it's a $20 mount from Amazon or anywhere you get. It's one that's meant for through-hole mounting. So it's got a screw that screws through the hole in the topper, the arm for the mount. You screw it in, hold it in, and then you can put a screen on top of that. The one I bought from Amazon says it's limited, it's up to 32 inches, but we put a 43-inch on one, it fits fine. And then you've got it mounted on a game and mounted securely, and then you're not putting any holes on walls, so that works if you've got, 2, 3, 4 games, and the bar you've got it at doesn't want you put any holes. So cheap, easy equipment can get you going on a leaderboard. And the other thing is that people think they need a smart TV, something that can do websites. Number one, no, because, I don't know, has anybody here run any leaderboards already? What do you use to run your leaderboard? Yodeck? Okay. Has anybody done them on like a web browser's built into a TV? It's a pain in the butt. For number one, you on the morning of each month, if you're doing monthly, you gotta put in the new URL on that smart TV. The great thing I'm going to be showing you guys on AbleSign is that you can be sitting at home, wake up in the morning still in your underwear, drinking your coffee, and open up your computer and load your new leaderboards, schedule it to start in the morning on that day, and you're good to go. You don't have to show up to locations on the morning of your new leaderboard, nothing like that. You can schedule them. But the other reason why you don't need a smart TV is because, again, this is what makes any dumb TV smart. Alrighty, so let's see. Can we get the computer going? Make sure it all works. All right, cool. So the AbleSign website is app.ablesign.tv. So I've got just one display listed right now. Oh, sorry, let me go over the stuff on the top real quick. When you sign in, you of course have to make an account. You really have 4 options, and content is where we're gonna load pictures or videos. For example, I have the Insider Connected creating an account video, and it even shows me it's a 54-minute video. I have an old Quest picture here that, has anybody gone to Stern's Dropbox where they put these Quest videos out? So if you operate locations every month, and actually even in homes, we're all eligible for it. Every month they do different quests, and they have a Dropbox where you can download images from it. It's a great tool. So, and this video here is just Stern Insider Connected, a 13-second video. It's my favorite because it's quick, and it has animations, and having something with some sort of video animations draws people's eyes to your screens. So, but being only 13 seconds, it doesn't piss off my players who are waiting to see their high score. They really want to see that score, so. All right, so that's what content is for, videos and images. The screen one is what we're gonna be using in a second to set up screens. And a cool thing about this is I can actually see right now that my screen on the floor, it's not connected. And that's because we stole the hotspot, so I can be online here. But it says offline. And I've had some times where in the morning I'll pull it up and look at all my different screens and see, oh, I've got 2 that aren't working. I can text the owner of the bar and say, hey, the leaderboard's off, what's going on? So that's a great feature in my opinion. All right, groups is playlists. I don't know why they bother calling it groups, but it's playlists. And we'll touch base on that. And then websites is where you actually put the leaderboards in. You copy the URL you would get, add it as a website. And now I've just gone over quickly the top, now we're gonna get started. So, last time I did a presentation in Chicago Expo, I wanted to open one of these new inbox to show you all how quick it was and how easy it was to do it. I opened it up on stage, hooked it up, turned it on. As soon as I connected to Wi-Fi, that thing started downloading updates. So I decided not to do that this time because we do not need to be waiting for updates. So I'm gonna switch this over. When you guys do get these boxes and plug them in, you gotta log into a Google account. That's just how it is. Once you get all logged in, then you have to go to their app store and download the AbleSign app. Of course, now that we're going live. So I gotta turn on the box. There we go. Can you guys all see that okay? All right, so I've gone through the setup process already, and I'm going on the top there. I'm going over to apps. Now, of course, I've already downloaded it because I didn't want to figure out problems on the stage again. But you just go from the app screen all the way down to search apps. And I found you do need to type out AbleSign completely. When you do Able, it brings up a lot of other apps, and you have to scroll really far to get to the AbleSign app.
Results for able sign.
Hey, it talks to us. And there you go. It's the first one. You would click on it, and then you would say install. Now, I've already installed it, so we're just going to open it. So when you first open it, you're going to get a code here. And we're going to put that on the AbleSign app, or website on the laptop here. But first, what I want to show you, this can be set to where when the Google TV first gets power, it boots up and then will immediately go to AbleSign. So it's kind of a tricky little hidden thing here. This video is going to go up on YouTube, so you guys don't have to remember all this. But you push up on the remote, and it brings you to the settings page that has one setting. Start AbleSign when device boots. So you turn that on. But the Google device, Google TV, has one more weird setting you have to do. So I'm going to hit the settings button on the remote here. I'm going to go to all settings. I'm going down to the app. Now I have to go to special app access. And we want display over other apps. And we want it allowed for the AbleSign app. So Fire Stick, they have the AbleSign app too. And the newer Fire OS, I think 9 or newer, in order for it to work, you have to they've got it on AbleSign's FAQ, but you have to have your laptop on the same network and download an ADP program and type in some code. And that's part of why I also, when people say I've got a Fire Stick, I say, you know what, it'll work on that. Get one of these though, because it's a lot simpler. You don't have to, you're basically hacking into the back end to give the app permission, and most people don't want to be doing that. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try a live test. Whenever you do something live, it messes up. But when you hit power on the remote, you are not turning off the device. You're putting it to sleep. So if it's got AbleSign on your screen, your leaderboard's going, you hit power on the remote at night, and then you leave your facility or whatever, you come back and hit power again, it will go to the home screen every time. And you'd have to arrow down. And we've got arcades at bars, pinball machines at bars and stuff like that, and you tell your bartender they have to do something special, they ain't gonna do it. So if they turn off breakers to turn off your games, have the AbleSign on that breaker that's gonna get turned off, have it on the power strip for that. Some of the bars we got games at, they just turn the power strip off to turn the games off. Whatever it is, just have, when the games are powered down, have this turned off. I got one place where they will not turn the games off at night, so we had to put timer outlets to turn them off at night. Have this turn off at night, because it's the getting power and booting up, not hitting power on the remote, that will allow it to automatically start up AbleSign. Now, I also rearrange my app order. Oh, I'm supposed to wait. There you go. So it automatically booted up. Again, it's still waiting for us to tell it what to do. So something I do to help my locations out is if the app ever crashes, they do need to be able to find it easily. So if you hold the select button on the remote, you can move the app around. Oh yeah, move the first option there. So I always move it to the front. When you first download, it's going to be at the end of your list. And there's another interesting setting you can change. I know, I'm sorry guys, this is all boring stuff, but you can change it to where it is apps only. I'm going to accounts. You go into your account, and if you scroll down, there's an apps only setting here. What this does is it gets rid of almost all the ads. I say almost because Google's never going to let you have no ads. So there'll be one ad at the top, but now it's a lot easier for your bartender to, if it crashes, they can get the remote and go down to AbleSign and then start it. All right, so that's all the real stuff you got to worry about getting your device set up. And you guys saw I unplugged it, plugged it in, it came up to the screen. All right, so now we're going to switch over to the laptop again. And the AV guys are definitely not confident when I unplug and plug things back in. So we'll make sure this works. Alrighty. So the next step is going to be going to the AbleSign website, app.ablesign.tv, setting up an account, like I said. Once you're in here, you want to go to the second tab of the top, Screens, and we're going to add screen, and now you just type in that code that's on your TV. And I took a picture of it. 768014. Saying it out loud helps it work better. All right, got the code in. Now, if you guys like this idea, I found if you turn your TV 90 degrees when you mount it, it looks great to just attract people's eyes. People see a portrait screen, and you can set if you want portrait plus 90 degrees or reverse portrait plus 270. Basically, depends on which way you got it turned. So if you've got one set up where you got a TV turned 90 degrees, so it's in portrait mode, and your image is all upside down, pick the other portrait mode when you set it up. It draws people's attention, looks great. We've stopped doing it though, because for some reason match play just doesn't work good on portrait. And we're gonna go over putting match play on here too. So, but portrait looks beautiful. We have some screens set up at the entrance to Solid State Pinball Supply, and he's got his menus on AbleSign. And Don Thompson, who unfortunately passed away, he had a TV up against his window of his arcade, and he had AbleSign displaying his hours, and then had on the playlist, go from the hours to women's tournament on Thursday, or can't remember when he has women's tournament, but you can have whatever you want on this. It doesn't have to be just for leaderboards. My wife's even talking about putting in her break room because she's got memos that she has to post for her employees. So, all right, so we're gonna name this thing. So we're just gonna call it Seminar, and of course caps lock's on. And you can put a description in to help you out if you want, to know what it is. We don't need it though. All right, so now we've got a screen set up. Now we've got to get it content. So, does anybody here do Insider Connected Leaderboards? So we're gonna, all right, I got one yes, great. Got so many accounts saved here, there we go. So I'm signing in. While we're waiting for this, I have had a request from a player. He goes around all over the country playing pinball, and he likes to look at his rankings on leaderboards. Oh, sorry, I went too quick. Once you sign in, I apologize, I'll go back to that. Sometimes I have a tendency to skip steps. Once you're signed in, there's 3 dots in the bottom right corner. And if you do not have Pro Portal, that means you've got to sign up for an operator account. Or if you're one of the people who is paid for the Insider All Access to have home leaderboards, you'll have a Game Room Pro option somewhere in this area, like right around where it says My Machines. But the point is, the three dots, we go to the Pro Portal, and now this is where you'll see your locations. I'm sure you're all familiar with this, and I'm sure you're also familiar with sometimes we have to sit around and wait. If you're getting the loading going for more than 10 seconds, hit the back button. It's something weird with their website. It'll go forever. All right, so I picked the location here. Now I'm gonna go to leaderboards, and I've already made my leaderboard. But I will warn you all, you probably know this, that people have leaderboards going already. When you add new games, you then have to remember to go into your leaderboard and edit the leaderboard and go to your titles and check it, because your new games will not automatically check. If there was anybody from Stern here, I'd ask them, I just saw a Stern guy walk by. I'd ask them to please fix that, so when you add a new game, just put it on a leaderboard if you got a leaderboard. Because I can't tell you how many times my dumb ass has added a new game to a location. We get it all signed up, get it so they can scan in, and I forget to put on the leaderboard, and then we get calls a few days later, people are pissed off that, hey, the Pokemon's not on there, and I just got a great score. And yeah, I'm sure Stern's database will have the scores, but you can't go back and make your leaderboard March 1st and expect it to have all those scores. And you can't expect it to have the scores when you check on a game you just added. It's only going to have the scores from when you actually made that leaderboard, unfortunately. I mean, we get some players that they really take this stuff seriously, so they get really upset when I screw it up. So when you make your leaderboard, make sure you check kiosk view. By default, it's not checked. The only problem you'll have if you don't check it is there won't be the important link here. So they give you a portrait link and a landscape link. The portrait link, literally the only difference is it has the question mark portrait at the end. If I delete that, we get the standard leaderboard. So, now, this is where we're going to start really getting the magic going. You just copy that URL and you paste it. Okay, I'm going to go to the websites tab. I'm going to add a website and you paste the URL in and you give it a name. Again, my caps lock. And now we have, in a moment, a thumbnail for it, but that's it. I've now have the leaderboard ready to throw in, but I wanted to guys show you some of the settings I changed. Once you have it set up on your list of websites, you click on the thumbnail image. You can't click down here, and you can't click the 3 dots to edit it. You have to actually click in the thumbnail there. And now there are a few things that I love. You can set a start date. So if this was April 1st leaderboard, I can put in the date and then the time, and I've got it starting in the morning. I'm so boring, I lost a guy. No, I'm kidding. And I will, on Able Sign, I'll just set the beginning of the next month at midnight as my end time. So now this leaderboard will only stay on my playlist starting April 1st, and then at midnight on May 1st, it's gonna disappear. Now I mentioned that date. When you make a leaderboard on Stern Insider Connected, for some reason, if you have it expire at midnight on May 1st, see on, yeah, you guys see it. On the dates here, it says March 19th to 23rd. It'll show to May 1st as the end date if you have May 1st at midnight. So I end up on those, I have to set it at April 30th at 11:59 p.m. to have it display on there correctly. I didn't worry about it, but we got somebody really competitive. We thought he had one more day to beat that other high score. So, alrighty. Now, another fun thing we can do is right now on the preview it's showing, Stern by default puts 4 games in and the upper left corner, upper right corner, bottom left, bottom right. And it looks pretty boring. It looks even worse when you got 5 games because the next page only has 1. So I've got a good fix for that, but also if you don't like what I'm going to show you, it's a new front end for the leaderboards that Nick Greenup, the owner of Solid State Pinball Supply in Kansas City, created. It's amazing. But if you guys want to stick purist to these leaderboards, I pay for the all access, so I've got a border around my name on the official Stern leaderboards, that red border, or not red, what I'm saying, gold. You lose that if you use our new front end, but we have zoom options here. And if I set it to 150, it will reformat itself and you'll get bigger text, and it looks much better when you've got only 2 games to zoom in a little bit. I assume you guys can see that? So that, in my opinion, that looks way better than having those 2 blank spots at the bottom. And that's just a 150 zoom. And if you guys go by the home games that I've got out on the floor, you'll see that there's a screen mounted on top. And it's only 32 inches. Too small for reading it at standard view. So that zoom function takes care of that for you. All right. So I'm talking too much and rambling, so we got to get on the next step here. All right. So now we've got our leaderboard officially in there. Now, all we got to do is make a group, a playlist. So I'm going to call this also seminar. All righty. Now I've clicked on it. We got a playlist. So I'm going to drag for content, that's videos and images. So I'm going to put this expired ad, pretend it's one of the current quests. I've literally just clicked and dragged in, but you can also click the 3 dots and say add to playlist. All right. Now this is where it throws some people off. There are content, screens, groups, websites, tabs up the top. Now I've got them also for setting up my playlist down here, content to websites. So when I've tried to talk to people over the phone and tell them, okay, now click on websites to switch over, they end up clicking the website at the top. We need to do it here now, and now these are all the websites that I've put in. We're gonna drag this scheduled seminar one in, and we're also gonna drag in the other one I already made. This is the one I've got out on the floor right now. So, you can see the green scheduled now. You basically drop it in your leaderboard and your playlist order, wherever you want it to show up. And when the current one expires, it's gonna show up expired, just like this one. And then this will show up expired, and this one will drop in. So just make sure you've got your end dates all set up correctly, your start dates. And there's one guy who he went ahead and just set this up for his whole year, and that works great for AbleSign. And the only problem is, if you trade games out throughout the year, you do have to remember to, if you set up in Stern, January, February, March, April, May, June, all the way, you then have to, on every one of those leaderboards you made at the beginning of the year, you have to edit every one of them to add that game, one at a time. So that's why I personally don't suggest setting up leaderboards a whole year in advance, unless I'm not rotating my games, and then go ahead. Now, I also recommend doing a yearly leaderboard, even though if you don't post it on here, because just because you don't display a leaderboard doesn't mean it doesn't exist to the players. On the app, they can still find it, and sometimes it's fun to have at the end of the year, like a prize for somebody whoever's got the top of your leaderboard. All right, so since I've got the quest image there, and I've got this video here, I personally found that you should never have too much time where your leaderboard's not on the screen, because the players want to look up and see that they beat that score. So all you have to do is click on this drop down and duplicate item, and you have a second one, and drag that down past. I refer to between my leaderboards as intermissions or ads or whatever you want to call it. And I'll do it for the scheduled one here. I'm going to duplicate it. So now it's going to show a quest ad, then it's going to show the leaderboard, and then after April it'll switch over and show the scheduled one. But it's going to show the quest ad, the leaderboard, it's going to show the video, and then it's going to go back and show the leaderboard again, and then we're going to have a perfect cycle. Now, what I recommend, Stern has 8 seconds that each page is on, so if you've got more than 4 games and it's going to be paging, I suggest actually giving it at least 9 pages, 9 seconds per whatever page you have. It's easier in your brain to just do 10 for me though, so if I've got 8 games, I'm going to do 20 seconds on it. If I've got 12, I'm going to do 30. So 0 seconds means it's going to be on there for the whole time. It'll hold and freeze on that one. So that's great during tournaments. All right, but we're going to set that to 20 right now. I'm going to hit save, and just for the sake of what I'm showing you guys, I'm going to unexpire this quest. But this quest shows the dates on the quest, and then I just match those dates for when it expired, so it just drops off. So we're not advertising the expired quest. You can advertise your tournaments. Anything you can think of advertising. Sky's the limit, whatever your creativity is. So theoretically now, all I have to do is now assign a screen to that group. So I'm going to go back to this group, and it said 0 screens before that page. Assign screens is up over here, if you guys can see it upper right. And seminar. All right. If you're only ever going to have one screen, you can skip the group tab. You can actually just go to your screen, click on it, and you can build a playlist right here. But when you have multiple screens, it's nice to be able to assign multiple screens to that playlist and have it at different parts of your arcade. So that's why I always recommend just going through groups. But where I would be building a place over here, it's telling me that this is managed by the seminar group. So, but we should be live now. Let's see if I did it right. And right at 12:30. We've got 1 minute left. All right. Oh. Oh, it's seeing it now. And in a few seconds, should be showing it. While we're waiting for that, does anybody got questions? So the next seminar isn't until 1. So 12:30 is when they really want to be done with the screens and stuff. But, oh, there we go. We're live. All right. Uh-huh. Do you want to come with the mic real quick so everyone can hear you? Sorry.
So I was asking if you're doing the pedestal mount for the TV on top of the stern through the hole, can you run the power through the power supply on the stern for like a 32-inch TV, or is that too much juice? Are you overtaxing
it's not
it?
too much. Well, I've never had it be a problem. So inside of almost every game is a service outlet. And the only fuse on modern sterns is the main power fuse. And modern TVs, believe it or not, do not draw a whole lot of power at all. If you were putting a picture tube, you'd be screwed. So you just, and what I've done is I've used extension cord splitters. I even have in a game out there, I've got a full power strip inside my game. And I'm running the TV and the power to the on TV box. I'm running that all from within it.
Okay.
So, you got any questions?
No, that was it.
Okay, cool.
Because we turn off machines individually, and I want that to pop up in the morning.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So here's the problem with that. He was saying he turns off the games individually. When you flip the power switch on a modern stern in most games, it leaves the power to the outlet. So this will still be powered if you're turning it off at the switch under speaker. If you turn it off on a power strip or on a breaker, you're fine. I have a fix for that too. It's a little janky, but they have 120 volt power to hook up to for a dollar bill acceptor. I have taken a dollar bill acceptor cord, cut it in half, and then I put a female outlet you buy at any hardware store on the end of that. And those cords they give you for doing you have to run the power up to your cabinet board. It's the same connection on each end. So I can make 2 switched auxiliary power by that.
Okay.
Because when you turn the switch off, the DBA power goes off.
Right.
So it's also a cool trick to have your Pin Stadium lights turn off and stuff like that.
Right.
So because that's what you would find out. You flip that switch and it's still on. You're like, what the hell? It stays on so you can solder. All right. Any other questions? I do have one more thing that I wanted to show you guys. I talked about how we do the tournaments. So here is match play. Now, when you guys make a tournament, who here runs tournaments or has ever, you're going to use match play? So match play is a great program to run tournaments. Have you used the big screen mode for match play? Okay. All I did is I took that URL for it, and it's apps.matchplay.events projector and then a code. And that's your code for your tournament. Now, I'll tell you though, they do not display well. It's so small on the screens when you put it on Able Sign. So I have the maximum zoom, and that maximum zoom makes it look really good on Able Sign and on big screens. 225. Problem is, when I do finals, anybody playing a tournament where the finals is where you've got 3 games for each round? So it'll show up on there the 3 different games, and at 225 it blocks that off. So for the finals, I set it to 175. And then the 175 zoom makes it still big, but small enough that's not cutting stuff off. Also, if you're doing a portrait screen, you can put match play on the portrait screen, but you also have to have your zoom down to 175. You're doing strikeout, because it'll cut off the strikes. It'll only show 1 X, and somebody will look at it and, oh, I've only got 1 strike. That second strike is cut off, and then their third strike's cut off. So, again, that's part of why we don't really do the portraits anymore. I'd like to get with some of the people, the guy who does match play, and see if he can format it for portrait screens better. There's something about a portrait screen. I'm telling you, people come in, they look at that, and it just draws their attention. So, all right. And as I talked about, when you put on your leaderboard playlist, I'm going to drag on match play. And when I'm setting up a tournament, I'll put it at 0, but I will set the tournament to expire. Now, we never know when our tournament's going to be over, right? But I give it the best guess. So, like, if we were doing a tournament today, I would set it to expire at, let's say, 1 p.m. So, 1300. Hit save. So, what's going to happen now is that tournament is set. When I dragged it on, I forget to hit save. Never forget to hit save. Save your work. Oh no, because I put the wrong date on. It's an expired tournament, so I need to go back and figure out what I did wrong with my date. I made it expire on the 2nd. There we go. All right. I know it's really boring to watch somebody click around on their computer. All right, cool. Now it's on there 0 seconds, so it's going to stay on all the time until it expires at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, it'll drop off and then start doing the playlist again. And I've even had where I'm not at. Every time I unplug this, it puts the device to sleep. It sees no screen, so I have to keep having to hit power. But it should come on now. Should eventually. It's still just showing my ugly face instead of showing the... All right, well, point is yeah, there we go. So the worst thing you can do during a tournament to really piss off your tournament players is have an ad show up for your next tournament or the leaderboard come in when they want to see where their standings are. So in tournaments, I can't let it play anything else or it'll piss off my tournament players. But I've set up tournaments where I'm running my leaderboards and I've got somebody else running my tournaments for me. And once he gets it all set up, I can just find the tournament on, on Match Play's website. And I don't need even to copy that link, the whole link for the big screen mode, because it's just those last 6 digits you change from the last tournament. And I can set it up again where I'm at home or while I'm here at TPF. Literally tomorrow we got a tournament, somebody's running for me, I'll be doing that. I'm gonna be here at TPF and I'll be setting up a leaderboard remotely to switch to the tournament when the tournament starts. And that's just the beauty of this Able sign. And I know it looks like I went through a lot of stuff here, and once you get used to it, it's pretty simple to do. We joked back in the day, set up a VCR, you can set this up. Any other questions about it? Because I'm gonna now, since I've got bonus time, I'm gonna advertise what my boss set up. So, outsider-leaderboard.com. And all you have to do is you go to whatever URL you have for your leaderboard, and believe it or not, you can go to anybody else's leaderboards too. You just go to Stern's, you guys are free to start setting up. Yeah, I'm gonna keep rambling while you guys set up, we already know. Yeah, so you can go to their website, insider.sternpinball.com, go to the map, and you can find a location and go to their events and see their leaderboards, and you just copy this code at the end, and you've got the code for their leaderboard. All right, so we named it the Outsider Leaderboard because we're, the Stern's the insider stuff, we're kind of the outside of that, but, and Stern knows we're doing this, they're cool with it. All right, I just pasted in that event ID, and we get 2 different things that we put on our leaderboards from this. The overall leaderboard is the best invention my boss did. At the end of the month, we will give out a prize to whoever was the top on our leaderboard. How do you do that when you've got 10 games? You played in leaderboards that have that. We were literally having in spreadsheets to look at each leaderboard and put a score for whoever was first, whoever was second for each game, and then having our spreadsheets tally it up. Well, instead of doing that, once you've posted, you've put your leaderboard ID in here, and I've got it right now for the type is the overall. I now just copy this link, and I'm gonna, oh, yeah, okay. Well, you know what, no, you guys can't see what I'm doing, I apologize, because I didn't switch display. Every time I do it, the AV guys cringe, I'm sure. All right, I apologize, people. All right, so what I was doing that you guys couldn't see is I went to the address there, I copied that code. Thank you for coming, guys. I really appreciate it. Then it's whatever's after the /kiosk, and you don't take the question mark at the end. I copy that code, and I went to outsider-leaderboard.com, and I pasted in event ID that code. And the two different things you can get from here is an overall leaderboard and the games leaderboard. The games leaderboard just gives you customization of how you display what would be on the Stern one. But this game leaderboard one is amazing. So right now, this is just for my live leaderboard on the floor here. And if you look now, it's showing I've only got 2 games. So these guys are gonna be showing off how to fix this grand lizard at 1 o'clock. So I suggest sticking around for it. So you guys check it out. We've got 199 as the score for AWL 19. So this guy got first place on one of the games and he got second on another game. If he had gotten first on both of them, he would have 200 points. So 100 for first place, 99 for each second place, 98, so on and so forth. And this gets people to play every game on your location. I had a guy who he was playing Foo Fighters, and he was putting dollar after dollar after dollar in this game. And I was like, Marion, I thought you told me you hate Foo Fighters, but you've been playing it nonstop. You must have finally warmed up to you, and I love the game. He's like, I hate it. Why do you keep playing it? Because it's the one game that was keeping him from being the top of the leaderboard. And I got to beat Logan on this game. Once I beat Logan on this game, I'm the top of the leaderboard, and then I win the prize. Literally, this makes us more money on location. And in the works, because people, okay, well, I've got a location with 2 Insider Connect games, but I got 3 games that are older. I got a WPC, I've got whatever. So I got a System 11C game. Scorebit, they do their Scorebit device. They got new devices. It's all new. They're announcing this, showing off right now. And you can put a Scorebit device in it, or you can print off a QR code, and they can just scan the QR code, and then they have to take a picture and enter their score. And we're going to be incorporating Scorebit into this too. So you can have your Scorebit games and your Insider Connected games both showing up on here, so that Lethal Weapon 3 doesn't get left out of the action. It's awesome. Outsider-leaderboard.com. All right. Any other questions on the overall, or any questions? Oh, the QR code. Does anybody see I'd like to see somebody, if you can scan that QR code on your phone. I want to see if it works right here on the screen. So what that's going to do is it's going to take you to it on your phone. And from there, you'll actually be able to see your scores on individual games. Can you scroll down and see the individual games? Yep. So your players can do that and see where they are on each game and on their phone, and I've got to do it. So they don't have to keep looking up at the leaderboard. All right, so that's the overall one. I'm going to switch over now and show you the games. So you can really customize this a lot. You can set how many games you want to show up on the screen. 2 max, 3 max, or 4 max. And you then also can change your slideshow duration. So if you want to have more than 8 seconds like Stern gives you for your players to be able to find their name on the game, you can change it to 20 seconds if you want. Sky's your limit. And we also don't just cut it off at 10. We can have 20, you can have whatever you want. So it's not just showing your top 10. Then we've got some toggles here for doing show rotating top scores. That the header will actually show who's number 1 on each game. Slowly pan score lists. If you have this turned on, it'll pan down to show the scores below 10. Or you can turn it off. Some people want to have it where number 1 stays on the top. So there's all sorts of different things you can customize how it's going to look. But I'll copy the leaderboard URL here. And normally we'd post it into AbleSign, but I just want to show you guys real quick. So I set 3 for my max number, but if you only have 2 games or you've got 5 games or whatever, it will full screen. Let's find F11 here. There we go. It will full screen it, so there's no gaps. Like you said, you run a Stern leaderboards, right? How many games do you have on your Stern leaderboard? 4. Have you ever had 5 or 3? Well, so what he's talking about is if you have 7, it'll show 4, and then the next page it'll show 3 with just an empty gap. And it's even worse if you got 5. It's so ugly. 4 games on the first screen, then 8 seconds later, 1 game by itself. If you have 5 and you have it set for max of 3, it's going to show the 3 games in columns, and then it's going to show the other 2 games like this. It's going to automatically show the 2 spaced out with no gap. So you don't have to worry about it being locked in. Like I said, I set this one to 3, but there's only 2 games. And it looks, in my opinion, looks great. No empty gaps or anything. And at the top, you can see it's showing that for Jurassic Park, AWL 19 is number 1. And for Star Wars Home, Sunny D is number 1. So a lot of people were like, man, I want to be on that top of the leaderboard. Just another thing to get people to want to, really want to keep playing the games and get higher scores. So we're very proud of this. If you guys go to arcades that have leaderboards, you could suggest they go to outsider-leaderboard.com. We try to make it something easy to remember. All right, I've been rambling. No other questions about this? All right, well then I had a few, they were set, I thought they were going to take a lot of time to set up. There are, on the show floor, Scorebit's got a booth, and Warped Pinball. Those are 2 different options to add leaderboard functionality to an existing machine. Warped Pinball, it's $150 for a device you plug in, and it works with the computer. It'll capture scores. They can set achievements and stuff, and Scorebit has the same thing. And on both of those systems, the advantages are you can have modern online functionality on your games and even be able to see things like when your games are offline, like you can on Sterns, on your older games. And I can even throw those on to my leaderboards. So while we're waiting for that, I'm gonna show you guys that. We're gonna go here. All right, we're back at this group we made. Oh, I'm not on the screen anymore. It may be because I've expired my time. Oh. All right, I'm gonna delete the tournament here. Nope, I hit duplicate instead of delete, because it's not delete, it's remove. All right, remove that. So I wanted to show Warped, and I have Scorebit. But the point is you don't just have to use Stern's leaderboards on this. We've got all sorts of options. There's also iScored out there, so you can use whatever leaderboard you want. You can even use multiple leaderboards. So this is Warped. Oh, there we go. This is their live leaderboard right now out on their display, showing the Warped one. And then this is going to be Scorebits. They all look great. There's all sorts of options. All right, I appreciate everyone coming. And if anybody wants to, I'm giving away this device to, so whoever wants to be in the pool for it, I'm going to put your names on a random generator and pick your name if you wanted to win it. So, and that will get you started. So anybody who wants to win the device, come on up here and I'll get you in here. Yep, free stuff. Thank you. You know, I ramble too much, so. And the documenting it and sending this video out to the people out in Oregon and Canada who said they couldn't make it. So, all right. Did anybody use the website for your tournaments for picking random names? What is that? Crap. Name.
All right, this is the last one. Actually, there's one more. We gotta play the Todd Tucky one after this. This is Making Pinball, Making Friends, talking to all the homebrew creators that brought their games out to Texas Pinball Festival. It was super rad. We had 14 homebrew and custom machines at Texas Pinball Festival this year. And we hope to continue growing that and supporting this awesome maker community.
Oh my
So
gosh.
let's check it out.
We good? All right. Let's find a mic here. Thank you everybody for coming out for the homebrew, Making Pinball, Making Friends talk. This has become my favorite part of these shows every year because I just get to get up here and talk about all the rad stuff that everybody does. My name is Aaron Davis. I'm from Fast Pinball. We've been doing these Pin DevCon events with Marco's Specialties, the whole crew. Our goal was to make the homebrew experience less of just some random games shoved in the corner that everybody kind of wonders what's going on with those games because the top's been open most of the show and balls keep getting stuck. Our goal was to make it like more of an exhibit, an experience. If you could take like a maker space and merge it with like a carnival or something. So really, that's what these experiences have become. It's also been getting harder and harder to get everybody an opportunity to get up on stage and talk about their games and projects and stuff like that because there are so many homebrew people these years. We've been coming down to Texas for a while now. We're from like the Seattle area. Texas used to be a homebrew desert, and it's not anymore. We've been sending more and more hardware down here and seeing more and more projects get built. And we'll see some of them because my slide deck turned into a yellow sheet of paper, we'll see them when we go out on the floor later on and take a look at them. I guess that if there was one thing that I want to make sure everybody takes away from this experience is all of us at one point had never made a pinball machine before. And now at this point, some of us have made multiples of them. Like myself, I've not made a full pinball machine yet, but I've helped a lot of projects come to life, and I find that super satisfying. And I've loved getting to meet and inspire people to finish their projects, to keep rolling along. I have to assume that everybody here at one point has gotten enthusiastic, like, you're so awesome, your project is so cool, you're almost there from me, and you're welcome. So all right, so we're gonna cruise through. We don't have a lot of time here, so that's one of the hardest parts about these things. The goal, we want you to see that we're all nice, normal-ish people that want to come spend time with you. So come by, walk up, talk to us while we're cutting and crimping and bending things and fixing things, because that's how we all learned and that's how we all got engaged in the homebrew community. And we can't wait to see everybody kind of wander off over to the back far corner, if you haven't been there yet, of the show floor to see the whole homebrew experience. Okay, so starting off, we're gonna bring up two people here, Nick Tesseras and Nick Moran. You guys wanna come up and join me here? So one of the goals we try to do is introduce the new faces and stuff like that. So Nick, local to us up in the Northwest, he's making the King of the Hill pinball machine. And Nick, I'm gonna say Moog. Everyone calls you Moog. Moog, he's making his Turbo Time machine, but he's also done a lot to help other projects and stuff like that come to life in a 3D form. So that's why I want to bring you guys up here, because you do overlap a little bit that way. But let's start with you. So this is your first time bringing your show to a game, period. Yep. Not only that, you picked one that was super far from home and had to transport and ship it all the way down here. So so this is truly a first experience all around. What has this show been like for you so far?
It's been a little frustrating for me because the game hasn't flipped yet, but it's been good. I have all these other homebrew people through the Discord encouraged me to bring it whatever state that it's in.
Yep.
So I brought it down flippable with some code, and then through a bumpy FedEx trip from Seattle, had some hiccups. So still hoping to get it running tonight, but it's been great so far. He's been a massive help. He's been under my machine pretty much the entire weekend because his is running. And everyone's kind of helped here and there throughout the show so far.
I think that's also a really good thing too, because there is something nice about jumping out of your own project to hop into someone else's project and lend a hand. It's like your machine, all those long projects. The the long tail parts that are just not that exciting to finish, but the idea of hopping over and helping someone through their project is exciting, especially here at the show. So I mean, I think that's one of the things, a lot of anxiety people have about bringing things to the show is like, what if something breaks? Something is going to break. That thing that worked perfect in your house is gonna have one piece that fell off and gets bent or gets crooked, but you're gonna find all the people that you know to go to borrow pieces and parts from, all that good stuff. So Nick, or Moog, so talk about your project a bit. Like, you've done a lot of iterations on that stuff, and then also still found the time to help other people with their projects. So talk about your experience with Homebrew.
So Turbo Time started off as actually 2 years ago, I came to TPF and met Ernie, and I was like, hey, I want to build a homebrew. And I realized that there was a community behind it, then there was support that could get me to the finish line. And I was like, okay, let's do this. So I started building Turbo Time, took it to Expo that year as a flipping whitewood. And then I progressively made art at Expo the next year and had most of the playfield like decorated, and now it has full code, full art, and it's a pretty complete machine as far as I would consider it. There's a few more things I want to do, but it's the vision is complete as of now.
That's awesome. So like, you've been to the show, you've had that first experience, and then you took everything home, refined, tweaked, made adjustments and stuff like that. That's the experience you're starting with here, you know? So after you went to your first show, what were some of the big observations you got from actually making the effort to get it in front of people?
One thing was I had this weird shot, and depending on how the playfield was leveled, changed how the shot worked.
Okay.
So that was a little frustrating for me because it was like dead nuts at home. And then when I moved it, it was like all clunky. And one of the other things was I had this really hard shot, and I didn't realize how hard it was until I took it to Expo. Like, nobody made it. So I was like, I gotta tune that in. And just a lot of stuck balls. Like, your first revision, you have no idea where you're gonna find new ways to stick balls that you couldn't even conceive of, and then you gotta fix that.
That is a big part of it, is like when you're there shooting your game and getting everything dialed in for what you know, you've got the muscle memory there, like all that kind of stuff. And then you get in front of people who are good pinball players that just can't do that one special thing you thought everybody would love. Those are those great insights, because they let you modify things or pull that experience earlier into the gameplay, all that kind of thing. So now I think that our goal is get your game flipping when we get back here, so that you can get some of this insight and stuff like that from the gameplay experience. But one thing I do want to hit on is the two of you overlap in this project here. So one of the things that I love seeing in projects is when somebody's got an idea or a vision for something, somebody goes, I can help you with that. Like, let me add to your project in a way that I'm well suited to help with. So when you'd come down to visit, you brought the mechanism that Moog built and put into the game. So talk a little bit about how you guys came together on that and what that collaboration is like.
So I had an idea for a grill for King of the Hill that when you qualify lock, it opens, and then there's a trough within it to kind of have some light shows for grill effects, and lock 3 balls and then dump them out. But I have no idea how to execute that at all. I just had the idea. He's a mech maker for hire, so I reached out to him online, and he's took it on. I think it ended up being more than you expected.
Yeah.
And he showed me maybe 5 different revisions he had worked on before he even showed it to me. But yeah, it turned out great. We wired it on Friday. Thanks to him, he sent me with harnesses and boards and everything needed, labeled with a guide, so it was ready to roll. If we get the game flipping today, hopefully that's next step.
Dude, that's awesome. And it's adorable. I mean, it's a cute little piece like stuck on there. And I think those are the things that's like, there's so much, like, it's not thankless work. It's the work that you do to get everything working and functional. And then somebody comes along and puts a cute little toy on top, and that's what people remember. Just know that it's like the whole experience of creating the opportunity to put these pieces together and tell a story on the stage. And that's what Homebrew's all about.
Yeah, so to go more into that, I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, and so like mechanical design is my specialty. I'm terrible at art, so I actually had Nate here in the audience help me out with the art for my machine. And then I've done mechs for a few machines. The Monsters Inc. door rotating mech,
Yeah.
I designed that. My game's Turbo Time, I have the V8 ball lock, and the grill mech for Nick's machine here. I felt like a lot of the toys make pinball special, make you have pinball moments, and you know, I'm a I'm a strong believer that every game should have a physical ball lock. So I try to make that happen.
So now that's your responsibility to help everybody here have a mechanical ball lock.
So I'm in the Discord and the homebrew community, and I'm seeing like where other people have skills with programming and art and stuff. Some people don't always have mechanical design skills. So I enjoy it. It's a passion of mine, and I wanted to give back. So I've been designing mechs for a lot of games.
And that's a great way. I mean, everyone looks for those ways to give back. I love hearing someone excited about jumping in to help when they see the way that they're well suited to give some assistance. So, okay, we're short on time, so get off here. You mentioned Nate. Nate, come on up here. We haven't had our on-stage discussion yet. So Nate's game, Tiki Tapu, like this game is gorgeous. Like it's an entire like complete experience. You walk up to it and it's got everything you want to have in that. It's clearly something you had a vision for, I think, probably before you even set out to put this together. Right. It's cohesive, it's complete. Like, talk about your process for making a homebrew game.
Oh my gosh, my process. Well, it started out with the idea of, it's so scary.
It's so loud.
It started out as an idea from a virtual pinball machine that was Tiki themed. And then I'm like, I want to recreate that in my own vision.
Sure.
And so then I started, like, I did the research. I don't know, I wanted to kind of look the same, but it was a wide body. I wanted to go standard.
Okay.
I literally got a piece of wood because VPX didn't give me the vibe that I wanted. I tried to do the ball path. Piece of wood, literally 48 volt direct, 2 flippers. And I just started flipping and screwing stuff to the wood.
Right.
And when I didn't like it, I literally took it all off and kind of just moved. And I did that a few times. And then from there, it just blossomed into, yes, this will work.
I think everyone's got a different process on these things.
Right.
We talk about this every time we get up here and talk about it. Everyone does things a little different. There's your software design in CAD, get it all laid out, do it all virtually.
CAD for me.
Yeah. I skew more your direction. It's like the idea of like, I want to physically get an idea of the space. I want to start building things on and cutting paper out and laying out like where things are going to take up space.
Same.
It's
Cereal
really
boxes, man.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Nice. Reusing the cardboard and stuff
Yeah,
like
like
that.
cereal box cardboard. A lot of people use foam core that it's like, 1/8 inch. Cereal box cardboard is like perfect. It's rigid enough to hold a ramp, and you can cut it really easy.
Dude, that's a good tip. My previous favorite tip that I learned in one of these was like, you know those like thin metal rulers?
That's me.
Was that you?
Hobby Lobby stainless steel rulers. They're like $7.99.
Yeah, it's like
they're a little taller,
your
but they're
ball guides.
stainless, and
Yeah.
they work phenomenal.
You know
I
exactly
left mine
how
in
far
my
they roll.
machine. I never made different ones. Mine are still in there. Hobby Lobby stainless steel rulers.
That's awesome. Okay, so how many shows have you been to now? I know
This is
I've
my
been to-
third
okay.
show.
So
The
Southern
first
Fried.
one. So Southern Fried was my first show last year.
That's where we first
And that
met.
was about
Yeah.
9 months. I had my game basically fully art, package, everything done. The code was very child, small, pequeño. And I have since expanded now.
Okay.
Moog, Nick, Octo, all these guys that are sitting down here have like attributed to Jim. Is Jim here? Jim's here.
There you go.
They have all like brought it to what it is.
I love how you jump through like partial names, handles on 2 different platforms and screen names. I'm like, I think I know all those names.
You know what? There's so many. You know what? They're all. I have a splash screen in my attract
Like a cheat
mode
sheet.
with all their names that have like somehow. Because I can't do the coding. I mean, I can now.
Right.
But I knew nothing about coding when I started. I knew the art.
But that is the area where, like, again, when people look at, like, how can I help you? Like, you make a project that looks good, that looks fun to shoot and stuff like that, somebody will help out with the code because it's going to make...
Absolutely.
It could be selfishly. They want to have more fun playing your game. Like, that's a good... So when you look at the areas of, like, how do you entice other people to get involved with your project, like put a lot of effort into it. Come up with a clear vision on it. So if somebody does find themselves enticed to like help you out, that you're not just going, oh, I don't know, maybe we could do something. It's like, I want to do this certain mode.
And I had that all calculated.
Perfect.
Because like with my art and integration, I actually studied a bunch of Polynesian lore on
So
the
you went
gods.
deep.
I did. All my gods in my game are legitimate Polynesian gods.
Very cool.
And it's just, I don't know, it's immersive. And then I added all the Disney stuff too, because I like Disney.
There you go.
A lot of hidden things in there.
So in getting support and stuff like that, one thing I tell people all the time, and we all, I don't know, engage differently and stuff. Some people are better at like articulating themselves or figuring out what they want. The piece of advice I always try to give people on, when you're on the Discords, the Slack channels or forums and stuff like that, is I say, pretend like the person that has the answer to your problem has 5 minutes to help you. So be clear. What have you tried so far? What are you trying to accomplish? What are the challenges you've run into so far? Some examples of what you're doing so that they can go, maybe they're on their lunch break and they're looking at this going, you know what, I did this once too. Let me tell you how to fix this. Sometimes people get frustrated and be like, my code doesn't work, what am I supposed to do? And they post a config file up there and nobody responds.
No,
you know?
because what they want is the log of
Yeah,
why it failed.
there you go, you know? So that's another good example. It's like a lot of what we end up doing is teaching how to engage, how to give the information that's actually useful, for sure.
Right.
The troubleshooting that I end up doing is usually just asking you thoroughly what your problem is, and after 3 questions, you're like, shit, I know what it is.
Oh yeah,
And
we were
then log
talking
out.
about that. I can start chatting to you. You're not
Yes.
even there. But by the time we finish like 4 sentences, you're like, oh, that's what it is.
And I think that's the part about all these very focused like homebrew communities is like, you know that people have been in there before. They've had that experience, maybe they're gonna have that experience and now know they can come to you for it. But I say all the time, like my favorite thing to see is the new people helping the newer people because they just went through it themselves and they're eager
I've
to
done
jump
that.
in and to give back.
But now I'm old and I missed some of it and I lost it. But
Okay.
I was helping, yes.
Okay, so again, time crunch. Love you, we could talk all day. I wanna bring Brad Holiday up.
Wait, one more thing. You wanted me to
Wait.
talk about the art.
Oh,
so my
okay,
art.
one more thing, stay
my
there.
art was originally from a famous artist, whatever. And I didn't ask permission in the beginning. Kyle over here, Smet.
Yep.
You're saying
Legendary.
it doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
Reach out.
Right.
I got permission. He said,
Yeah.
"Yep, you're cool." So ask. If you don't even think you can do it, just ask.
And that's, I wanted to talk about that briefly because there's a lot.
I'm ready to
you,
go now.
You get out.
Okay.
Go. Okay, Brad, come up. While you're coming up here, I'm gonna say, the reason we wanted to talk about that was that like, there's always that like tension and animosity and frustration when like you see art that you know that person didn't make that art. You know, we're not all amazing artists, so sometimes the idea of like working with other art inspires a vision, but come on, if that was your art, that might feel a little uncomfortable. Anytime you can, reach out. I mean, frankly, if you were an artist and you saw somebody making a pinball machine with it, that's kind of cool. It's not like they're running posters and selling them at a trade show, you know? Like sharing the experience and sharing why you're inspired by their artwork to create something great, I think is a good thing to try and do whenever you can. Yeah. Brad, what's up, man?
So much.
Okay, so this is my Brad meeting story. I get an email, and I'm probably exaggerating. It's got like 60 questions in it, and I'm like, oh, geez. So my response was like, hey, can we just get on a Google Meet and video, and you can talk to me while I'm soldering, and we can just chat all afternoon. So it turns it into an interactive podcast, and it was great. I mean, you just went question by question, and I turned and said what when I didn't hear what you said, but we got through it, and that was incredible.
Okay.
So that was how we started.
It is.
And now we're here at the show here with the Top Gun game you put together.
Yes.
That was fantastic. So talk about where you came from, all your experience in building pinball before this, and how it applied to this game.
Oh, it's zero experience at all. I used to be a competitive player before COVID, and then after COVID, my daughter started doing travel ball, so I spend my time with her and the family.
There you go.
I miss a lot of shows, but I still have the passion for pinball, and I took that passion into the passion for Top Gun. It's my wife's favorite movie, my favorite movie. We bond with it. My kids love it. And it's one of those, like, I don't think they're ever going to make this theme. I'm tired of waiting for it. I want to build it. But the big part as well is, you know, I'm 47 years old. My mind felt stale. Like, I just felt personally that I was stuck. I wasn't learning. I wasn't growing as a person. And I'm like, I need to challenge myself with something.
Absolutely.
So I had zero coding, zero CAD, zero art. Like, I had no experience in anything.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I'm going to see if I can learn it. So started off with VPX. Those that may know the VP10 platform, I'm 85 vet, so I did a lot of the Stern play fields at that time.
Okay.
So like ACDC, X-Men, Tron, those were mine that I contributed community before I kind of backed out of it a little bit. So that was my experience there, was just taking it, logging into VP main. No coding really experience. Just VP main did it all.
Sure.
But I wanted to build my game in VPX just to see, is my mind equate to something that actually works?
Okay.
So I just started kind of playing. With VPX, you can get everyone's code up front, and so I just started reading the code, and it clicked.
Okay.
You know, Visual Basic was.
It's like you know what this does, and now you're seeing how it was
I
accomplished.
can see it, and I can play the game. I say, oh, well, that's how that works, and so forth. So I'm like, okay, this is great. I can take that, and I can directly move it to homebrew.
Sure.
Turns out it's different language.
Yeah.
So, I decided at that point when I made the virtual version, I talked to my wife about it, and I was like, hey, I want to do this. What do you think? And she's like, yeah, do it. So I did. I built the game, hadn't coded it. I had it whitewood, and I was literally rolling balls with my hand.
Right.
It's like, hey, it's time for me to, get it flipping. So that's when I called you. I was like, let's do this.
That was
right?
awesome.
So I spent an hour and a half of your day. Sorry about that again.
Dude, stop apologizing for that. It was awesome.
And I learned a lot. You helped me get a platform. I'm pretty sure I'm maxed out on all the boards, all the power supplies and everything. Everything I could put into it. And I started getting going. And I got really frustrated. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay.
I got really frustrated because I couldn't figure out the Python. It just would not click to me at all. I posted in Strictly Customs Pinball Facebook that I was frustrated. Big man right here, Ernie, reached out and he's like, hey, what can I do?
Yeah.
And I said, this is how I learned VPX. I just looked at other people's code and I read it.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll send you Monsters Inc.
There you go.
So without Monsters Inc. and you sending me that code, I wouldn't be here.
Just to put that up there, Jim in the back, and Nick.
Yeah.
They helped me with the code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The three of us.
That's awesome. I appreciate it more than you can imagine because seeing that, it started to click on, oh, that's how you get the flippers to work. That's how you make the two systems communicate with each other. And I really kind of struggled. And once that clicked, then I started kind of going off my own.
Build some momentum.
And I stumbled on Claude AI. And I said, hey, can you teach me at a first grade level how to do this? And it's step by step. You need to do this, and it would give me examples of code, and I would tell it what I was trying to do, and it'd say, well, you need to do this in an event player. You need to do this. And it got me going. So, I work finance. I'm a marketing guy, so if I can do it, anybody can do it. It's just the ambition and the desire to learn. For example, my son, he's always wanted to learn to weld. I've always wanted to learn to weld. I got wire form ramps in there. Auto welder. He and I watched a bunch of YouTube videos together, and we were in the garage one weekend.
Dude, I love that so
welding,
much.
right? And that's how I got my wire forms. We built it together. He helped me weld it, so it's a piece of him in there as well.
And it's that shared experience. I mean, amongst friends, I love when family gets involved too. When spouses are, even if it's just encouraging. The chance that you can turn around and share the progress of your project, share that joy a little bit. I think you hit a really good point too, right in the beginning. You said, we get to a certain age, it's like we need something new. We need to learn something else. It's like, what the hell else are we gonna do? We've got to have a problem to solve. We got to find a community to get involved in and stuff like that. And it's like that's where this silly talk got its name. It's like we all have been making friends all over the world building pinball machines because you can't if you make a machine right, it's designed to have somebody come and play it. It's not like come look at this model I built. We can sit there and look at it together. This is designed to be like come over and play it and share that experience together. Yeah. So I think that's an area where, probably one of the fun things and expensive things about homebrew pinball is you find, oh, I need this tool, I need to buy this tool, I need to get this. I think I need a CNC machine of my own now. It goes on and on and on. Yeah. But even you're talking about doing things with your son. It's like the chance of oh, I need to buy a welder. I did the same thing. I bought a welder. My son's been using the welder. It's a chance to say you know what? I need to spend time with my kid, sure. I need to have an enriching growth experience myself. If you can merge those together into something like the two of you out welding in the backyard, that's incredible. Oh, yeah.
It's great. All the patience in the world with my wife. I wish she could be here, but she's at home spring break with the kids and so forth. But I'm in my office every night, a couple hours, trying to get through and push stuff through. And she'll come in. I'm like, hey, what do you think of this? And I'll just kind of show it, and she's like, oh, that's really cool, but can you do this? One of her favorite scenes in the movies, I didn't have in there. Okay. Because she likes the one, because everyone kind of tells her, oh, you look like you're mad, you look like you're mad. And it's like, no, it's just my face, right? So one of the scenes in Top Gun Maverick, they say, that's the only face I've got.
Yeah.
So in one of the scenes, if you get through it, if you fail a mission, it says, Mav, I don't like that look. And he turns to him and says, that's the only face I got, right? So, pieces of her are in there as well, right?
Fine, honey, I'll make a mode just for you.
Exactly.
That's awesome,
Yeah.
That's like birthday gift, Christmas gift.
Oh,
good,
geez, man.
I made you another mode.
Yeah, I owe her everything, just let me to do it. So.
Okay, I got to say, I feel like I've said my favorite this whole talk here, but one of my favorite experiences of this show so far. So you bring your game in, I'm like, oh my gosh, your game is so awesome, blah, blah, blah. You're like, can I show you under the play field?
Oh, yes.
So wiring is kind of my jam these days. That's I'm obsessive and mad about that stuff. But your enthusiasm to want to show it to me, I was like, that made me happy. Like you lift it up and I'm like, for a first game, first wiring job, like A+, man. Like that was pretty impressive. The staging that you used to like lift the boards up off your lights to make everything fit, like thumbs up, man. Like I took a picture of you with your arm around it. Like I'll have to send that to you. You can frame it, put it on the wall. Like that was incredible, man. So come down and play Top Gun. Talk his ear off. He's a super nice guy. Like thanks for coming up and hanging out with us, man.
Hey, thanks for convincing me to come. And yeah, I wasn't gonna do it, and you guys said do it, and
Okay.
I'm glad it did.
My next slide says Ernie Silverberg. So Ernie, you come up here and hang out with me. Okay, so real quick, as Ernie's making his way up here, one of the things I want to talk about with Ernie is like, he has been doing a wonderful thing where if you've been out to the homebrew space, there's the Spaceballs pinball machine. So this is the game that John Marsh made, a good friend in the homebrew community that passed away recently. He had always wanted to take that game to all the other shows around the country. So it's basically like, it's Spaceballs, the world tour right now. And it was at Southern Fried Gaming Expo. His wife was very kind to let us bring the game. We got to do a little celebration of life out there. But then it turned into, well, it's still in Ernie's car. We got Expo coming up. Let's take it to Expo.
Bring it there. And she's like, of course. And she's been following along.
Yes.
And his daughter has been as well.
Yeah.
So after Expo, my intentions were to bring it back to her house. And then finally I'm like, hey, can I just bring it to Texas for this last show and then I'll bring it back? And she was stoked that we were doing that. So.
Well, that's where it started. Yeah, back
That's
again.
where it started. We got to go back again, though. Yeah, Southern Fried's easy enough. I could go back. I could go get it and then do
Go on the way home, you know? Okay, so we love John. Like, we're so happy to tour his game all around. But let's talk about your game for a second here. So Monsters, Inc., man. Like, if those of you who don't know Ernie's in the, we call it like power builder category, like building play fields like all the time.
It's the problem is when I'm building a game, I come up with more ideas that go on a different game, so I have to finish that one or at least get it to a point that I can go to that one because that's the new obsession. And then it happens again.
If we sit here too long, we're going to make another play field while we're sitting here.
I've already got
I
it in my head. No.
Okay, so with the Monsters Inc. game, there's a lot of stuff in there that we've talked about the collaboration with others and stuff like that to help out. But talk a little bit about like some of the cool mechs in that game. Like it does some stuff that we haven't seen in a lot of other games. So
so there, I think the main one to point out, there's two that are really awesome. Is the Magna ramp that I did before Homebrew Harry Potter.
Yeah.
By Kyle Reed. As trademarked too. No, it's a wire form that has magnets, passive magnets, and the ball just travels on the bottom side. So there's nothing underneath it, comes off and drops into another ramp. I didn't even know that was in Pinball Magic.
Right.
When I created it, and then somebody's like, oh, that's like Pinball Magic. I'm like, I'm not the guy.
Don't you love those comments where it's like, your cool idea you did, somebody did that before.
And then I was actually at Kyle's house, and he was showing us Harry Potter, and he had something very similar, and I was like, damn it. So we had a big conversation. We don't know who did it first. We both did it at the same time, yeah. But we give each other a hard time.
You can get a T-shirt that says, I did it too. It doesn't matter. It's
and
fine.
then mine's higher. The other mech, I wanted, oh, that was really loud. I wanted the doors from Monsters Inc. because that's one of the big scenes
it's like
where
an iconic part
conveyor, the door conveyor system. So bouncing ideas off of Nick / Moog, whatever you want to call him.
Green shirt guy.
He had a cool idea. So the doors are suspended above the upper playfield, and there's a stipper motor, and you can cycle through the doors. You have my center orbit. If you go in, you can go in two different directions. If you go in one way, it rotates them to the left. If you go in the other way, it rotates them to the right. And then there's a door that looks like Boo's door. And once you get that in that spot in certain modes, that's how you complete the mode.
Which is like such a great physical feedback thing because it's moving the way it feels very analog, very natural and stuff. I think so much of pinball these days is like defaulted to the screen, where really what's attractive and exciting about pinball is what's physically there. So if you're watching things rotate and they're kind of swinging as they stop and you know that your ball is causing that to happen, that's a good like kinetic, physical game experience for sure. You know, it could have been done with just a couple flashing LEDs.
No, it could have, and
it's worth the effort, you know?
We went through a couple different revisions on what we could fit, how big the doors needed to be, things like that. And I think what we landed on is perfect.
Dude, I think it looks super good. Okay, so we should talk about Trident Pinball, okay? So I've had a lot of people come up and just so excited about what kicked them off. And a lot of people have brought up the fact that like cross paths with you and the fact that like you're gonna send them a bunch of boards, you're gonna send them a playfield starting point. Like that's how we first met, was like I'd seen online like somebody's doing kits. I'm like, oh, I want to see somebody do this so bad. At this point in time, now that a lot of the Mission Pinball framework has gotten more stabilized, it's come along to a point to where you can even give them a computer with that stuff built in and ready to go. Your Trident bundles have like kicked off like a decent number of projects out here.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about like the experience with like getting, I guess what it does for you to like make these kits exist and like get people started in pinball.
So when I first started, there was the Strictly Custom Facebook group, and you can find information in there, but you have to search, and it's kind of hard to find. So there wasn't like one spot necessarily that you could go to find everything. There's a couple Wikipedias that have, information. So I was like, God, it'd be kind of cool if there was some kind of a kit that just had everything. That takes out the guesswork of, what mechs do you need? What
they designed to fit together.
What wire do you need? What hardware do you need? This kind of stuff. And the biggest thing on the feedback that I've gotten is that most people are just afraid to take that first step.
Yeah.
So if you can just buy this one package that has everything you need to get flipping, and it's not an easy kit that you just strap it on there and it's like immediately ready to go. You have to learn, and it's designed that way to make people learn some of the code and learn some of the wiring and learn, because you don't want to build a game and not know how to fix it if something breaks, because something is going to break at some point.
Well, I think that like also probably the most, like we could probably all agree to this, the most precious thing we have is like our time, right? So we've all got jobs and families and friends and responsibilities and stuff like that, but we get these little windows of time to work on our games and to find out that like I'm missing this one piece, or these two pieces that I bought, when you put them together, makes my in lanes too narrow for a ball to even roll down it, so I picked the wrong things, So anything that you can do to keep that part moving better is a big thing, but also, I know that like there's fast customers that have bought a bunch of boards and they're sitting in that box on their shelf that they've just forgotten about, and it's out of sight, out of mind, and that's years are going by and they haven't done the project. You get a kit that includes a big, 20 and a quarter by 46 inch playfield and a bunch of mechs, and that's also in front of you. Now it's like, it's almost
I need to do something with it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that, with making pinball, I think, we say all the time that everybody's hard part is different, So the idea of like, is it the code that's hard? Is it the woodworking that's hard? Is it the electronics that's hard? That kind of thing. And I think that like these kind of kits just narrow that stuff down a little bit further. So maybe the woodworking is the most intimidating part, but the fact that you've got one that's mostly the right shape and that you can make it flip, that takes it down a little bit. So then the next step is like, where are you drilling holes to put things in the playfield and stuff? So it's not like, where do I buy wood that's the right thickness and stuff like that. So the kits definitely do a lot to like push that along. So dude, you're doing good work, man.
It's fun. It's all about the community.
So speaking of community, excellent segue. We should talk about another project. Kyle, do you want to come up and join us? Kyle Reed here, as was said before, he'd done his Harry Potter homebrew game. Kyle, we call him like project lead, like group lead. Basically like the idea to create a community designed and developed pinball machine that somebody could follow along, learn about the whole process, but in the end be able to download files, download art files, all that kind of stuff, and go and build this game themselves, was a fantastic idea. And I think that what we're definitely seeing is that as more and more people are getting enticed with like cool projects like building pinball, not everybody is like set up to design pinball. But I've met plenty of people that said like, if you could just give me the instructions to build a game that when I got to the end of the line, I could play it and flip it, like that's something I would love to do. So that's where this project came around. And I think it started with a bunch of us drinking whiskeys and bourbons around a campfire out at your place. And so talk a little bit about how this idea came around and maybe what people can expect and come and learn about with what Pinforge and Bootleggers is all about.
Yeah. So last April, you guys all flew out to my house for a little brainstorming session, but after going through the process of designing my first game and how much of a pain in the butt it was to do it, there's so many aspects in designing a game that you need to learn. It's electronics, it's mechanical engineering, it's carpentry, it's welding, looking up YouTube videos for welding. There's so much involved in doing this project, and as you alluded to, like, time is precious, and not everyone has time during, like, after their workday. Not only do you go build a game, but you have to first research how to do it too. So I kind of wanted to make that barrier of entry a little bit better and more achievable for people not only wanting to get into homebrew and build a game, but also like collectors, people who just wanted a little one-off thing, who, you know, they're the DIY people that do their own flooring or whatever, but you look up a YouTube video and, well, here's how you do it. So the whole goal with Pinforge was to assemble a team of really strong people within the homebrew space that can each bring something, and we have 7 members on this team. I can name them all. I probably should. We got Aaron from Fast, Ernie, myself, Kyle Smet. Where'd he go? He's hiding behind the camera here.
Behind his trophies.
Kyle Smet. We got Nick Morand, or Moogly Moog, or Pickle Nick. Alex Labasco with MPF. So we and Jeff Palmer from, he's not here, but he lives in Michigan with myself and Nick as well. He owns an arcade in Bay City. So we wanted people that have each done something different and can bring something together on this to make it a really strong team that people respect what we're trying to do. So yeah, we're going to design a whole game from start to finish. We started in November, and we'll have a fully complete arted up game at Expo. We're working with a tremendous artist over here, Eric Lee. If you haven't been over by the game, his back glass artwork is incredible, and we're looking forward to see what the rest is there. But then at the end of this project, so after Expo comes and goes, we're going to film step-by-step tutorial videos on how to build this exact game called Bootleggers, and all of the files will be published. All of the artwork, the code, and everything will be compiled and published. You can go download it and follow along, build your own thing. We're going to partner with probably some Marco kits and things of that nature, fast kits. So everything you need to buy to build this game, here's a kit, go buy it. Here's the play field fully arted up, clear coated, go buy it. Or if you want to cut your own and figure out how to print and clear coat, those files will be available. You can do that. So your level of complexity is your choice. So we want to make it as easy as possible for people to build a copy of this originally licensed, or not even a license, original theme.
Yeah, original theme.
Game. And yeah, it's cool. It's over in the homebrew area. We got the prototype, so you should swing on over, give it a few flips. Tell us what you like, what you don't.
The plan is to have hopefully 3 or 4 completed games at Expo.
Yeah, we're going to try to get as many of us on the team to have completed games for Expo. So it'll be cool to have, like, here's a bank of 4 bootleggers, come play them.
No, and I think that what, you know, like you said, like, this game has only just come together, like, in the last week. You know, I mean, it's like all the final pieces, like, I sent you out wiring to put together on it, like, Kyle brought a cabinet up. I mean, it was like, it came together in its physical form here, like, out on the floor.
Yeah, I mean,
for the first time, you know?
Drove the play field down from my house. Kyle brought the cabinet. You flew the harness to me. Alex flew the computer to me. And, like, it just all came together, like, 2 days to go before TPF. And on Monday night's stream, we got it flipping. Oh, and we're streaming Monday nights. Our development
talk about
process.
the stream, like that part of it. so every Monday night, it's like what, 9 o'clock Eastern time?
Yeah, 9 Eastern.
So, you know, every night my wife gets home from work on a Monday night and says, "Aren't you doing your stream thing with your friends tonight?" Because she hears us just out there giggling and goofing off around making pinball, you know, and it's a blast. And I think that, like, you know, at this stage, it's just us kind of dreaming this whole thing up. Like, we all think that we can pull this off, and so it's all of us, like, finding where maybe we misguessed, or we have to do a little more work, or where time was our challenge. But also, you know, we've all done things we've experienced from different places, and so to kind of aim all our guns at the same project, it's been cool to see it come together. And really, like, you know, I've had confidence that we would get there for sure. The timeline was the big question. Walking up to the game here and playing it and flipping it was incredible. When Alex finally landed, he came in, did some more code, then Lights did more things. I mean, this thing is like living and growing, like literally in front of us out there. So it's fantastic. And I mean, I think that it's the embodiment of, like, a lot of people, a lot of collaborating aimed at one single project. And with the goal, like Kyle said, is to just bring more people into, like, maybe possibly building their own pinball machines. So very cool stuff. So I think we're probably getting pretty close on time here, but we do want to kind of leave some room for questions. But I do want to say, like, there's other games out here that I haven't even mentioned yet. So Cayman Kai and her team are there with their Pinball in Wonderland. Clap hands, let's do it. Bob Neese has his Elf game, which has been to these shows before. Fantastic game. Owen and Luke Underwood with their Pokemon game, like the first Pokemon game that's out there. Go play that game. And then Kyle Smet's got some stuff out there too. Friday the 13th and Big Trouble in Little China, like come and play that stuff. So definitely come out. And again, like we all want to talk to you. Like, you know, we might look busy and stuff like that. As long as you're not like bumping a soldering iron out of somebody's hands, like come up and say hi for sure. So does anybody here have any questions for anybody here or who was up here at one point or? Okay, Cayman, guys, get out of here. Cayman, come up. We got room for you. We got time after all. So one of the things I saw when we first got here was your brand new playfield with the full artwork on it. And I held my tongue because I was going to say, why don't we just wire it up here at the show real quick? But like, there's too much stuff going on already. But that's going to look gorgeous. So talk about this project and all the crew. I mean, I've met so many people that you've had brought into the pinball space and coming along with your crazy idea that you want to make pinball. Like, talk about like your game and your process and whatever else you want to.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so it's funny. I've actually roped in a couple of my board game friends. So Omar I actually met from our board game group.
Nice.
He's the newest member on our team. He's done a lot of the 3D modeling.
Yeah, so I like to say that I'm the rapid prototyping department. So that's my skill set. I know a lot about CAD. I know how to 3D print and just a lot of the physical design. That's kind of been my forte. So.
Yeah, and it is really cool how people do things in different order, right? We actually just got score and display for the first time in this past week. We've been working on this machine for 2 years. We focused really heavily on designing the playfield, you know, and I was hoping we'd have the final playfield all hooked up, but for TPF, that was ambitious. You always think you're gonna get more done than you actually do. But it is, and I was like, oh, have we really done that much from last year? But I just actually had all the memories on my phone today, and I was like, wow, it's come a long way, so.
Well, I think that's what's cool about taking things to shows is that like you'll get someone who comes up and goes, oh, you've done so much since last time I saw this. And you're looking at it, you can't even remember all the teeny tiny little steps that you've taken. But I would say like the playfield artwork, like who did the artwork for this playfield? Because it's gorgeous.
Yeah, so my friend, one of my best friends in Tallahassee, Ray Hensel, she did the artwork. You know, I introduced her to pinball. Every time I go back to Tallahassee, I'd take her to the local arcade, we'd play, and I told her I was doing this project and we needed an artist, and she's like, hey, I'd love to do it. She's never done something like that before, and I think that's actually why it's kind of really so unique, you know? I think she's not as into the pinball, she hasn't seen a lot of the artwork and what it looks, so she just worked, you know, from her own mind what would look cool, and what she came up with was fantastic. The stained glass look, it's so unique. And you know, I sent her a picture of me in this outfit once just as a model for one of her mock-ups, and she stuck with it. This has actually become like our Alice, and it's very signature, which is really cool.
So is the playfield like in the booth over there? Like, can people walk up and see that?
It's right after this, I'm taking it to our booth to set it up. It'll be next to the game. Yeah, Bob had it at his booth yesterday, and I think a lot of people got to see it.
Timeshare between you two.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, go up and look at it. You're to find yourself staring, and it like the stained glass look. It looks like it's got a texture and depth to it. Like the lighting, the light direction and stuff on the artwork itself gives it that kind of depth looking into that. So that's fantastic. So with the game, you had the game set up here initially, and I think you had some transport problems or something like that at first. And I loved how like Nick Neitzel had come over looking for a certain screw that I didn't have, but I remembered you had one that was unused on your game, and I knew that you needed some help with things. So I said, if you go talk to Cayman, she'll probably let you use that screw, but you should help her with the problem that they've got there, you know? So we did I brokered some bartering to try and like help everybody out there. But I mean, I watched it over there, like everybody was coming over to lending a little insight, trying to get some tips and stuff like that. So I mean, that's cool too, you know?
It's awesome to bring it to shows. I mean, Ernie, thank you for helping. I was sitting there, you know, getting frustrated, calling Andrew, our third guy on the project. He couldn't be here.
Today's FaceTime call there.
Today's his birthday. Happy birthday, Andrew. But I was like, wait a second. We always call Ernie, you know, when we have a problem. Like, he's here. I'm just going to grab him. And sure enough, he helped me fix it. And we actually, last year, we brought it and we got it flipping for the very first time ever. The story about y'all bringing the different pieces, that was us last year. We got it flipping 2 minutes before the show floor opened last year. This year, at least, it was 2 hours before, and it was flipping earlier this week. So, you know.
That's fantastic. So with all the, you say you brought in all the different people, you know, lure them into the pinball world and stuff like that. So like as you're out there talking pinball, I know you're involved with the Austin Pinball Collective and stuff like that. So you've got this hub of people already involved in things. And I know that like anytime you get like a fun, different project like that in pinball, like pinball people will find pinball. You know, they're going to see it, they're going to know, they're going to hear about a project and stuff like that. But when you talk about people that you're bringing in, these are people that are outside of pinball directly, not already. I mean, I don't know if you are a big pinball player yet.
Yeah, so actually, I'm kind of just like a casual player, and this is the most pinball I've ever played in my life.
It's like a fire hose.
Yeah, so I've been a casual player, but the thing is with this project, I think I thrive with problem solving.
Okay,
and
very cool.
A lot of the problems that we had whenever I was onboarded, it was the physical part.
Okay.
So like, what do we do to connect this part to this part? So that was kind of where I started helping them out. It's like,
Right.
okay, well, maybe we can model something real quick. That way we can make sure this ramp is upright right here, all of the fixtures underneath and on top on the head, you know, make
Yep.
sure that those are secure. They're not gonna move anywhere.
Right.
So that's exactly what I did, and that's, yeah, so.
It's like you just create an opportunity to take your skills and apply it into a different space.
Exactly.
But also too, it's like it does draw you in. You know, now you're starting to look
absolutely.
at pinball. You're like, I came in here doing 3D modeling and stuff like that. But you know, maybe if we did some rules that did this, like we shot it this way, and maybe it did this other thing, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah. So I
just
started
being around it is great.
Exactly. So I started CADing our current playfield
Okay.
with all of the parts that I modeled. That way, I can potentially start looking at pinball trajectories for the final one.
There you go.
Yeah.
You-
and then,
you-
as
you
I was
built-
saying last night, I was like, now I really want to do my own project.
But I do think that's one of the things we see a lot is somebody brings a friend in to help out with a certain thing, and then you've got your own ideas. Like, you know, like Ernie was saying, it's like you're working on a project, you got two other ideas of your own that you just kind of set aside somewhere, make some notes somewhere. But I do think that like being in a collaborative group, working your way through a project, especially when it's your first experience doing that, it really does kind of get you into the fun part, get the rhythm going, get some momentum going like a little faster. Because again, coming from an area where you know something super well and going to a whole other medium, context, gameplay experience, that's a big leap, you know. But if you're able to say like, you know, you've got a vision and how you want to fit that together, you can help out and get that project moving. So it's super good.
Yeah, kudos to y'all that do it on your own. I don't know how you find the motivation to do that. We just meet every Thursday at 7:30 for 2 or 3 hours, and we stay consistent. And because it's, you know, more than one person, it's the three of us. Joel, my boyfriend, also helped rewire the playfield.
Nice.
You know, keep pulling people in, but it keeps us accountable, keeps us progressing. You know, keeps it consistent. So yeah, and I'm already looking to do my next one actually even more collaborative at the collective. I'm going to propose that as a community we build a homebrew together, and I'm going to teach anyone who'd like to be involved how to build it. And my theme that I think I'm going to choose is Austin. I'm hoping everybody agrees with me, but I think it's something we all have in common, right? And the Austin Pinball Collective could have an Austin pinball machine. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to propose it next month. Well, we're going to take a break from ours for, you know, a month
get
or
a
two
few
after
nights sleep, all that
TPF.
kind of stuff.
But, you know, I don't have enough to do, so I'm going to start another one on the side.
That's awesome, and I love the accountability angle. I love the regular meetups. That's where like the Pinforge thing, meeting every Monday night, it just keeps things going. And I think that all the communities and all the people you collaborate with, that accountability is a big deal. You know, if you lay out a goal before a weekend that you want to get accomplished, you don't want to come around Monday and people ask how it went. You say, I watched garbage TV all weekend, I didn't do it. Like, you're gonna think, I don't want to get one more, I don't want to lose one more weekend. You know, I want to be able to share some progress and keep moving along. So, dude, this is awesome. I'm glad we got to squeeze you in at the last minute. I said we don't have room for everybody. We've talked before, so I'm glad we got to squeeze in here. Now, for people with questions, sorry, we don't have time for questions. So you got to come talk to us in person over there. So thank you so much for everybody hanging out, and yeah, make some pinball, make some friends. Super cool.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm usually nervous.
Oh my gosh, I love you.
Short, I should probably be in front.
Wait, take them right here.
We're doing the stair thing.
My eyes. I was too short. All right. This was the last seminar of Texas Pinball Festival that we helped organize. This is a fireside chats with our beloved Todd Tuckey from TNT Amusements. And we start off with a short film that we created together called Skill Shot Baby, a Pinball Epiphany. It was going to turn it into a full feature length film, but that did not work out. But we have this nice little gem of a moments in pinball time. And then after that, it cuts over to Todd. He shows
That's what we're
historical
starting with.
archive footage from over the years. Super rad.
But we got it up on the
He's
laptop.
been in
Just grab
the
it.
industry
Transfer
for
over.
And then come down.
decades.
Yeah, it's a gray.
Has a
and then
lot of
there's
amazing
other
stories.
cells in
With
the
a shade here.
Wanna check it out?
Just hit the back
Thanks
button.
for watching, y'all.
That's everything. Yep.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Texas Pinball Festival.
We are here.
We are.
Woohoo! We are going to do a special fireside chat with Todd Tuckey and TNT Amusements. And we're going to start off with playing. Yeah, everybody
Thank
clap.
you.
We
Thank
have
you
the
for that.
legendary Todd Tuckey here.
Thank you for that smattering of applause.
So we're going to start the show by playing Skill Shot Baby, a Pinball Epiphany. And this was a short film, a scene from a feature film that we were pitching several years ago where Todd is one of the main characters. And it's a story about a boy who recently lost his father, found an old pinball machine that they were supposed to work on together, and then decided to take it on himself and then meet some colorful folks along the way. So it's a fun little journey, and this will kind of start off the fireside chat with Todd.
And Amoto was the camera lady. So she filmed it, the whole thing, and it was 3 days. This took 3 days to do. 12 hours each day for 8 minutes of fun. If we can hear it, it's really detailed. It's nice because when you see the neon sign in the beginning, they added the electricity from the neon transformer to it. I thought it was a nice touch.
Movie magic.
Movie magic.
Where do you want it?
Back of the bar with the new jukebox.
Oh, that's cool. When did you guys get that?
Just had it delivered today. I even get to choose what kind of CDs I want in it.
You're not gonna, stop having live music here, are you?
No, you and your friends will always be welcome to play here. It's just to keep the good vibes going when I don't have a band booked. Listen, I'll keep the jukebox money, you keep that pinball money, and we'll be good.
I bet.
Then we have a deal. You're back. Let's see what you got for me.
I got 90% of what you asked for and 10% you should have asked for.
Oh, what was I thinking? I forgot to request Walking After Midnight. Mwah.
I've set up a lot of jukes over the years, and you gotta have that in your jukebox. It's the best song you can play at any bar at last call.
Thank you. Yeah, God knows I prefer my patrons walking, not driving.
Let me get these CDs in the juke, and then you can rock and roll. Hey, kid. Let me give you a hand with that.
Oh,
It's nice to see that old funhouse pen back out in public again. By the way, I'm Bart.
I'm Jake. Nice to meet you. You know this machine?
Yep. She used to be one of mine. Pinball operators always leave some mark on their machines to know who serviced them last. That's my barcade token right there. You know, I owned an arcade at one time. I put a hole in the middle of my tokens to make them stand out from the other coins in your pocket.
It's a really good idea.
I'm full of good ideas. Anyway, I rented that pin out to a college dorm, and when I got it back, it was trashed. It needed more TLC than I could give. So, I sold it to a clocksmith in the burbs that thought he could get it working. He had the same coveralls you had on, and that same clock logo right there. Interesting.
The clocksmith must have been my dad. He died 2 years ago. I found this machine and the coveralls in his shop.
Sorry to hear about your pop, kid.
It's okay. I mean, I miss him, but what are you gonna do? Besides, he left me this awesome game and all the tools I needed to fix it up. So, I still want to clean her up a bit more. Replace some of the rubbers, but...
That's good. A clean machine is a happy machine. Jake, allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Bart Barker, coin-up man.
Nice to meet you.
I travel all over the world, buying and selling coin-op games just like this. It's looking good, kid. Gonna do any mods?
I don't know about mods, but... It's 50 cents a play.
That's a steal of a deal. Let's play.
How did you do that?
Don't ask when it's magic.
Fun house.
You flip first, my new friend.
Come on in, bucko. Hey, Biff, you're up.
When I first found this machine, there was a box of broken pinball parts inside, and that was my clue on what was broken, needed fixing.
You're lucky your dad saved them. If you're ever looking for a particular part, give me a call. I actually might have it. I've been collecting pinball machines for years, partly as a hobby, but mainly as a hedge when pinball makes a comeback. And it looks like it is coming back, because here you are now.
I didn't even know.
Right. Bam, bam, bam! Ha ha! That's how you do it, kid.
You're a hell of a player, man. Were you in a league?
I was. Won a lot of prize money, even a pinball machine one year. Every time I won, I invested in another game.
Sounds awesome.
And so I opened up my own barcade, right before the internet bubble burst. In life, as in pinball, you can do everything right. But if your timing is off, just a little bit, you still lose. The economy crashed, and my barcade died! Just like that. You did a good job on this game, kid. Flips really well. You know, I have a warehouse full of dusty old pinball machines. They all need fixing, and you just might be the man for the job. If you're interested, we should meet, and soon. I'm shipping out in 2 days on a business trip to Japan.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Perfect. I was hoping you'd feel that way.
Skill shot, baby! I'm guessing that's a good thing?
In a word, yes. To the novice, the pinball machine looks chaotic, but the skill shot is the first clue that you have more control over the game than you'd expect.
Are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water, or...?
Pinball hasn't killed me yet. It's your last ball. Make it a good one. So that was about 8 minutes, and my co-star is actually 35 years old, and he's been in a lot of movies. He actually had a role in a TV show with John Goodman, and the lady at the bar, she was in movies too. So I was the only one that only made a couple movies, but a lot of people involved, and 36 hours of filming to make that 8 minutes. So we did a lot of the scenes over and over and to get them just right. So it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun and met a lot of collectors. It was filmed in Indianapolis, and the bar actually exists and looks just like that. So they had no set decorations. They just rolled in the jukebox that they rented and the pinball machine that was rented. They had to pay $3,000 to use that pinball for royalties for Funhouse. So, that was pretty expensive. And they had a nice budget to try to get the show off the air, but it didn't work. They had a couple investors, but I was told it was $1 million to produce the film. The movie would run about 100 minutes, and $2 million to do it Union. So it was double to film it with Union, but they couldn't get the funds. So we did a full script read through too. But and the Moto was also the writer too. She was one of the writers. Where are you, Moto?
She just went outside.
She went out. She ran out on us. But all the people you see contributed money to get the funds together that they added, and the camera lenses were donated free from the local film hub, and the bar gave a very low rate to rent the facility for the 3 days. We filmed after hours and before hours, so we didn't obstruct their business too. It was a lot of fun. And I kept the costume, I kept the outfit. I didn't buy that, of course. They gave it to me in case the film was sold, we could reuse it. And they probably would keep the same scenes. So,
Now, that is surprising to me.
that is what? Oh. Now, the Sock Monkeys are in the show. They were written in, it was whether they were real or not real. So that was part of the story. So they animated the sock monkey at the bar and then on the one pinball machine. And the script looked really good, and I thought it would be pretty good. So, but it will never see the light of day, I guess, which is sad, but at least I'm part of it. I did upload on YouTube the show and also in 3D. So you can watch it in 3D if you want to see me big, fill the screen. But you just need the red and green glasses. But both versions are up on YouTube. Do you think I'd look good in 3D?
Boy, that's a loaded question. Before I answer that, you mentioned that they let you keep the outfit that you wore in Skillshot Baby?
Yes, it's hanging in my closet.
I could have sworn that was in your closet and those were your actual clothes.
Oh, so mean, so mean. Let me see where she put my clips here. Here we go. Well, I'm going to run the opening titles. So this is
here we are. Let me open the folder.
I just want to point out this is as good as every other TNT production.
That's the opening. How about that?
Thank goodness.
Anybody recognize the music? That is the part of the 30-second attract mode for Atari's video game Road Blasters. I see some nods. I said, yeah, that was it. So I figured that would... Fat Chris, you did come. I do need a lot, Chris. I'm broke. I'm always broke. We planned that. So Chris said, how about if I come in and interrupt it? I said, sure, why not? So he's a fan. A lot of you are, too. I think probably everybody in the room is. Thank you very much for attending. This is Chuck Bruder and Frank Lindemuth. And actually today, he said, somebody said, how long have you been working there? And I'm thinking, maybe 10 years. And he says, no, it's like 25 or 30. I said, really? And Chuck's been around for 20?
22.
22
We all come
years.
to a time when you
He
realize you
started as a
wasted so much
collector.
of your life. I just came to terms with that.
No, I have to tell you, Chuck is a volunteer. He doesn't get paid. I couldn't pay his salary.
Like an escaped mental patient, I have no idea what I'm doing here, but that's okay. 22 years ago, roughly, I walked into TNT Amusements knowing nothing about pinball, just absolutely nothing. I just moved into a new house, had a full finished basement, decided I wanted something to put in this finished basement. I know, a pinball machine, great idea. Why I ever went down that road is beyond me, but I walk into TNT on a Saturday afternoon, and as is typical, there are birthday parties going on. I walk into the middle of a kid's party. On Saturdays, the showroom is open to everybody, so you can come in and browse while the parties are going on. Todd, how many birthday parties do you estimate you've done?
We've done over 25,000 parties in 30, we just started our 39th year.
So I walk in, I'm looking for a pinball machine. I have no idea what I'm doing. I barely know what a pinball machine is, but I know I want one. And I'm walking around the showroom, and one of your family members, who shall remain nameless, comes out and says, hi, can I help you? And I said, yeah, I want to buy a pinball machine, don't know what I'm looking for. Is this all you got? No. The showroom for TNT has about 60 games in it, but I said, is this all you got? You know, is there anything else? And she said, oh, well, you want to talk to the boss. Come meet my dad. And I walked in, and I met this gentleman. And
Gentleman?
I know. Listen, I'm keeping it PG because I know this is going out over the internet. 22 years and 19 pinball machines later, here I am.
And he has some good ones. Among his favorites, Transporter, which is one in here.
Yep.
TX Sector.
Yep.
TX.
Yep.
A couple other good ones.
Let's see. Solar Fire. What else do I have from you? Funhouse, the one you just saw here.
Not that particular one.
Not that
was a
particular one,
collector's.
but I have a Funhouse. Big Hurt, Spectrum. What else is in my TNA? Led Zeppelin. That we got from Mike Dodona, the beautiful Mike Dodona, who probably gave me the last Led Zeppelin LE on the face of the planet, so thank you again, Mike. And probably a few others that I'm forgetting. I know Halloween's in there. Swords of Fun, one of your favorites.
Swords of Fun.
Why is Swords of Fun one of your favorite pinball machines, Todd?
We had a lot of fun with that. Are you all familiar with that game? I think everybody in the room is. No.
I'm referring to Swords of Fury, but we call it Swords of Fun because...
We had a lady call up. I've sold probably 15 or 20 over the years. I don't know. Something like that. And a lady called for service, and I said, well, I need to know the name of the game. Oh, I don't remember what it is. So she goes down the steps, and she reads it, and she says, it's Swords of Fun. Because the F-U-N, the Fury, looks like fun. So if you see a Swords of Fun next, Fury, look at it. And I picked up on it, and I've used that joke ever since. Russell, you two are late.
Russell and Shannon, you were supposed to
Shannon.
be here earlier.
Shannon has an arcade nearby. What's the name of the arcade, Shannon? Tornado Terry's. And there's cards actually out on one of the tables out there to get you some discounts. She has a nice arcade.
Todd, to round out a little bit about my collection, we won't go through all of it, but one of the other machines I have, as you know, it's probably the second machine I bought, might be, is Pinbot, which I know is on your list of one of the greatest pinball machines of all time.
Of course it is. There, we got some people that agree. A beautiful, wonderful machine, perfect in every way.
And every time we do one of these presentations and we open up the audience to Q&A, which we'll do, by the way, because it's a whole lot of fun, so hold those questions for just a few minutes, inevitably somebody will say, Todd, what are your favorite pinball machines? Can you give me the list?
Well, you see, you got to understand, not in any particular order, Funhouse, Pinbot, Theater of Magic, TNA. This is an obscure Gottlieb. Probably half of you have never seen or played the Class of 1812. There, we got some Class of 1812 people, and
you're missing one.
I know. Oh,
it's a big one.
Oh, God, right out of my head.
Big. It makes a bang.
Big bang bar. I can't forget that. I was in, as a matter of fact, Ross and I, another collector, Ross Simpson, just like the Simpsons, he and I were sitting next to each other at the Pinball Expo in Chicago when Gene Cunningham proposed and pitched Big Bang Bar. And he said, I'm going to make these. I'm going to make 175 of them because he had the circuit boards for 175 from Capcom, but he needed $2,400 down payment. And we sat through the whole thing, and I went up to him, I looked him in the eye, I said, are you going to make these? He said, damn right I'm going to make them. And he did. Ross and I both gave him a check for $2,400, and 2 or 3 years later, he said they're about ready, and we need the balance. So we sent $2,400, $4,800 total, and then the shipping, I think, was $400 to TNT. And by God, we got the machine. I had already been called. People called and offered me. They'll give me $10,000. They'll drive over and take the crate for $10,000. I didn't sell it. And we kept it in the basement. Terry, my daughter, right up front, is here.
Wave Terry. Hi, Terry.
And Terry's boyfriend is Greg, right next.
Wave
and Greg. Works
Hi,
for me.
Greg.
And the true great story is they both met at TNT Amusements. So it was really good. So Terry was in the back doing manuals, and Greg is doing board repair. So he does the little stuff. Now he can do surface mount, which is really good. But it's really good. And they met there, and Terry got the chance to see and play Big Bang Bar. And we had it in my house for years, and then I got offered a lot of money, $25,000, and I sold it. Out the door it went, baby. But I did make a video. One of these videos that you've been watching, we have over 2,500 videos now. Plus, now I'm doing a lot of TikTok. I don't like filming this way, but TikTok is what the kids are watching. And I'm now getting more views on TikTok than on YouTube.
If you want to see that video, I think that was October or November of 2014.
Yeah, it's in, just type in TNT
just search for
Amusements
that
Big
time
Bang
frame,
Bar.
and you'll be able to see that video.
I did do some green screening from Barbarella. I put myself into the Barbarella elements because that was the perfect movie to put in for Big Bang Bar.
You did a little more than some green screening. If you watch the earlier videos from TNT Amusements, there's a lot of production that went into them. Todd did a lot of green screening. He lifted, sometimes without licensing, some things from movies. Go and check out the videos because they're amazing. But we've jumped a little far ahead, so let me kind of bring us back, if you will. Oh, and by the way, Terry, Greg, since you guys met at TNT, if you ever get married, the ceremony should be in the party room. Just saying. Todd, one question you get asked every time we do a show is, how in the world did you get started in this? You want to give us the 2-minute overview of where you started?
I was fascinated with arcade games, not pinballs, but arcade games. And I bought my first game in 1979, right when Pac-Man came out, 1980, and we went from there. It was fabulous. Put it in a location. I couldn't get good spots because they were all tied up with the other people. So I couldn't actually book or get a really hot location.
You're talking about routing machines.
Yeah.
Put them on the screen.
Yeah, so, and then I got bitten by the bug just like everybody in this room, and I was operating. But then we discovered we could sell a few machines and started selling the machines in '84. I had a partner too, by the way, and the two of us were in the business, and things got really bad in '84. That's when everything was sliding backwards, and nothing was making money. You'd go and collect the game, it had $5 in it. So we had to figure out what to do, and I put games in front of my house, and $100 and up was the sign, and we started selling them. Sold all the ones we wanted to sell, and then distributors were driving games over, and operators. I was buying black and white games for $25 each and selling them for $100 to $150. So Asteroids was $100, Deluxe Asteroids was either $125 or $150, and color games, because color, isn't that great? The Missile Command was my cheapest, $175. Tempest was $225. The distributors started selling me brand new in the box games. Brand new. I was buying Donkey Kong Juniors, not Donkey Kong, but Junior, which wasn't a big hit, $200, and I sold them for $400. So the distributor was dropping off boxes of games. They never went in my house. They all stayed outside. I covered them with tarps.
You were selling in your driveway at that
I had a
point, weren't
long
you?
driveway, and I had all these electric cords plugged into different sockets of the house. Enough that the electric company called my father saying they think there's something wrong with our electricity, because the bill went from $48 a month to $199 and $200. For 4 months, I sold them out of the driveway, sold 400 machines, and we decided to go in business full-time. My partner said he wanted out. I bought him out, and then bought the building at TNT in '86. So, and I made the good decision not to rent it. I bought it. So, started with a mortgage, long paid off, and we're here today.
And you've got 2 buildings.
Yeah.
You've got 2 buildings, the main building and obviously the warehouse. And we could probably talk all day about the business operations and the characters that you've had, both currently and previously at TNT. But rather than doing that, because you just attract people like me and like interesting customers and people like Frank, whose story is not that much different than mine. Right, Frank?
Yeah.
So you want to talk a little bit about how you got mixed up in this crazy world we call TNT?
Well, as a little kid, the first time I think I'd seen a Pac-Man with Acme Supermarket, if you're familiar with Acme, Philly area. And I remember playing that whenever I could, whenever my grandmother would go shopping, I'd always go, and going down, from Philly we call it going down the shore, the rest of the world calls it going to the beach, but the summers at the shore playing the games in the arcades and the boardwalk, and I just fell in love with the video games. Again, I was more into the video games, and I'm riding my bike through the neighborhood one day, and a guy has his garage door open, and he has some games, and I'm like, wow, that is so cool, I'm gonna have that. Well, fast forward a few years, I met a girl, and her dad had a Miss Pac-Man and said if I could fix it, I could have it. So I brought it home and had no idea what I was doing. I heard about this TNT place and went in and met with Todd. It was late on a Saturday night. There was a party getting ready to start, so I didn't get to talk to him much. He says, yeah, bring the game by and we'll fix it for you. And some time went by, I didn't really deal with it, and then I was down at another shore town and they were selling a couple of games. They had a hang-on, some other game, and the 720 skateboarding game, and that was the only one available, so I bought that for $200. I didn't know what it was. I'm like, whatever, for $200, and I went into TNT. I wanted to get some locks for the coin door, and I asked for a job, and then that's just really how it all started.
Big mistake, hiring it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
welcome to the TNT family. Frank, you've been here almost as long as I
conclave.
have, and we really are family. Todd, it wouldn't be a presentation about family unless you embarrassed your daughter, now would it?
Well, if you put the picture up on the screen, this is Tammy, and I made a crib for her, and the body is Star Race because the black hole body was too thin for it was a regular baby mattress, and then we have a bumper around it. But I took the head off of a black hole, took the electronics were still running, and hooked it onto the back. So you think about it, a baby likes to see movement. So the black hole in the back spun, and the electronics still showed the high score to date. And I hung the transformers on the back of the machine. So this is where she had a lot of fun for many years, and then not to be too shabby and not to include all the kids. Oop, the wrong direction, wait a minute.
While you're finding that, how many of you raised your children in the bodies of pinball machines as cribs? Show of hands.
Oh, no one. That's Terry, who's right there now. She's 27, but there's my little girl when she was maybe 2 or 2.5 in front of the jukebox. That's one of the ill-fated Rockola fireballs where all the records would fall out. No matter what you did, baby, the records fell out. It was a disaster. But, so the girls were brought up around games their whole life. And
Well,
we had a lot
not
of fun
just
with that.
games, because you just mentioned jukeboxes, and in addition to games, you have a couple of other interests. Jukeboxes are one of them, right? Or at least they were.
Yes.
I mean, not as much.
Not as much now, no.
But some of you may know that Todd's...
Wait a minute. There we go. Okay.
Todd's perfect timing with his finger on the button is fabulous for those of us who are trying to ask him questions. You are a film lover first and foremost, are you not?
A film? I didn't hear it.
Lover. I know, you don't hear the word lover very often. I know, it's probably foreign to you.
Well, yeah, I do like movies. That's my other business. So that's what financed the games. I could never have done it without the film business. So we sold a lot of 16 millimeter. Some of my videos show the film collection and such. And
But didn't part of your game story begin when you were running the projector room at Temple, and weren't you running the game room there as well?
yeah, I ran two game rooms at Temple University and the movie theater. And we did quite a bit of work. Actually, it was interesting. I saw the Clash of the Titans, the Harry Hamlin pinball around the corner. And we actually, we had Ray Harryhausen appear in my movie theater, and they gave us a 35 millimeter print to a pre-screen to the college students. And there was only one set of projectors on campus. They were portable 1948 DeVry projectors. Portable meaning they were only like 400 pounds each. And I managed to get them going. They had light bulbs this big. They were light bulbs. They were enormous bulbs. And we had no spares. So I had to take a chance that this would run the movie and not blow a bulb. And Clash of the Titans was on 6 reels. So we had reel changes in between, and the projectors worked fine. The picture looked beautiful. And then Ray Harryhausen talked to everybody about the film. I cleverly took 2 pictures. Well, I wish I took 100, but I didn't. But I did get his autograph. But that was my film life. But the film life is still present. I acquired a film collection. It's on the YouTube video. Chuck is in it 2 years ago. And we got the mailing list of all the people that he used to sell film to, including me. And the mailing list, old typewriter typed, you can see my name and address and phone number. Right below me is Donald Trump and his address and phone number. So he collected 16 millimeter. And I asked her, and she says, oh yes, he should talk to Donald all the time.
because he was always inquiring about buying reels. These are the movie reels. So if you're ever interested, you could check it out more.
Before we leave the film topic, one last thing, because film really is in your blood. Was it your great-grandfather? Who was the inventor?
My great-grandfather is Eberhard Schneider, and he patented a process used by movie theaters for 100 years, and it actually figures into the movie Inglourious Bastards. At the end of the reels, there's a cue mark that appears 8 seconds before the reel runs out, and that tells the projectionist to start the other projector. The projectors had to, what they call, come to speed. They had to come up to speed. And at the second dots, the second set of cue marks in the top right corner, you would push a button, and the lens would, there'd be a partition that would cover the first projector and open the second projector. And you'd essentially have a reel change. And if a good projectionist, it would be undetectable. And that was the strive. But he patented that in 1916. The cue marks used right up until the last films were run, not on a platter, but needed cue marks. So it's pretty interesting history. And that and $1 will buy a soda out of the machine at TNT. So I'm never going to be rich from that, from my uncle.
No.
Now, a lot of you watch our videos, and you know we have a lot of comedy. When we started doing the videos, they were very crude. Then I started editing them, and now, as you know, they've become crude again. All the Texas shows were filmed with this and edited on the side of my bed at 12 midnight, and then uploaded so you could see it the next day. But this video clip I have is from Jason. Jason was the first person in America to light the trough. He came up with the idea of putting a strip of 10 LEDs to light between the flippers. And that happened in 2012. So that was 13, nobody was doing this 13 years ago. But I was filming a clip for Tempest and explaining the special setting on a Tempest video game. Do you know there's a switch on Tempest that you can flip, and then you can start on any level you want, and the game never ends. You can play forever. And it was called demonstration mode, where I was showing the person in this clip, and Jason walked behind me and tripped. And we came up with, just on the spot, we came up with this. This is about a minute, but it's kind of funny. Oh. Let me get the sound on. One single switch on your Tempest, you can actually make the game 1,000 times more fun. I'm going to show you why. You know, normally when you start the game, you can start from one. You can come through. Ah, you can't even walk. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot.
Well, this shop is so organized and clean. EPA would have a field day here.
Hey. Okay, anyway.
The guys from OSHA just called. They're on their way.
Call me. Now he's got me all in a dither. Okay, now I know what it is. Thank you for watching.
We're in the Yellow Pages under amusement.
I wanted to run that part because we were in the Yellow Pages under amusements. I was in 36 phone books for $2,600 a month. Now, how about that? That's what they cost back then, because there was no internet. So the internet came along about here, but I was still in the Yellow Pages. And of course, that all started dribbling out. And then I was always pushing my money on the TV show. They're actually filming a documentary about my infomercial that I started so many years ago. And they did a 5th day of filming the other day. So I'm hoping that comes out. And it makes me famous, Frank.
You're famous.
We're hoping so as well.
I want to be world famous or infamous.
We'd like to get some money out of this, so that would be great.
Here's the check.
That would be. I'm going to just see what the next clip is. This was a little crude, but go ahead.
While you're doing that, we learned a little something about Tempest the other day, didn't we? Was it Tempest with the 50 cents?
Yeah, but
Remember the credits?
We just found out that Atari had a mistake in the program, and if you set the game on 50 cents a play, okay, and you turn the game off, the next time you turn it on, it gives you 40 credits. Bonk, 40 credits. Now, I never knew about it because we never had Tempest on 50 cents a play. But I sold the Tempest to an operator. He has it up in a Pocono arcade at 50 cents a play. Excuse me. And he has to run the credits off by going into test and clearing the memory. Of course, it clears the high scores. I thought it was the chip on it, but Atari, this is one of the few bulletins I didn't get. I get bulletins all over the place, but there was apparently a bulletin that said you had to upgrade 2 ROMs to get rid of that glitch that they said it was purposely programmed by this clown that worked there. And, they put these little things in the games. And without reading the service bulletin, you wouldn't know. And I was one of the few people that read them. They would come in, they would be mailed to you or faxed to you, and people just threw them out. See, I'm making him cough now. Look at that.
Don't send it over here.
Now, I always felt that comedy was important, especially with our videos and things. And do you know, I used to get dozens of letters. And we actually, for the documentary, he wanted to see the letters. I have about, if I squeeze tight, that thick, I have emails and letters from years from a lot of nutty people. And some are nice ones. I kept the nice ones too, but I wanted to run you a video. This is a short, it's only 2 minutes, but it's the end of one of my nutty letters that I really loved. And I think this is one of my funniest things. But we had a collector that was sending me $50 per game, and he had like 9 games on layaway. And I would get a money order for like $300 or $200, and he'd put it toward this game and that, and he'd write the same thing on each sheet. So when I unfolded the letter, there'd be 3 different identical lined papers that said, this is $50 towards Centipede. This is $50 toward this. So we had all these games on layaway, and then I got this email from him. We'll switch over to the camera. Here we go, the film. That's the end. Wait a minute.
Living is good, isn't it, folks? That's all for now. Good night.
It comes on, there's a 4-second. I keep thinking I'm going between my phone and this, so I didn't advance this fast enough. So here we go.
I've paid you all so far about $700 to $800. That's all I got after 2 years.
2 years.
I'm still working on buying a fax machine for easier communication. Thank you. Have a nice day. Oh no, a very nice day, Brian.
His name was Brian.
I guess you know where this is going. About 6 months later, I got this letter, my final communication with Brian. TNT Amusements, attention Todd. I am writing in regard to the video arcade games, pinball machines, and jukebox that I have in layaway. Something has come up to where I will be unable to pay all of the games off. I'm going to have to cancel the layaway of all the games and jukebox due to the nature of my financial status. I am unemployed and on a fixed income with bills to pay. I'm sure you can understand. So far, I've paid you all $850. You can send me $850 to the address below. Sorry for any inconvenience. Thank you. Oh, he was gonna, but he promised here. He said he's still serious and he's gonna. Poor Brian. Well, of course I sent him the $8.50 back. I'm not some kind of a troll. Well, maybe I am. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Oh, wait, but I can't even keep this on my note. I've had enough. It's time to go.
So that was quite a while. Actually, Frank filmed that with 2 cameras. We were fancy. But a lot of years ago. My Nutty Letters series.
Can I ask you who you were emulating in that video? Who were you trying to be?
I was Franklin Roosevelt. And in 2007, I think, I played Roosevelt. And that was my outfit. I still had it. I kept it just like my Skill Shot Baby outfit. And with the glasses and I made a pretty good Roosevelt. I even sang. It was in a show called Annie Warbucks. Terry saw me, didn't you, honey? Wasn't Daddy good?
She is disavowing any
I made
knowledge
a
of
good
that.
president, didn't I?
Don't answer.
I made good decisions about
Don't
the
do it.
TVA.
Could we see another one of your good decisions in the next video clip?
I don't remember what it was. Let me see.
This is truly a TNT.
You only have a few
production.
This is my wife, and this was her big
Another
video.
classic from Bally.
Hi guys, I'm Pam, Todd's wife, and I'm here to show you Elvira. This is the kind of game you should get dressed up for when you play it. Here I am, all dressed up to show you how to play it.
Pam.
What?
This is my job. I know all about this game, Pam.
Yeah?
More than you do.
I know more than you do about Elvira.
Oh?
Yeah, it was made in 1989, and it had made 4,000 of them.
Oh.
And the 2 guys who designed it, well, it was Dennis Nortman and Jim Partey. And guess what? Bet you don't know this. They had broken bones, especially on the game. Right here, and here's a broken bone. And the reason they had broken bones is because poor Dennis was in a motorcycle accident.
Oh, so you do know something about this game. I didn't know that. By the way, his name is Jim Patea.
I got an iPhone.
Oh! Well, at least you can't pound my stomach here. I think it's time we switch places, and I'll finish the video.
Oh,
But
really?
Thank you for coming. You did a very nice job, Pam, but it's time for you to go so I can finish explaining the game. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Oh, goodbye! I'll see you in the next video. Or my nightmares. No, you! I'll have my tea first.
I'm done. Let's go in the office.
This is a portion of the video.
Pammy!
We had some fun.
What's the matter now?
How do you like your tea?
Oh, it's so yummy.
We got a present of
Earl
tea.
Grey. Mark, it's delicious. Thank you so much for thinking of me.
Our fan sends the food to
Oh,
us.
he gave me this awesome bag of this place I would love to go to. But the neat thing is, it has these small little baggies, and you put the tea herb in here, and then you put the baggie in there. It's so great. It's like baggies
I'm
with
getting
the
bored.
herb tea. So yummy. Oh.
Listen, Pam, you should be getting back to work, please.
Just leave me alone.
Can't hurt me. I'm not here. Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Now I'm going to do my emails and enjoy my tea. Yummy, yummy. Thanks, Mark.
And now, Jonathan, the last step. signing the game.
Some of our customers ask us to sign them.
Of course, I get to sign it here. All right, who's next?
Here's Frank.
Thanks, Mark.
So have a ball. After all, darling, it's on you. Unpleasant dreams.
Good night.
Nicely done.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, Pam, I tried to have her in as many videos as possible. We used to film in a studio next door, and she said she's had enough. She's not going, quote, into that dirty warehouse ever again. So I had to bring the green screen material to the shop, and we just draped it around each other whenever we were doing this. So she was game to do it, but she just didn't want to go far from the office. But she helped me out. And a lot of you know she passed away about 1 year and 3 months ago. And we really miss her bad. So,
Yes, we do, every day.
so I try to keep her alive at our videos. I have a lot. I didn't realize how many we recorded with her. But it did work out nice. So it did, yeah.
Did, absolutely. So Todd, we've got 5 minutes left.
Did anybody have any questions or
I was
anything?
just going to ask that. Anything you want to know from Todd or Frank or me or Chris? I know you have a question.
Chiller, yes.
Me?
The question is, could he ever get to
Before we
the bonus
worked on that
level of
game,
Chiller?
no. I had no idea what it was, and there was this guy, Chris, used to work next to us, and he says, oh, we got this game Chiller in. And I'm thinking, oh, it sounds like a cute little penguin game, like Pango or something. He's like, no, it's nothing like that at all. And then I started playing it and doing some research on it, and I think I even mentioned it. I think it's in the first scene where the guy's hanging from the chains. A couple of the guys, I forget their names, they were just playing with some graphics, and the guy's like, yeah, this is what it's like working here for Exidy or something. And he's like, you got to put that in the game. And I just played it, and I got to the point I could beat the whole thing. That's probably the only game I've ever beaten. It is.
Chiller was a really good game.
Yeah.
Chiller was an interesting piece. They wouldn't let you, they had a switch on the circuit board. They were afraid the children would be frightened or the location. If you flip the switch, the blood goes from red to green. So it wouldn't look as real. But we had 1 or 2 locations that were horrified and didn't want the game. But it did make money. It was a big hit. Do we have to end exactly at no, we can go over, yeah.
And if you want to do questions, there's a mic up there for people to walk up.
Okay,
and
yeah.
take questions.
Okay, yeah, we do have a mic too that people could come up to and ask. We don't have to be over exactly. The next show is it Stern? And that's at 7 or 8. I think it's 8 o'clock, right? They have to set up, so we have to be out in about 5 or 10 minutes.
That's your cue to get as close to 7 p.m. as is possible.
Oh, is that what it means?
Yes.
Did anybody else have any questions or anything? I'm sure all of you watched the show on the channel. Do we have a question? Do you want to ask at the mic? It helps for the stream because they're live streaming this right now, and that may help.
I'm sure they're regretting that decision right about now.
I have 2 questions. One, what was the biggest earning game of your whole career?
What game did you earn the most out on routing?
It wasn't Pinball. Our best earning game obviously would be Miss Pac-Man. Okay. I remember we bought several of them. They would make a ton of money. we bought Super Pac-Man. It was a total disaster. And the location wanted the Miss Pac-Man back. I said, I'm bringing in this brand new game. $2,600 is what they cost. And it was a complete disaster. So our next biggest earning game was Nintendo's Play Choice 10. That game continued to earn for like 5 or 6 years. We converted all of our punch outs because they were making $5 a week, and the Play Choice system made a lot of money, and the cartridges were cheap. And we were able to go out and change the 2 lowest cartridges to a new one every 3 or 4 weeks, and we made money with that. And that was a big earner too. Most of the other games were just average. And we tried so many games. I had an arcade in New Hope, PA, which is a historic town, the only ice cream parlor in town at the time, and we had the arcade there, and we just couldn't make any money. It was a lousy quarter. A lousy quarter.
Okay, the second question was, in the last 5 years with the arcade bar scene resurrection, what has been possibly the best-selling game that you've sold to these people?
Multicades are what people are playing. I hate to do it. I was making them for years. We would gut a Miss Pac-Man, put a new wiring harness in it, an LCD monitor in many cases, and Frank did the conversions, hundreds of them. And in a home and in a location, they were making the most money. We had a few locations that wanted some obscure games like iRobot. Had a comic book store, and that did really well, but it tanked it everywhere else. We never could make any money with pinball. We didn't have the pinball locations, and we would make $40 a week, and they just didn't earn money for us, so we didn't operate them. We didn't have those locations. A lot of the big vendors tied them up, and we had to take like the scraps, the locations people didn't want, I guess. But we hung with it. But thank you.
You know, I'm actually quite surprised at your comments on Super Pac-Man, because I had heard that Super Pac-Man was the GOAT of the Pac-Man series. Inside joke.
Yeah, another one of my volunteers, Scott Parisi, who's watching. He's back home in Philly. He somehow thinks that game is great, and it is just terrible. It's just like Motor Dome is the worst pinball machine ever made.
Whoa.
Nothing worse than Motor Dome.
What was the second worst pinball machine made?
Pokerino. Williams' horrible Pokerino. Boy, my God, it's awful.
You know, I'm going to buy that.
Lumpy, big piece of shit. What a junk.
First off, we need to apologize to the Marco stream for your potty mouth. And secondly, you know I'm going to buy that Pokerino you have in the back room. Anyway, any other questions for Don?
I do have another real short clip. I eat at breakfast almost every morning at Daddy Pop's Diner in Hatboro. And she made me a tortilla salad. And she filmed this of me eating the salad. But then a friend of mine took the last frame and added this. So it's only 30 seconds, but she put it up on her website, this first part. Just a couple seconds for it to start. The Thousand Island dressing. You now must stir it in carefully. As you see, I'm being very careful so I don't upset the bread bowl. It's not a bread bowl, it's a taco shell.
Tortilla.
The tortilla. Now look at that. Now doesn't that look good? Tuna at its finest at Daddy Pop's.
Don't let him kid you. That was not AI.
And what's scary is that's AI.
It was not.
It was not. Can you see what you could do? Is the Terminator 2 really true now? Is this what the world is coming to? Is it?
I hope not. But we shall see. Any other questions? Any other thoughts? Anything you want to know from Todd or Frank or me or anything about TNT? Oh, as an aside, by the way, Todd mentioned Daddy Pops, which is in beautiful Hatboro, Pennsylvania. Any of you who find yourself in the area can join us for breakfast.
They're
have an
almost
open
every day.
invitation.
Sunday, I eat breakfast at a place close to my church. Daddy Pops isn't.
But Monday through Saturday.
I'm usually there. Usually there in the
9:30
morning.
a.m.
Yeah, so
Typically.
Typically, yeah. I sleep in a little bit. My claim to fame now, but.
What is your favorite coffee,
I will tell
Todd?
you, it is absolutely amazing. It's called Death Wish Coffee. And my next flavor would be Rifle.
Black Rifle.
Black Rifle.
Yep.
So that would be in that order. The Death Wish Coffee, and which is just so good. But we drink a lot of it, don't we?
We
Pots
drink
of it.
way too much
A lot of you have
coffee,
sent us coffee
as you can
too,
see.
which is nice. It's very nice. Any last minute questions? Go ahead. He's going to come right up front. Right up front.
So it's not really a question, but I just wanted to say, I was thinking about this. I got into the arcade business, repairing and opening my own. Actually, in one of your panels, like 5 years ago, I met my partner and we decided to do it. So I wanted to say to you, and I was a fan of yours before then, I wanted to say thank you for inspiring me to do it, but maybe not thank you because you might have ruined my life because I'm now repairing machines, spending all night, and I'm a little more poor. So hopefully it will turn out, but I just want to say thanks for the inspiration to do it. And even though I'm not making a ton of money, but I'm having a lot of fun going broke. Let's put it that way. So thank you very much.
You're
sir.
very welcome. Thank you. And I do have an end credit to Rotten.
Of course you do.
Of course, you have to end somehow. And let's see if it should play fine.
Good night. Now, clear out!
These were all handmade. These weren't automated. So it's fun making these videos too. But it takes a long time, and I'm using a 2002 editor. And you have to hand animate everything. It's a mess. And I'm too old to learn a new program, and now it's easy to make the videos. Now listen, we have part 1, 2, and 3 of the Texas show. Part 1 was Wednesday, part 2 was Thursday, and part 3 was yesterday. And I've been filming part 4 now, and we'll finish tomorrow. Part 4 will be up Sunday. So this way they're in a timely, so it's fresh in your mind. We have a lot of fun. I've met a lot of you. I signed a ton of autographs. I still have a few cards left. I brought a stack this high, and I'm down to this much. But I still have some left if any of you want an autograph from Frank, or you could even get your picture with Chuck. No, he says no.
Sure you can.
And go on the
Why would
walls at the
anyone
post
want a
office.
picture with me, huh? Why?
Well, they like you, Chuck.
And we love the audience. We love the TNT family. You guys are absolutely fabulous. Before we leave, we have to say thank you to Texas Pinball Festival for allowing us to do this.
Yes, thank you very much.
It was very nice.
It's been an amazing show. Thank you, Marco Specialties, Himoto. I know you're around here somewhere. Thank you. And thank you guys for being here today. This was
Thanks,
awesome.
guys.
Give it up for Todd Tucky.
Thank you. Appreciate it, really do. And the next